Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is Sia Lee, and I'm joined once again by the EMEA mastermind, the knower of all things, Impetuous Panda.
Hello, I'm Impetuous Panda, and Regionals Week 2. I'm too excited for this.
It has been a great weekend one, and now we're back for our Week 2 episode. This is another edition of our partnership with the TFT Esports team, a very special episode to bring you guys some regional coverage. And so this is in the Regionals broadcast countdown for Week 2. So welcome, you are at Regionals. We are so excited to see who's going to go to the Tactician's crown. So today we're going to cover a bunch of things in this episode. The Week 1 recap, all the things that happened, the format for Week 2, the player buckets and player introduction for all the players you're going to see here compete, and then also a little bit of our predictions going forward for this competition. So Panda, you ready?
I'm absolutely ready. It's been 1 week brewing, just waiting to go from weekend to weekend, and finally we are here.
Well, let's talk about weekend one real quick. We had this graphic last week of a lot of players, a lot of hopefuls, and now we only have 20 advancing from that to join those 12 from the TFT Pro Circuit this set. We lost a lot of good names, Panda, but a lot of people were excited about as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty gruesome weekend. I think most of the big surprises came on that very last day. I think most of the top names, especially the players trying to defend their spots that were playing from week 1, managed to make it to day 2 at the very least. But then it got really, really crazy. And let's just say next sets, Pro Circuit will be very, very different to this one.
It sure will be, and we're going to talk about that list here in a second. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the trends we saw with specifically the ranked ladder players doing well across the tournament and qualifying and working their way in to the TFT Pro Circuit next set. One thing that I had drawn from this is like, hey, consistency on ladder does actually mean something. It means you can play this game at a high level, and the grind does pay off.
I think it's always been one of the best metrics to really identify who some of the best players are across not just a patch, but the entire sets of TFT. You can do really well on a patch and make it through a cup and then find yourself in a different patch playing in regionals and not be as comfortable. But if you're doing well every single ladder snapshot to make it through ranked ladder, it means you have a very good understanding of the set no matter what reroll line or forecast line or mech line is strong on that patch.
Well, we can talk a little bit about that as well, because we did see a B patch. But before we move on, let's talk about some of the journeys that happened. I know these numbers are a little small on your guys' screen, but it helps tell a story of what exactly happened, because each of these points represents a game in which a story has been told. So I want to start real quick just at the top, giving flowers to our players that did really well to make it into that top 8 cut. Specifically focusing on Tartaman, dropping 50 points over 8 games. He absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, really insane performance coming from the plains as well. So I think he really understood the pressure he was under to perform at a good level. He's someone that's been to top 16 attack round the last set as well. So he knows what it feels like to be at the very top. And now he had to climb from the very bottom to make it back. And he put in the work. An absolute, gorgeous 50 bomb in 8 games. Dalitsom as well, I think, really popped off from the ladder section. Also, a second Spanish player making it to regionals makes me happy. And HoroX as well. I think he's a name that really has been growing a lot and climbing a lot in his results the last 2 or 3 sets in EMEA. And it's good to see him in week 1 as well, or week 2 rather.
Yeah, Yobadashi is one of the players that won one of these Tacticians Cups in EMEA as well, making it at 47 points, filling it out with a bunch of other players that you guys may know and love. But let's talk a little bit about some of that day 2 journey of the big comebacks. We talked a little bit in the format section last time about how the format would allow for big comebacks to happen because there was aggressive cuts to the top to people to advance, but not from the bottom. So people like Motive specifically, I want to call out looking at rounds 11 and 12, going first to get to 59 points and qualify through is absolutely insane.
Yeah, the clutch factor, seeing more Turkish players making it to week 2 and potentially obviously into Pro Circuit as well is big news. You have a really big Turkish community in EMEA, obviously. Seeing maybe the king of the Turkish community, Ging, returning as well to competing at the Tier 1 level makes me incredibly happy. Also, what Jungler and Og, some of the players that I think people were saying were robbed last set for not getting invited to Tier 1, they earned their spot back, and I'm really happy to see these legendary names competing as well.
It feels really good to have this opportunity for the promotion relegation system, because for those that got promoted, it really does feel like they earned it. They fought for their spot in the regionals competition and now have fought through that week 1 to get to week 2. And so there's no doubt of whether or not they have earned it. Another person I want to call out that had just an incredibly clutch performance is the Italian stallion, Raiko Mastery himself. We called him out as a very volatile player that can go first or eighth depending on what the situation is. And in that last game to clutch it up, he went first when he needed to and was able to secure that 20th spot.
And he celebrated by doing a headstand on his chair, which I think is not recommended by any doctors across the world, but I think embracing chaos is part of Raiko's personality, so it fits him.
Yeah, Panda, though, I remember watching this as we were getting ready for America's show and looking at the cut that happened, and specifically below that 20 points and these last 2 games, and the names that were lost, that were cut from TPC next set. It was like, obviously we love all these players, and so all of them we want to see do well, but it was like heart-wrenching, man. You want to highlight some of these?
Yeah, it was really, really difficult, especially for players who had a good start on day 1, were in a comfortable position coming into day 2, but then just could not make it work. I think the meta was not really favoring them. And they're legendary names. People like Salvi, for example, Solo Gasang as well, both players representing Mouse. We had Snooty Boo as well, who had triple second places to start things off, looked very, very hot in terms of the meta in his read, and then all of a sudden collapsed on day 2. And Enzo and Jedusor especially had a really bad sets compared to the level he's been performing at the last 4 or 5 sets in EMEA. Made it back through play-ins, made it back through day 1. You thought he was gonna do the complete climb like Tartman did, and in the end, just barely fell short by 2 points. So really, really tragic. It was a do or die weekend. It was difficult. Someone has to be cut, obviously, but I guarantee you these guys will most likely be dominating tier 2 next set. So if you're a tier 2 player like me, I am already shaking, and they will definitely be in contention and most probably climbing back up to tier 1 for set 17.
Yeah, and obviously we become fans of people through the TPC and the Tier 1 and all these things, so it's sad to say bye to them, but obviously that's what these tournaments are for. They had the chances to come back. They all played 12 games and have enough of a sample size and an opportunity to come back to say, yep, this tournament wasn't my tournament, wasn't able to quite get it done, and now we have to say bye to them for next set. But we get to roll out a new roster for the TPC that we're super excited about. So let's take a look at that. This is the Americas and EMEA rosters, but we're going to focus on that right side. The EMEA roster, the 12 that we knew had already qualified, but also the 20 that are joining them.
And the 12, the very first on the list, the first 12, already locked in since a while ago. I think we mentioned a lot of these names already for the rest of the competitors. I think some of the cool ones are players like Vigo, players like Moritz, players like Decob, Hypno even, who are known names on ladder and challenger, have maybe done well in a cup or 2 in their careers, but haven't really spiked, haven't really been household names in any set, haven't had those huge peaks that even players like Clemu have had, where he's won a LAN event in EMEA a few sets ago as well. So it's cool to see them rising up to this challenge, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to playing in Tier 1. It's a whole different beast. And if they can hang with the top pros, if they can survive the relegation next set, if they can, start making an elite name for themselves as well.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting parts about the Tier 1 circuit is the requirement to stream, right? Is some of these players, they don't have a big platform. They've just quietly grinded in the background, and now they're gonna have to stream for every TPC tournament and be able to put themselves out there and maybe even make that name for themselves through the TPC and secure Tactician's crown slots easier, already guaranteeing being in regionals next set. This is a big deal. This is what week 1 was for. There's 2 things we've talked about that people were playing for through the regional finals. One was for the TFT Pro Circuit set, and the second thing was for Tactician's crown slots. And that's what this weekend is all about. Let's take a look, though. This is the competitive roadmap that we've looked at a few times, but now it's a little simple because we only have a few things left. We are now at week 2. We have 32 players left. All of these players have qualified for the TFT Pro Circuit in set 16, and now their eyes are set on the Tactician's crown. We'll be sending 6 more of these players to the Tactician's crown, and it's going to be an absolute celebration when they make it, because that has been everyone's goal.
And because the field is the same for this week 2 of regionals and next set's pro circuit, it's already going to be an interesting preview, obviously in a completely different set, but a preview into what set 16 pro circuit might look like, who some of the favorites might be, how these newcomers can hang, and if they feel the pressure, if they feel all of a sudden that the lobby tempo or just the level of play is very different. So I'm really curious to see how this first tournament shakes out.
Absolutely, me too. But let's see how the first tournament for this TPC next set will play out, because the format is different than last week, but maybe not as aggressive, maybe a little bit more forgiving. Week 1, day 1, 32 players enter. We've looked at them all. They'll play 6 games on this day 1. This will start on Friday. This is the show you're about to watch, and at the end of that day, 24 will advance to day 2, with the bottom 8 being eliminated. So 24 enter day 2. They'll play 2 games. Then we'll have a bottom 8 eliminated once again. So more aggressive cuts from the bottom, but the top players still having a lot to play for. 16 players will be left after 8 games. They'll play 2 more games, and then after that, we'll have our first 4 players advancing to the regional finals.
The day 3. And the biggest difference with week 2 to week 1 is the fact that there is not going to be a cut up from the top in these first 2 games. It's only going to be from the bottom. So players who enter day 2 behind on points, they have to play very aggressive. They only have 2 games of leeway instead of 4.
After those 2 games, 4 will be advanced, 4 will be eliminated, 8 players will be left, and that will be a final 2 games to show who will be in the final lobby for our regional finals here in EMEA. And this format is a little bit simpler because you have 8 players. We're going to play a bunch of games, and we're going to send 6 of them to the Tactician's Crown. 8 players enter, 6 games happen, no shuffling, same lobby the whole time. Get to see some fun lobby meta shake up, and then afterwards 6 will advance to the Tactician's Crown. Panda, this finals is, one, incredibly exciting if you can get ahead, but if you're fighting from behind and you're one of the 2 players that gets left out, it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I think the micro meta, how it develops, and the complexion of the lobby itself, with what 8 players qualify and where their strengths are at in terms of, different comps, different game plans, is going to be really interesting. Obviously, it's for some players, this is the real stake. This is the real ambition of their set. The elite of the elites who expect to be at Regionals Week 2, who expect to make it to Day 3, this is their real goal, making it to TAC Crown. 3 players already have a ticket because they won the TPC events throughout this set, but a whole host of other Tier 1, absolutely elite players who are, in some cases, used to making it to TAC Crown. This is the point they're fighting for, so It's going to be really exciting to see what players end up making it to Final Lobby.
Yeah, most of the Tier 1 players who have been in it this set, this is their goal, right? Each of these TPC events sent 1 player to the Tactician's Crown, and so they were fighting for that throughout the set. Now they get to fight for more slots, more tickets to the Tactician's Crown at this regional finals. But let's take a quick look at the competition slots across the world. As we've mentioned, the TFT Pro Circuit winners, there's been 11 of them crowned that are going already to the Tactician's Crown, but now there is 6 more to hand out for both Americas and EMEA throughout this tournament. It's going to be absolutely electric, but these players that have already qualified to the Tactician's Crown through the TPC are still playing this weekend. Here they are. We see the players that have already qualified to the Tactician's Crown from EMEA specifically. It is Travis, Lakoko, and Bensak who already have made it through and are now playing maybe just for some practice.
Yeah, pretty elite list from EMEA specifically. Bensak made it for his first TAC Crown last set, so making it back-to-back means he's just in really good form. His current form is definitely on his peak of his career. Like Coco, I think no introductions or words needed. He has been, alongside Double, I think, the GOAT of EMEA. At least in the modern history of TFT is definitely, I would say, very comparable to Double. And Travis making his debut in the TAC Crown stage is going to be really exciting to see. He's won 3 LAN events, but never an online tournament until the TPC event, the first one. Battle Academy Cup. So excited he has his chance. He missed in set 9 by just a few positions. He was in final lobby, but as you mentioned, he was one of those players in 7th and 8th that didn't earn a spot. So the redemption is huge, and I think he definitely won't squander the opportunity.
Yeah, I think all of these players that have already qualified across the globe are looking to take advantage of their qualifying through the TPC and be able to make a statement there. They can enter this weekend knowing that they've already qualified and really just show up, play like themselves. Again, get some good practice in, especially at this format. Prove that they are one of the best in the world, and then continue that at the Tactician's Crown stage. But Panda, let's talk a little bit about the players that are playing this weekend. We're going to do some more player buckets this week to help us understand where people are at entering this weekend, what we expect from them, and who you as viewers should be rooting for as underdogs, as favorites. You guys can follow along with us here, and might as well continue talking about some of our players that are on that victory lap, because they're not playing for too much.
We haven't seen them perform on this patch. That's the big, or I guess it's a B patch now, so it might be a bit different anyway. But I'm curious to see if they have been keeping sharp with scrims and if they're on top form in terms of, putting in the reps across the last two patches, because we haven't had a tournament for these three players in a while now. So that's my only concern around these three players. I think they all deserve their spot at TechRun already, and I think they'll do big things. Maybe I think one or two might even make final lobby, just because how strong they've seen this set. But my biggest question mark is around their current form, if they've slacked off or if they're still, putting in the work these last few weeks.
And I do think that for these players, they're not playing for Tactician's Crown slots, but the regional finals title is absolutely something that they all want. And it's something that's worth playing for. And so I am sure that they will all give it their best, and they want to stay prepared as much as possible for the Tactician's Crown. So not falling behind makes a lot of sense. But again, not too much more to share behind these guys, because they're having fun. They get to play a little bit more free. That's definitely the place that they want to be. But these next group of players are the players that I look at and say, all right, they can play free because they're really good at TFT, but these are the players that really are fighting for those slots to the Tactician's Crown, and if they don't make it, they're going to be disappointed.
I think the story is always going to revolve around Double in this category, because he is just the perennial favorites. More so specifically this set, because he made it to 3 final lobbies. He didn't win a single cup, but he was also not distinguished or rewarded for this consistency due with the way the format shaked out for this first Pro Circuit. I'm not sure that'll change in the future. So I think there's even more pressure on him to perform. If he feels like he dominated the entire set and then somehow doesn't make it to final lobby, somehow doesn't have a good week 2, that would be absolutely tragic. So I think he knows he has to keep doing what he's been doing. If he's reached 3 final lobbies, he can reach 4, and he is Double after all. He's made it to, I think, 6 or 7 tech runs at this point. And if I believe in someone to win a tech run again for EMEA, I think Double is second tech run could be a big part of that. And then the rest of the French constituency, I think Gobo, Volta, and Lides, all incredibly strong players. Gobo more kind of the rising talents, riding the way that Jedusor was riding as well the last 3 or 4 sets. Lides is a veteran player, but he's someone who has really peaked the last 2 sets despite a very lengthy career. Mostly, I think, because of his prep with some of the strongest French players like Coco, like Jedusor, like Opal, and that whole prep group. And Volta, doesn't matter what kind of sets he has. I'm not even going to analyze his stats or what he plays or how he plays, because if you write this guy off in regionals, you are always proven wrong. He makes final lobby every time. He's made World 6 times. I mean, it's hard to not believe in this guy. And Kubik's top 5. This is the players last 5 sets, alongside Travis. I think one of the powerhouses from Poland as well. He had a good set this set, despite some failures last set with EWC qualification and how the whole Navi team worked out. But he's very confident this set, so I have faith in him reaching final lobby as well.
Each of these players are historical. Each of these players have made the Tactician's Crown before, so they know what it takes. They know what it takes to make it out. And then there's this other group of players, Panda, that we look at and we say, these guys are really good at TFT, and they're not quite the favorites, but on a good day, they absolutely can smurf and make a huge run. This is the biggest group of competitors that we have for EMEA, because EMEA as a region is very deep as far as it comes to good TFT players that no matter what tournament they're at, they have high expectations for. So who on this list are you looking at and saying, I would not be surprised if they won the whole thing?
I would go maybe with Experian. I think he's grown a lot the last 2 sets. Most of the players who are here, or a lot of the players that are here, are maybe in contender or not in favorites because they have a slight asterisk on their current performance, either because of a bad set this set or because it's their first set where they're popping off and we don't know if they'll be consistent for so long, like Revan, for example. But I think Experian, he's been to back-to-back tech rounds. He's really grown with that same prep group I mentioned before with Opal, Lides, Lekoko, Jedusor. He has really grown mentally. He's made a huge comeback to make it through from play-ins in week 1 all the way through. I vouch for him a lot now. Same with Tartman. I think both are a similar story. And then what jungler and Og, I would really like to see them rise to the top of tier 1, not just making it to the pro circuit, but dominating it, because they've been in those positions before. When they first started growing as players and making a name for themselves in set 8, 9, 10, around then, they were so consistent. They were like every single cup, day 3, the top 10 on ladder the entire set. So when they're at their top form, their peak is, I think, comparable to any of the favorites that we saw on the last slide. So I definitely won't write them off. And then Zyko, he's a bit more volatile to some extent, but I think he's been really good this set as well.
I think these are players that have either proven to us that obviously they belong here in the tier 1 and are great players, or players from tier 1 that we say, hey, you guys are great players. You may have some ups and downs, but we can't count you out for sure. These are players that we would say bottom half of the competition this weekend would be disappointing, but a Tactician's Crown appearance would be like, all right, yeah, we expected that you could do this. Yeah.
And Clemu, I added him here because I think he's a beast on Katarina reroll. It's been one of his, not an OTP, but he's been very good on the comp, and I think it's going to be very strong this week too after the mech nerf. So I think Clemu will do some dirty things with Katarina, that's for sure.
Having that comfort composition will be huge for so many of our players, and I think that this next group of players specifically are ones we look at and we say, if they were players that figured it out, have a good patch read, have a good string of games, they could really, really make some noise in this tournament. And here are the volatile tier of players. We had the same category last week. We saw some of them even make it through as the volatile category. And now here they are again, ready to make another run.
And Raiko, I think he's always done poorly at regionals, despite his performance across the set, or despite his peaks in cups, etc. So that's why I add him to volatile. I think he has what it takes to really hit a high peak as well, as he has shown already in some tournaments. And for Daysik, I think it's a similar thing. He had a really poor set up until this week 1. He dominated week 1. Not a lot of that, but some of that was off of being a very good mech player. With mech B patch, I'm not sure what his patch read and what his game plan will be. Daysik has made it to Tech Round before. I think he's a player who has showcased across a very long career, one of the longest in EMEA, that he can be very good, but he's not always good. Sometimes a bit hit or miss, I would say, with his level of play. And then the rest of the players, I think they're missing some historical basis in terms of the performance. Players like Koinid, Volmindeth, Tomino have popped off recently in 1 or 2 sets to some extent, but I have to see what they can bring forward in a regionals event of this caliber with so much at stake. And Crescent, he's back after a long period, not really being in tier 1. He had a really good week 1, so I'm hoping the volatility here is on the positive side, and he can actually have a good week 2 as well. And Danielson, I won't curse him too much by putting him any higher than volatile, but he's a beast on ladder. He did really good in week 1. Finally had a good tournament showing. Although he always kind of is cursed in the real high stakes tournament, which would be week 2 in this case. Hopefully he breaks that curse as well, and he can make it to final lobby at least to give the Spanish community some hopes and dreams of finally seeing a Spanish player at Tech Round.
I mean, Dalisum showed up last week and did very, very well. Each of these players, if they make it to the Tactician's Crown, these are ones that we say like, wow, I'm a little bit surprised that they have secured these spots. But again, we know that at their highest highs, that they can be some of the best in the world. Going into this weekend too, there's still that group of players that is just people that we would say are underdogs. Well, congratulations to them, first of all, to making the TPC this set. It is going to be awesome to learn more about you guys as players. But again, we just don't know too much. You don't have that much tournament experience. We just don't know what to expect. And so if you are a fan of underdogs, here's your players. These are the players that you want to say, I want to root for this guy, and I want to be on this train early before they blow up and become the next big thing.
And a lot of this is not so much underdogs because of their level of play, but in many cases just because they haven't made it this far before, or they haven't tried as hard as this set before potentially. So we just don't have a read on how they perform under pressure, of how they perform, in a tier 1 tournament like this one. If their goal was just to make it to tier 1, or if they have real aspirations of making it to Tech Round, how that translates to this week too as well. The one asterisk I will add here is Pepoglad. I think he's been a bit of a beast the last 2 or 3 sets. He's been constantly rising and becoming better and better, in my opinion, as a player. I don't think he's quite good enough just yet, or hasn't done enough to be in the contender bucket, but I think he's very, very close. I think doing well in this regionals, even if he doesn't make Tacron, I think we'll now start putting him into, hey, this is the name we're seeing more and more often in tier 1 doing well. He deserves to be a contender as well.
Each of these players is writing their story right now, right? They've had some good tournament experiences. They've had obviously a good week 1, and that's put them on the map. I think of somebody like Yobadashi, who's had a lot of success this set, but now we're trying to see if, hey, can we continue this at this high of level? You're now playing with the big dogs. You are in tier 1. Let's see what you got. And so this weekend is a great way for them to put their name on the map. So I'm excited to follow along on these journeys to see where they do end up. But Panda, let's wrap up our player bucket section by showing them all together. The victory lap, the favorites, the contenders, the volatile players, and our underdogs. I'm so excited to see all of these players this weekend.
I'm super pumped to see level of play. I think everyone breathes some amount of relief of just being in Pro Circuit next set already. I think last week was a bit more stressful for some of these competitors for those reasons. Now some of that stress has been taken off. Now there is the more lofty and aspirational goal of, can I make final lobby with a field that's stacked? Can I have a chance to maybe go from playing in tier 2 for some of these underdog, potentially playing in trials, to having a chance, however slim, to making a final lobby, to having a good run on day 3, and to getting one of those spots attack round, and maybe even doing really well attack round. Who knows? I think there's a chance at the very least, which I think is a magical thing about TFT, where if you're good enough, if you have what it takes on ladder to qualify to trials as the entry point, you can go as far as some of these players might this weekend. I think that's really special.
It sure is. That is the wonder of TFT esports, the whole couch to crown mentality, all of the opportunities that you can have to be just someone that no one knows to a competitor, maybe even competing at the Tactician's crown. It is a wonderful experience for us as commentators to be able to tell this story, and also as players to be able to have the opportunity. Let's go forward and make a little bit of our predictions for this weekend. These are players that we're saying, our favorites specifically, are those that we're saying these guys are going to make the Tactician's crown, and I have little to no doubt about it. And then our dark horse is somebody who would be like, okay, maybe if they absolutely pop off, I think these guys should be on your radar. So Panda, let's talk about yours. KC, Double, and Coliseum.
I mean, Double is obvious. I think at this point, there should maybe be a spot for attack round just reserved for Double every set. Not having to do anything to prove it, because he is been so good for so long, and just to go to the EMEA. I think him not making it would be a disappointment for the region, and it would drastically reduce our chances of winning another title for EMEA, I would say, in attack round. And for Coliseum, I picked him as my dark horse. It worked. The caster blessing went through. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Coliseum, just do the same thing again. Pop off. If it has to be holding Tottenham's hand 1 and 2, then so be it. But I'm cheering for him yet again.
I took the same mentality with my favorite. I picked Volta last week. I have no doubt that he can once again punch his ticket back to the Tactician's crown. He's already got 6. Why not 7? This is someone who shows up regardless of what our expectations are. And also, one player that players probably don't know, but is scaling quite well, is Vigo, who is just playing in a lot of tournaments throughout the grassroots scene, Northern Legends, working his way up through cups, and now has made it to TPC. And why not just make it all the way to the Tactician's crown? It would be a fantastic story.
And on the week 1 broadcast interview, when everything ended, we interviewed Vigo, and he said his grandma watches all the tournaments that he plays in, and she's his biggest supporter. So I think just with that already makes him a dark horse in my books as well. W grandma.
Dude, grandma buff is definitely real. Anyway, let's finish up with our competitive roadmap. The You Are Here graphic. We are at regional finals week 2. This is the last step before the Tactician's crown, which is coming up on November 14th to November 16th. So if you are watching this now, you are at week 2 of the regional finals. It is going to be incredibly exciting to see who EMEA is sending as representatives to the Tactician's crown, and then make sure you tune back in on November 14th to the 16th for the Tactician's crown broadcast. But Panda, I know you're excited for this weekend. Anything you want to say before we send it into the broadcast?
I'm just pumped as always. This is the climax of the competitive season. We're going to get, in theory, the most competitive patch, the best players all, competing for the regional title, and then obviously the world title, which I think is is always just a lot of trash talk, a lot of pride, defending your region. Oh, we're better than Americas. We're better than EMEA. It's always the most exciting part of my job and of my, part of the community as a caster. So I'm just really pumped, and I can't wait for this entire month.
The TFT postseason is absolutely electric. I love it so much. So much drama, so many fun stories are written throughout this. And so we're so excited to be able to share this story with you guys. If you enjoyed this podcast, this is the Roll Down. You can find us on YouTube or anywhere that you find your podcasts, and you'll be able to follow along throughout the set as we continue to cover all of the TFT esports action happening across the globe. But without further ado, it's time. The countdown is approaching 0. Let's get into it. The regional finals week 2 starts right now.
Welcome one and all back to EMEA. Here in the second half of our 2-weekend regional competition, the best of last week meets the best of the season to fight through 3 days to crown a regional champion to complete our final 9 for the crown on November 14th. My name is Counter. Joining me this Halloween night to welcome you in, a titan of TFT commentary, a recent competitor in the Tacticians Cup, and a pirate on the 7 seas, it's Impetuous Panda. Arr! And for today only, the Force goes for Tactician's past and the future, the strategy when it matters, and possibly the hairiest person on the planet, it's Kenobi.
Hello there?
We don't even know if he's here. We'll be meeting our Game 1 casters Makes and Anzi Q a little later on, once they've summoned from the astral plane. But for both you guys, how are you feeling heading into day 1 of the second week of regionals?
I'm super pumped. This is obviously the best time to be a TFT enjoyer and watcher because it's the climax of the sets, it's the most competitive patch, and we have TAC very, very close as well. But this is the look at what we've already been throughout this set. The biggest difference in Set 15K of Coliseum was the introduction of the Tier 1 circuit, the Pro Circuit, where the 32 best players from last set and that qualified to regionals played in this circuit, and there was 3 different cups. The winner of those cups had a TAC slot given to them, so that we already have 3 players guaranteed through to TAC from EMEA. And the Tier 2 circuit was the same as it's always been. Ladder grind for most of our players who qualified then to Tacticians Trials to try and make it to the Cups. Only 2 this set though, and those results through Cups or through Ladder made you qualify to week 1 of regionals, which is done and dusted. A lot of fallen soldiers across that week 1 from Tier 2 and from the Tier 1 from the Pro Circuit. And now only 32 players remain for this weekend.
And now that we're here with the second half of regional finals, there's something very important to keep in mind. 6 players of our remaining 32 can earn their spot for this set's Tacticians round, which will be happening, as you mentioned, from November 14th through the 16th. Don't miss it for the world, and if you want to know more about it, you should just head on over at riot.com/tacticianscrown.
All right, let's start to narrow in there, gentlemen, then. Let's start talking about the overall format here in week 2, because it is a little bit different than what we're seeing in week 1.
Yeah, the biggest thing to remember is that for this day 1, there's not too big of a difference. It's only the 8 players being cut instead of the 16 players that we saw in the day 1 last week after those 6 games. And the thing is, there's no cutoff either from day 1 to day 2, so that's the same as it was last set and has been for a while now. We're trying to aim for the biggest sample size possible before any kind of major cuts are done in that day 2. But Kenobi, run us through what the day 2 looks like.
Yes, so day 2, we're also having 6 rounds of play, but we are going to have gradual eliminations of players from 24 down to the final 8 players, with qualifications for the top 4 players throughout the day as well. And then we'll get on to day 3 for the final, where the final 8 will be competing for the regional title.
As said there, there's a possibility we'll see that one play out in a slightly different format than normal, but we'll update you guys as and when it does come to be. But let's start getting into our players and talking countries, starting with one of our TFT Pro Circuit invites from last season, who made a considerable splash from Spain, Revan.
From zero to hero, from influencer to pro, Revan is well on his way to cementing one of the most impressive underdog runs in TFT history. After a 2-year hiatus from competition and with only a single regional final appearance to his name, few believe Revan could keep up with the Pro Circuit field. In TPC2, he stunned everyone with a masterful display of high-tempo gameplay, cruising to a final lobby appearance and ultimately losing a do-or-die final fight versus Lekoko for the tournament win and the coveted TAC round spot. Backed by an entire community and fueled by an unrelenting desire to prove that he belongs, Revan stands one step away from making history. He bounced back and secured yet another final lobby in TPC number 3, erasing any doubt that his breakthrough was a fluke and securing a spot in Regionals Week 2 among EMEA's elite. This set has already been a major breakthrough, but Revan's story is far from over. No Spanish player has ever reached the Tactician's crown.
What a story it has been for Revan and for Spain. It seems like finally we're locking in. There's a real chance to make it so that a player can finally qualified attack round as well, with Coliseum joining Revan, 2 players from Spain competing at regionals. But I think both are especially in top form, which is why I have a lot of faith in these 2 players to do well.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's address the elephant in the room here with France. Of course, we've got the reigning EMEA champion Volta coming back here to defend his title. And while, historically, France and Germany have been trading back and forth the regional title for 4 out of the last 5 sets, except in Kubixen's win, there's now just 2 German players left in the field and 15 French players. Are we going to see yet another French regional title coming to be?
Well, Volta is definitely going to be fighting super hard to get another title under his belt, but every one of the other 14 French players is also looking to just add 1 star to their belt as well and get another win. So odds are a French player will win, which would make me obviously the happiest, but let's not discount the other 17 players that also all have their shot at winning it.
It's also worth noting in our field overall that Poland is the country with the most players left in play, because nearly everybody else has been reduced down to 2 or 1, excepting France, of course, as well. And it's worth mentioning, of course, David, if we think back to last season and the Cyber City Crown, EMEA did pretty decently there, and most of our players from the contingent who went there are returning, including, of course, Volta, our champion, Vermideth, Experian, both managed to get strong finishes. Sadly, Sologasan and Klakonen have already been eliminated. They were our best performers last season, but is there anyone else who didn't perhaps make it to the crown you want to highlight here, David?
I think you covered most of the names. Someone I want to highlight from the qualified players, though, is someone like Ging, for example. He is a historic name in TFT. I'm pretty sure the first player to make the 2KLP on the EU West ladder, which is a huge achievement back in the day. And he fell out of grace, I would say, the last 3 to 4 sets. He's back in a big way after qualifying through week 1, and I'm so excited to see if Ging returns to that form where he was considered an elite S-tier player comparable to players like Volta and Double in our history.
Yeah, I'm sure the Turkish fans are raring to see him return to form. But let's hear some more about some of our other players, including one of the 3 players already secured for the crown by winning a cup earlier this season.
Over the years, Travis has moved from a controversial upstart in the EMEA region to an established veteran. Travis really came into his own during set 9, winning his first Polish championship and fighting until the very end in the regional finals, until finishing 7th and barely missing out on the Tactician's crown. He continued his dominance on home soil, winning another Polish championship in set 10 and also continuing his dominance by winning one of the European lands in set 12. But it wasn't until this set's Battle Academia Cup that Travis finally broke through. He qualified to the Tactician's crown and won his first ever online tournament, earning a long-awaited qualification to the international stage. Travis has showcased that he knows how to fast 9 and close out games this set, and looks to continue to do that this weekend. Combined with his trademark composure on land, if Travis succeeds in making it to that fabled final checkmate lobby, he will absolutely be one of the favorites to win it all.
All right, so we've had a little bit about Travis there, but Kenobi, in the bigger picture, he's kind of partially answered this question already, but there's 9 spots from EMEA total, 6 to play for this weekend. Travis, of course, is getting one of those missing 3, but what about those other 2 unaccounted for?
Well, Lekoko and Bensak also have won 1 step of the pro circuit, so they've already earned their spot for the Tactician's crown, and now we need to find the other 6 players that will go alongside them to try and win the Tactician's crown for the EMEA region. And so that will be the top 6 players, besides these 3 obviously who will already qualified, that will be looking to earn their qualifications on top of just trying to win the regionals.
And I think it props to Bensak in particular. He made his attack round debut last set, and he's now qualified yet again, so back-to-back already confirmed. I think Bensak was a contender for a while now, but I think he really has evolved and risen to that next level, and can maybe fight for becoming an S-tier player in EMEA this set as well.
Let's narrow it down really as far as we can to a couple of individual players we want to bring to front of mind as we come to our first day of the 3-day competition. From my side of things, I want to bring Koinid from Austria into the spotlight. He's a player who's never been to the crown before, but across the TFT Pro circuit, he did extremely well, doing better than even Double 61, who really ruled the Pro circuit. Coined did better than him in 2 out of the 3 cups overall. He's part of a group with Tamino and Vomandeth, 2 players, or 3 total, playing on their 2nd ever regionals, and they've all had good performances the previous one, so they very much are kind of a group of players together. Coined, Vomandeth, Tamino wants to keep an eye on, who are establishing themselves bigger in the main scene.
Yeah, and as another player to highlight, Wet Jungler, needs no introduction. He's won regional once, went to the Tactician's crown 3 times in total, and even been runner-up once. Yet he wasn't in this set's pro circuit due to some rougher performances in set 14, but he's back with a vengeance. He will be playing in set 16's pro circuit, but before then, he has his eyes set on the 2nd regional wins and another shot at the Tactician's crown.
And I'm going to jump on that same ship, Kenobi, the return to glory from Wet Jungler, Og, as well, a player who was missing in this debut season of the pro circuit, but he is a top player. The beast from the East has qualified now, yet again, after making it to this week 2. And I think when he's locked in, when he's on top form, with the help of his companion Yellow Tomato in their prep, he can reach some of the highest highs in EMEA, and I expect very, very great things from him this weekend.
All right, so we've got a little taste of our players playing here today. Of course, there's plenty more to cover during the day itself. But let's start to narrow in on the meta, particularly, of course, with the hotfix coming in. Mech, of course, in our previous taunt just a week ago, was literally a quarter of the field. We've had a few small changes, hitting Mech Pilot heavily, also hitting Nico Starfall's wings. David, where does this place, kind of leave us for the players who really want to do it today?
You might think only 2 changes on the patch, surely, those comps won't be played anymore or at all, but everything else will be the same, right? Wrong, that is incorrect, because Mech had 140 games played throughout last weekend, so just an incredibly high share of the meta, over 25%. And that means that if any comp had a bad matchup into Mech, especially in stage 4, they would do very poorly in the meta despite being strong otherwise. I think comps like Katarina, for example, were strong and now are even stronger without that bad matchup. I think even some of the 4-cost comps that required stabilization in those early stage 4 rounds and couldn't find it last weekend will definitely do much better this weekend. So a huge shakeup to the meta overall, Kenobi.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Katarina is back with a vengeance, but someone who is also benefiting is Janna in the 2-cost reroll space. And you mentioned it, the stage 4 is now way more open when it comes to comp selection. We've got all the other 4 costs across the board that are coming back. I'm even expecting something like a Karma Sorcerer, 1 game or 2 across the day to show up. It's become possible once again now that not 4 players are gunning for all the mech champions and making this stage 4 so brutal for everyone that finds the Yone and goes against the 7 pilots. We've also got an honorable mention for Crew, which has been showing up consistently in the practice sessions for the players for this tournament. And so overall, such a wide field is going to be leading to such an exciting tournament, and we're going to see the strategies for the players coming up in the coming games.
I'm really curious to see as well all the new discoveries with the win streak Crystal Gambits. The first big break was off Malzahar, maybe slightly on how strong he was last patch. But we have now this Ashe combo as well with Fury Break on Kayle, and just it's an interesting combo as well. So I'm just curious to see how the meta has developed, because throughout this week, players have been a little bit all over the place in the scrims, trying and testing new things and figuring out what the meta will actually look like for such a key weekend like this one.
Definitely, right, and go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to bring into the conversation as well, because we've had some great discussion here, is of course, somehow Fast 9 return, Kenobi. Where is Fast 9 in all of this? Is it the dominant force, or is it just part of the tapestry?
Every player is going to be trying to play for Fast 9 any opportunity they can. So any kind of win streak opener into a high economy source will be heavily favored by the players, and they're going to be playing one of the 2 flavors, which is 6 Bastion with a Mage Seraphine, or 6 Juggernaut with the Lee Sin as the main carry and the TF Zyra in the back. So you gotta keep an eye out for them, and players will have to have prepared answers that when they have less resources to try and find ways to beat them out and take them down before they can set up.
I think it's also worth bringing into the conversation, David. Of course, I think another elephant in the room, it's got to be Mage Seraphine. Just has really come roaring onto the scene very recently, and it's just been absolutely annihilating everything. What part is she going to play in what we'll be seeing over these next few days?
I think there's one strong thing pulling you in either direction, either Juggernauts or Bastion, and it's Lee Sin for Juggernauts and Seraphine for Bastion. Those are kind of the keys of what makes these comp click and work and really be a scary thing to face in stage 5 onwards when you have most of these 5-cost 2-start especially. Like Kenobi said, though, I think it's hard to make it to that point. Not everyone can do it in every single game. You can't hard force a strategy. Your default ideal game plan is playing Fast 9. But I think the real key in terms of how players are going to do this week is when they can't default Fast 9, what do they select to do? How do they play their Fast 8? How do they play their reroll lines?
And the thing that's going to be super key for these players is the timings where they manage to fit Crystal Gambit. You mentioned the 5 Crystal, but also just adding in the 3 Crystal Gambit kind of late into the game and deciding when you can sacrifice 6 rounds to get that 170 to 300 cash out, which are so impactful, but also carry a little bit of a risk. We'll need careful HP management from the players as well as good risk assessment, because if 2 players double down at the same time and one of them come across the other, then it's going to be a rough situation for each one of them. And so I think that's going to be super exciting to keep an eye out on, because they're going to have to adapt to each other, and we'll see who has the coldest head on their shoulders.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of risk management to track, and we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on how everything develops across the whole of today. Just before we do get into that first game, though, we have some other items of business to take care of. Panda, for anyone who has avoided it so far, could you tell them a little bit about the Paris Open?
It would be my pleasure. Finally, we are going to be the host as a region of the Open tournament in TFT. It was Vegas, then it was Macau, but now we have the home court advantage. And if you are anywhere in Europe, this is your chance to attend one of the greatest events that you can go to when it comes to enjoying TFT. And that's because the Open has great competition, but also a lot of people involved with TFT, content creators, streamers, devs even. There's going to be dev panels as well, and just a lot of cool activities related to TFT as a whole. So it's really a celebration of this game that we all love. And if you have any chance to make it over, you definitely should, because it's an absolute blast.
It's going to be an absolute wild time. Well, before we get back into talking about the tournament itself, and of course, past the game one, one other thing from Kenobi, you've got a line on our co-streamers for today.
Yes, if you want to catch the action of some specific players or maybe some specific teams or in some specific languages, just look at the list of co-streamers available. You will find the place that you will enjoy the most. There's all the languages you can wish, all the players that you can wish to follow their specific POVs. Don't hesitate, all the co-streamers will be getting a piece of the action. And so if that's where you want to have the greatest time, then head on over there, and we'll still be back here if you want.
All right, so to bring us back into the meta and what's going to be happening here today, gentlemen, of course, Pandas, you mentioned before, we've mentioned in this pre-show, today it's all about staying out of the bottom 8. Of course, there's still more to go after this, but if you can't manage that first step, nothing else you do matters. In terms of general approach to the day and the kind of competition we've been talking about so far, what's going to serve our players best in that kind of regard?
I think players are putting a lot of prep throughout this week in scrims and with their prep groups, and the first 3 to 4 games will be the execution of their game plans and their meta read, and they'll have a time after the 4 games to maybe identify, hey, this is going right, this is going wrong, I'm seeing a lot more of this that I didn't expect to see, and we might see adaptations going to the last 2 games. The key thing is don't play too risky. We saw week 1 was all about risk and coin flipping for Yone, and accepting that this was your game plan in many games. But I think for today, to stay out of the bottom 8, if you think you're a good player, just play the lines that you know and play them from a consistent spot as well.
Kirby, how about from you?
Well, I think one of the more exciting things that we will be seeing is which players have decided to develop which kind of full-cost strategies, because we've been talking on and on about Fast 9, but realistically, in most situations, when we don't get something like a prismatic opener, the players will have to stabilize hard on level 8. And I think with the Prodigies, with Yuumi as the flagship, and the Star Guardians with Jinx, and the Soul Fighters with Samira, maybe a little bit of Volibear. There are so many options, and I think the players can optimize any of these approaches and make it work. They all have the potential to then lead you to a very strong level 9 as well if you get there. And so seeing who prefers what is going to be so interesting, and I'm so passionate about actually seeing the priorities of the players and how their game plans will differ from each other.
All right, David, our players are almost ready to get it started here in week 2. I would want to point out, we've got both of our remaining German players in this one lobby. So it's going to be pretty compelling to see how they do against each other. Of course, for anyone who's unfamiliar, Wet Jungler almost became set champion coming in, but we'll put you in the hands of Makes and LCQ for game number 1.
Welcome everybody to the game 1. I'm Alan and I have a pleasure to curse some of those poor souls. Today we're together with Makes.
Alan, I can't believe you said that. Didn't I tell you before? I'm a love watcher. No cursing is going to happen. Halloween is spooky enough as it is.
Come on, you have to do me dirty pleasure today and join me on that one. It's 31st, it's Halloween as you mentioned, and like we cannot resist at least half of the games. It doesn't have to be all throughout the day, but at least half.
All right, Alan, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to ask everybody in chat that is watching if they're a hate watcher to press 1, and if they're a love watcher to press 0, and then we're just going to solve it like that. Now, I personally, I'm love watching, like I said, and so I'm hoping that all of these players are going to get a nice and easy econ starts here for themselves to set up for that late game, as our analysts were talking about.
Absolutely, but I have to rant a bit here because this lobby is a bit sus. We have all the Polish players, 3 of them in one lobby. I know that someone wanted to please me with so I can watch all of them within the first game, but like, come on, putting them all together in one lobby, unless they will go 1 to 3, I won't be pleased.
Well, Alan, you see, there is another issue because we, of course, also have 2 German players. And as the resident German caster, I don't think I'm on board with the 1, 2, 3 for the Polish players. But let's just see how they do. I personally was really excited to see Wet Jungler make it back into that tier 1 after being denied, there was a little bit of upset within the DACH community. So very, very good to see him here in week 2 of the regional finals, as well as our Golden Gala is going to give us our first set of augments.
Yeah, upsetty spaghetti is no longer a case, but as a current update from the chat, clearly there is no love watchers in chat. That's what I love to see.
That is messed up, Twitch chat.
And we see Lyris picking up Aurora farming already, having that Varus on the bench, where after having those max nerfs, it will be a lot more potent kind of unit going into the late game, where before, Varus comps struggle to have a single target to deal with the mech due to its extremely high HP values.
That's a great point. At the same time, though, if you are picking aura farming, you're really hoping for something like that Lee Sin or even that Seraphine that we were mentioning earlier. So I don't think the Varus was 100% the target here, but still pretty good, I'd say. I think you're okay with it.
Given that we see now Worth the Weight from Kubikson, I believe this is a Lucian one. We have already also Zac for the front line, getting a standalone for the front because, again, there is a Spark Slam, so you want to go for the power-up that pairs up with the item slams. That will be pretty potent opener. We'll see how many players opt to go for the tempo for the win streak, and how many, such as Lyris, will go for the a bit slower start due to the aura farming or loss streak augments. But we see Travis picking up double trouble. We didn't see that picked last week on the broadcast, so this is the first time we're gonna see it, and I'm curious what he'll cook up from here.
I'm also really curious, I love Double Trouble, so I was super excited that it was going to come back here. However, all throughout the seasons, it's not been in the greatest spot, so I'm also curious on what exactly is going to happen. For now, Travis, though, seems to be happy to go a little bit into a losing situation, and we're having a similar situation for PeopleGod here, who's also trying to get some crystals underway, and that is also something that has popped up a little bit more recently, so be ready to see crystal bombs make their way throughout the day, and I assume the next day as well.
Yeah, players do love their crystal early on, and getting early kills, even win streak, and then just pivoting to doubling down and getting that econ up from the stage 3, often able to secure like 170, 180 cash out. to just completely pivot board into the fast state, getting the text are reduced, especially if you are shy on the econ, if there is no gold opener, if you don't get like a gold augment, just items or straight up power, then that's what players opt to. But we see also two forges picked up. We'll get back to it in just a moment. We are looking at the Moritz, who is going for the Katarina, and then we have a Cog with Shiv already from Tarte. So already we have a bunch of rerolls decided for the lobby.
And that is going to be great news if you have found your line now already, right? You have your direction, you have something like that empowering artifact that players are going to be really happy about. But everybody else who hasn't found that direction just yet is really hoping that they make it through these early stages, which as much gold generated as possible, as much HP preserved as possible to really unlock that late game potential. But we are going to be going into our carousel next, and that will allow us to take a little bit of a glance across the boards and see if maybe we missed something.
Yeah, we've seen just Tarte lose the loss streak, which could be a problematic because of the no econ type of start, no econ encounter will be problematic for a free cost reroll, which needs to hit pretty much middle stage 4, end of stage 4. Even he hit the static shift, which should stabilize him sooner. He hit early Cog for the scaling. If he doesn't high roll the early units, then he might be in the big trouble, because you usually opt for either like loss streak, which is more reliable than the win streak, unless you have a giga opener. So we'll see how the Tarte ends up hitting. On the other side, we have the Lyres. Not Lyres, but who was with the Forge? Og, with the Field Bones.
Yeah.
Which...
So Og last weekend was a player that, like most of our players, played a lot of mech, right? Had a lot of success with it. And so I was a little bit nervous now that the meta has shifted where he was going to find himself. But of course, as we like to call them, the beast from the east, finding a really good setup this early on. Has the Fishbones, has the Hex Tech, as well as the Shadow Clone, lots of power. As soon as that Xayah is upgraded to a Xayah 2, he is going to truck these lobbies, third item slammed as well, just to have as much power as possible and preserve that win streak that he has going for himself in a great position for now.
Yes, you mentioned last weekend we had a comical amount of the play rate on the mechs, reaching 27%, which I think broke the record of the Rakan Kalista previously being like hitting 22. So this was something else. I love to see the B patch that we received. Curious how much that will shift the meta. But so far, players are holding a lot less Aatroxes on their bench.
Yeah, color me so surprised. Not really, of course. But I do agree, right? Because it was a B patch, because players haven't had too much time on this meta just yet, we of course have an idea of what we're going to expect, and we know that the meta right now is wide open. But it might just happen to be that on day 3 of this competition, it has closed up much more again as players find out what really dominates other comps, what really finds that niche. And honestly, there's another comp that I really want to talk about in this lobby, and that is the Katarina comp that we are seeing from Moritz, because, you know, I love a good Katarina. If Katarina in a set is doing well, I'm glad. And I think throughout the set, we've gotten a lot of moments where Katarina was doing well in the meta. We've reached another one right now due to this B patch, as you can kind of just, you know, find her early and then try to go from there. And Moritz saying that he's going to do just that, 3 items slammed, still on Katarina 1, strong signaling with these items that he's going to stay on it though.
Yeah, we've just seen the Og fight with Jungler. Both were on the 4 win streak, and Og showing off the triple carry is just so much more potent than having frontline itemized early, especially with the Shadow Clone on the back of the 4-star Guardian. So pretty dominant spot from the Og, and we'll see if he ends up finding some frontline items now, because if he doesn't, he might actually struggle going later, because the Katarina matchup could be a bit grim if she finds an access to that back lane. And Moritz finds TG, finds anti-heal, pretty good items so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not mad when you're finding hemorrhage on a Katarina this early, so it's just chilling for now. Of course, would like by now to maybe have hit that Kata 2 just naturally. You know, you're looking at all those 2 costs that are showing up in your shop and you're like, come on, couldn't you have been a Katarina? But we'll see how it goes once he actually hits that level 6 and gets the preferred chances for it in the shop. Checking in with Travis, we knew that he was going to go for that lost streak early on, is doing exactly just that. Just a quick reminder, he is on Double Trouble, so I'm curious on what he's going to do. I'm expecting it to be that Malzahar that he just put on the board, but players are always good for some surprises, so we'll see if it actually stays on that.
Absolutely. The usual tech for the Shadow Clone, for the Double Trouble, is Shadow Clone, which enables the Double Trouble. And Malza could be one of the tools he opts for. He'll definitely need to either be playing either level 6 or level 7 kind of roll down. If it's Malzahar, we'll see probably roll down on the 3-5. If he opts for some 2-cost line, we'll see roll down now. But due to the fact that he opted for the double down, it's gonna be most likely a 3-5, level 7, cash out, and roll down.
Yeah, just a quick note that while Shadow Clone Malzahar was terrifying for quite some time, they have removed it, so it's not going to be an option to reach here. But I'm curious where we're going, because of course, if you are picking up something like Double Trouble, usually you're trying to win streak early. So Travis sending some conflicting messages with that lost streak, with that crystal. So it's a player that I would never be confident to say that 100% he's going to play that. He's very good at pivoting. He's very good at spot recognition. So it could be anything at any given moment. But let's check in with Tartman. Just found Fairy Tail on that Kog'Maw, is still also on that Kog'Maw 1. And trying to beat a beast on the other side. Lires, very, very strong board.
Gets a very good, already a power-up for Cog, having 2 slams. Needs just 1 more item finish, and he should be pretty much stable of Cog 1 until the 3-5, perhaps even for 1 if he manages to find a bit more front lane. Has open BF, open bow, will probably look to pick up more front lane perhaps items. Because if you opt for the finishing the last Cog item, you might find yourself getting more damage items, which you really don't want to get for now, until you get in the Yasuo eventually. Meanwhile, Pipoglad gets himself an Executioner emblem, opts clearly for the Akali, gets the Nashor Slam, has open... Doesn't have another part for a second Nashor nor QSS, so we might see some Gunblade Slam and just play around tier 4 Hodge and go from there.
Yeah, so he actually picked up Veteran. We're on the 4 Mentor already. He's holding that Janna, so he is going to try and reroll that Janna and go straight into the Mentor. So comp that has crept up in the last couple of weeks on the Janna line. And I mean, he's already chilling with having found that Veteran. That is usually the biggest factor in this comp, to try and get it online, but still losing for now. And Og is unbeaten still. By now has found that Xayah too, and is just a beast as he is moving through that lobby.
Yeah, the problem with the Pipoglad spot is if he opts for that Janna reroll, he has absolutely no frontline items. And where going for the Akali from the spot would be a bit better, because you don't rely on the frontline items. Again, being on the mercy of the wolf drops while picking up Spirit Link when not having a single frontline item might be very suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, 8 losses is not a good spot to be in at any given moment unless you are really leaning into the crystals. Not something we can find on Pipoglad's board, so we'll need to check how he's doing as the rounds move on. I quickly want to talk about Moritz, because he was locked into that Katarina from very early on, despite only having a single Katarina. You can see he rolled a little bit, is currently sitting on 41 gold, but we're also seeing the roll down for Travis right now as he's trying to put this board together with that Double Trouble. Now needs a second Malzahar if he wants to enable it on his carry for now. Very tough rolls.
Waits to buy Ramus just to have enabled Double Trouble for now. Will buy it after the run start. Didn't quite find the second Malza, but will opt for the Protector with the Ramus front lane. Didn't see that comp for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I'm just not sure if with the roll down we're stable enough with boards like Ogs in this lobby. So definitely needs to find that second Mulsahar soon. And now that we also, like you mentioned, have upgraded that Rammus, we'll need to find a second Rammus as well to enable the double trouble on both of those units. Nico as well. We're losing our double trouble value as we move through those rolls. And Econ is not something that's currently readily available for Travis. Has rolled very low here to 13 gold. Hopping over to Moritz, though, missing a lot of copies on that Katarina.
But still staying healthy on the Econ. Touching back on the Travis point, I think given how many upgrades he hit, and how weak is the lobby, I think he overvalued too much hitting on the double trouble, and he should just play whatever he hits and just roll down again after the 4-1 to hit the double trouble spike. But for now, I don't think he needed that much power and to kill up his whole Econ. I think staying at 20 with the board he hit was perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a little bit the possibility of maybe having Og in the match pool. We're of course not 100% sure, but I just think that board is crazy. So look at him here now, shredding through the worth the weight Lucian that Kubikson has put together. Another strong board in this lobby, arguably, but nothing can take down Og at the moment from what we're seeing here. Very, very insane. We're gonna need.
So Og has a couple of the things he can do. He can go for C when you're on the 10 win streak, going into the creeps. You should be looking for a win out spot, unless some other player has some egregious spot. But so far, Og, very good items, has the upgrades, solid spot just to go for 9. With those items, I would guess Varus.
You have to keep in mind that scares you a little bit from trying to find that Varus. Bad news for Travis, as Lires is also picking up copies of that Mulsahar for now, is going to make it harder in the corner. Hopping over to Peopleglot, though, has hit that Jenna, so solidifying that pick, says, I want to reroll the Jenna, I want to reroll that Kabuko, I want to go on the Mentor line. Is it strong enough?
I mean, remember when I said the frontline items? They are still not here. Glove open. We'll go probably for Steadfast or TG, but nowhere to be found. We have a naked Kabuko free on the front. Spirit Link as a defensive power-up, but that really wants to scale off that. And of those, the Peopleglot's board will fall off very quickly. He needs to get belt overflow here, right now.
Yeah, that would be a great hit. Of course, Kabuko always wears his vibes, so that is something he will at least have, but let's see what kind of augments we are offered. Really hoping to get items from this roll here for Peopleglot. Ascension would give you at least some damage amp. Could get some Omnivamp from Spellweaver, but none of these are really the saving grace he was looking for.
I mean, it's like nothing looks pickable here. It's roll Sunfire and go from there and just probably pick Ascension. Spellweaver is really bad. Coil makes some sense because you can just glove up the Janna. Yeah, you have activated, but with only 2 sets of items, Coil is not particularly too impressive. You need at least 3 itemized units to make it worth. Meanwhile, Tartar rolling down on 7, Cogs 3.
Yeah, big hit for him there on the front line as well. And we're going to be seeing him go up against a board from Wet Jungler. And that's actually a board we haven't talked too much about. We saw the Mundo Nar early on being picked from him, but he's kind of just been chilling throughout this entire early and mid game. Now the losses are starting to come in, though.
You will have to keep an eye on the both Jungler and Og, both going fast 9. Jungler picked up the heroic grab back just to get the extra gold, and I don't know if he used them for tempo or he's still holding on them. Meanwhile, Og lost his streak. It has Kahuna Huna, which is known for one of the best power-ups to go fast 9, giving it so much power for the Nar. And Travis found the 6 Mazda already, 6 Ramus. Should look stable, but he's not quite there. The extra resources that he got from the cash out definitely helped. When you looked at the other people at the lobby, they were extremely poor on the items, which is not the case for Travis. And he does have a premium combat argument coming from his last pick.
He does, but is it good enough? He did lose that previous round, so is still not in the safest position here, hoping for that Rammus to buy the Malzahars enough time. But on the opposite board, you can just see how much power is available due to that aura farming already. Is going to be close enough here for Travis to at least get that 20 gold as we're moving into Carousel. And now, of course, gets an early pick together with Moritz, who also hasn't found that Katarina 3 that he was really hoping for.
I think something had to go wrong for Lyres. That was itemless Varus 2. There was a Volibear with items, and he has Salvage Beam, so he can itemize the Varus instead. And I'm pretty sure Volibear 2 does not out DPS Varus 2. Especially if he can get some snipers online, which he already does. He does have, I believe, Jinx on the board there. So we'll see if he opts to change the itemization a bit there. Could get off Braum the blue buff. Maybe there is a remover. No, he has plenty of removers, and we do see the items pivot right now. We'll end up probably slamming, double, like mana generation Varus with the double damage items.
Yeah, a lot to do in little time. Good news for Moritz as well, has found that Katarina 3 now online. Not a lot of health to work with here, but at least Yumi 2 is also now on the board together with Rakan 3. So those rolls really blessed him here in the last couple of seconds. But the players on the bottom end of the table don't have a lot of room to wiggle. Goes up against Tuffman. Can the Katarina find her way into the backline and take out that Kog'Maw? Has to be the bigger question, because she is under attack and she keeps rotating away. Very unfortunate here.
So the issue is Hemorrhage was meta when the mech was a meta, because of the true damage was actually pretty good into it. The problem with this Katarina, even though you see all the hits, items are okay, the damage is still lacking. Not having Max Arcana over 9,000 really hurts him. And we're looking at the Kubix on board, angling towards that mech, having 5 Mighty Mech, going with the Drift duo with the Lucian, like a month-old type of the build.
Yeah, you might be questioning, like, hey, did Kubixen miss that there was a B patch? But just reiterating, he does have worth the weight Lucian, so really trying to assemble something around that here. But I agree with our observer. I think we need to see how this fight goes. On the opposite side is Travis. Travis, with the hits that we saw on the Malzahar, hasn't upgraded since then. The big question is that Kata without additional scaling good enough to bring Moritz to the PvE round, to maybe give him a little bit more power here? And I think it could be possible, but it's
decisive.
And that is going to be an out and an 8th, unfortunately.
The Moritz positioning on the Katarina, he missed, he gambled probably against a different player, and he lost the gamble given that Mazah was safe and sound on the different side of the board. And yeah, that pretty much secured him an 8th. Meanwhile, Lyres found the item, pretty much the ideal items for the Varus, finding the Doom Barrage, which is really good for that extra damage, and finding also Brown. Was that double aura farming for the Lyres?
Well, you see, he's just infinite aura, so... Definitely a lot of good hits on that board. I quickly would like to see Og's board just to see how he's been doing, because of course that very early long win streak did him really well, but from here on out he needs to find a pivot, has lost a couple of rounds, so I'm curious what we're going to see here. Is going to go to 9 and then roll down as soon as that round commences. Let's see what he gets.
So the bench indicates that he's angling towards 6 Bastion here, TF Seraphine duo carry most likely, and the items also goes towards that. Funds already the 6 Bastion, finding the first TF, looking for the Zyra or Seraphine. Seraphine already also on the bench, and we see also there is a cash out coming, so he will not probably put items quite yet, just to make sure he gets that cash out, and then he'll go for the final cap. Doesn't have Rage Blade, doesn't have the Kraken, so probably goes for the ramping. No, goes for the Surge, the different attack speed item. And opts not to slam, just to make sure he can lose another round for the double down value.
I actually was a little bit surprised by the pick not to go for the Ramping Rage. I think I would have been inclined to pick that as well, but maybe just thinks, okay, I might just get it from the cash out here, like you mentioned. Let's have a look. Lires definitely doesn't have a lot of wiggle room anymore either, so we'll need to check back with him soon, but here's that cash out.
Finds the final pivot, drops the Crystal Gambit. Got Fon cash out, so we'll be able to fit comfortably that Zyra, which will be a nice ramp up for the attack speed on the back on the Kraken Fury, getting the TF2.
Makes it, of course. Zara goes on the board, still has more room to fit that Leona, just to make sure that all 10 slots are taken. But we're going to be hopping over to Lires, despite the hit on the Brown 2, has Cassandra 2, has that Varus 2, a board that looks incredibly strong just to the eye check, but has lost that previous round, goes up against Kubixen with that mech board. Can the Varus clutch it out? I think he should be able to. Jinx will serve that last blow, and that is looking good for now, but of course, kind of with the back against the wall.
I mean, clearly Kubixen played for the tempo, picking up that reinforcements on his last choice, and the tempo served him well throughout the stage 4, but everything has its stops, and like mech is falling off slowly, especially it's a 5 mech still. And Og is just looking for those final upgrades. Finds Seraphine too, while having already TF2. Really, really potent board. Just misses those few upgrades on the front.
Yeah.
Not a fan of not itemizing Swain over the Leona one.
Oh my god, that is a strong board, but we also saw that he did lose the previous round. And so Og is going to go up against Travis. Travis has found that Malzahar 3 finally. Still one short of the Rammus 3, so a little bit more potential to strengthen that board on the other side. But you can see the sheer power of all those legendary units coming together as they come for the Rammus and the Malzahar. It's not good enough. Og takes another loss here, despite a crazy board.
The second save was so good there. It provided so much time for Travis. We see that the power of just having so much combat arguments on top of the very good cash out, because the cash out were items and he just went for the raw combat. Where if he got some sort of econ cash out, it would be looking a lot more green for him.
Now the question is, with so many players on basically their last life, as we're seeing them in the carousel here, what is the one thing that can save you here, and can they find it? Tartman, Travis, kind of just chilling, but People Glad, Og, Wet Jungler to an extent, they really need to turn it around. And I think maybe we take a look at Wet Jungler just for a second. People Glad here with the mentors wasn't just strong enough to carry him through the mid game, but Wet Jungler also looking for that TF2, not on the board just yet.
We see our fast niners not doing too hot, where like People Glad went on top of the hitting early rerolls with the trade sector, Og just going on the backbone of those 10 win streak, and then with Jungler going off that Gnar with Kahuna Huna. And all of those 3 players are at the bottom standings right now, and one of them is looking at the elimination because they are facing each other.
Yep, they are. You're seeing the same fight on both sides, but from different perspectives. That's the power of POVs here on the Teamfight Tactics channel. In comes the ult from Seraphine, but it's just not good enough from that Janna. She's trying her best to take down the enemy units, but People Glad will take the loss here and find elimination. Og hangs in there for one more round, saves himself 1 level, but Lires also losing his round puts him in a bad situation.
Again, Spirit Link, no frontline items, was pretty much the name of the Doom and what went wrong for the People Glad there. Perhaps the angle choice when he has seen the items from the cracks and deciding to go perhaps Akali instead might have been a bit better, but like we won't know for now. And now we have Lires, Og, hanging just on the edge on 1 HP. Will they face each other?
Yep, that is always the question. does seem like they're both finding enemies, but not each other. So Tatman on the left-hand side for Og. That is one of the players that just got through the whole game, despite also picking one of those rerolls. Of course, the 3-cost rerolls, much stronger than the 2-cost rerolls. Now starting to find losses here. You can see the Swain is the last unit remaining on the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, elimination has arrived and will knock out, I believe it is going to be People Glad that just got eliminated there. This one will die eventually.
Left side,
I'm just letting you know, yeah.
He was quite hesitant right there, but Lyra's taking away those browns on 8 kinda made Og struggle to hit his final cap, where you ideally want Seraphine 2, Leona 2, TF2 and Brown, and that usually stabilizes you. Now that he managed to find the Leona, he won all his fights, and if he finds that Brown eventually, he might be looking at the win out. However, Travis, if once he gets to level 8, that looks like... Oh, he's still missing Ramus 3.
Yes, he is.
He's one off.
Quick mention, that was of course not People Glad, that was Bixen on the other side from Lires that got eliminated. But let's see if Travis, within 3 rolls, can maybe find that Ramus. And the answer is yes, he can. Make sure the items arrive on the correct unit. Does just that, would also have had a remover just to make sure, and gets another item on top of it here to maybe make that Cassandra a bit stronger, I would assume.
So like this is the reason for like when it's when you don't have a like, and Travis had a pretty good streak, and look how late he hit besides that, and he was stable on the back of that Malza Double Trouble, and we'll see if the Ramus can find first W on the regional finals.
Yeah, I mean, what a day to start, what a game to start your first day. That is exactly what players are hoping for here, but can Ramus 3 be strong enough against the infinite aura that Lires has farmed? And it looks like, yes, he absolutely can. Lires is going to be washed here by Travis.
Yeah, the absolutely issue is here for Lyras that there, oh my god, so many players dying off. Lyras going 5th, Jungler following up with the 4th, and Og going 3rd. So 2 players going fast 9 actually manages to end up in top 4 right there. But like going back to the fight, what went wrong for the Lyras of that strong aura farming is just... There's so many resis on the back of having the double trouble, on top of the healing that comes off the argument, and when you have some spread out damage where Jinx mainly focuses on the front and the Varus spreads out the damage, it's very suboptimal against the arguments that Travis had. So pretty much Travis had a counter matchup into that.
Yeah, and honestly, I really love the way that these 2 players have navigated this lobby, saying, okay, actually, I'm not going to go on to the slow reroll comms on the 2 cost. I'm not going to forge that level 9. I'm just going to chill and play to the strengths and the spots that I found. And that's exactly what we're seeing from both sides. Very early pick on the artifacts on the side of Tutman that led him down the road for Kog'Maw. And Travis just finding that double trouble and keeping it strong all throughout the game, despite having confliction directions early on. Really great showcasing from both our players.
So this is another case where you have a bit spread out damage. The way the Shiv works, the way the Cog works, it's spread the damage. And again, the argument combination from the Travis just punishes that type of the damage. So like what Tartan needs to do, he needs to get that Yasuo somehow wrapped up, like do some sort of a banana wrap on that Malzahar to go to the back lane with the Cog Shiv procs on top of that. Otherwise, like he does not have the same amount of the damage push through front to back as Travis does.
He does have the power of scaling though, so
you've seen the attempt.
I really want that Yasuo to go to the left-hand side, and instead he says, my navigation system is broken, runs to the right-hand side, is going to be the furthest away possible from the Malzahar for quite some time, and that is probably going to be the end of it. Between Swain and Ramos just way stronger. Washing machine comes again, and Travis celebrates game number 1 here and taking a win. Tarkman, though, I think with the second place, you're also going to be very happy.
Man, those fairies just being left over without their fairy king, the cog, were so sad. But pretty much the sum up from this game is you should be not looking for the fast 9 type of angle. You should be looking more towards the reroll spot.
It's tough to say, right? Because you don't always have a spot for the reroll. So if you find yourself in a position where you don't get that directional artifact, where you don't get that directional augment, then it's going to be really, really hard to lock in a 3-cost reroll for some of these players. And I think we're still finding out how the meta will look in the end with that B patch having hit just this week. But an exciting first game for sure.
Absolutely. We'll hear from our analysts what they think of that game. Take it away.
All right, thank you both so much. What an astounding first way in. I can see Kenobi's still committing in to his new lifestyle while kind of curtain of hair. But Panda, coming into this lobby, we knew it was going to be an impactful lobby one way or the other. Having all of the Polish players, all of the German players in one place means that somebody was going to come out of it the worst. Fortunately for the Polish players, Travis brings out something a little bit different and proves, along with Tarkman, that 3-cost reroll is very, very good right now.
Yeah, what a way to do it on this very first game. We talked about a new meta. This is maybe a part of that equation. I had heard whispers of this AP variant that you can play for Double Trouble. Instead of playing for Gen Mundo, you had a line to play if you had Double Trouble offered with AP items. And Travis executed it, I think, perfectly, despite, I think, being quite poor. Was maybe hoping for some kind of Econ Augment at 3-2. Didn't find it. And with Double Trouble, you are kind of forced to roll very, very low on stage 3 when you try and get that first spike on, especially if you're coming from a lose streak. So I was very worried because you have to try and field 4 copies of Malzahar, 4 copies of Nico or Ramis. But in the end, he made it work. It was a little bit dicey, but he showcased the power of this setup. And I think it'll be rising in popularity throughout this weekend.
I think one of the important things here that helped him despite this rough-looking roll down on 3-5 is the amount of players that were rolling 3-cost, with Tartman getting 3-cost 3-stars out of the pool. Kubikson also looking for the Senna 3, never finding her, unfortunately for him, ended up in 6th position. But I think that really helped up Travis hit in the end. And also, something to point out is that the popularity of Jewel Gauntlet and Double Gnasher's Tooth as a build for casters in general has been rising tremendously due to how efficient it is for a low cost of items and being able to have the possibility to generate mana either with tier items or with bows. And the Jewel Gauntlet, it has been super nice in terms of being able to adapt to all the item drops that you could get.
Well, talk to me a little bit about why we had the 3-cost reroll doing so well in this lobby, but 2-cost reroll doing as badly as it could have done overall, with the Katarina reroll and the Janna Mentor board going 7th and 8th.
I think it was maybe just edge cases in the case that we saw with Pepelglad. No frontline items on Kakubuko 3. That's obviously a huge red flag coming into stage 4. And also the same with Moritz with no scaling on Katarina. I will say the 2 players in this lobby that I would consider underdogs are exactly these 2 players. Could it have been execution nerves in terms of this being the first game of the tournament with so much at stake? Possibly, but I think it mostly comes down to the setup was not ideal. Even just for the Rakan, he had a Warmog and a Chain Vest when it was trying to fight through stage 4 and stabilize. And with Hemorrhage Katarina in particular, where you're trying to go for longer, non-bursty fights, you need to have a Rakan that can hold aggro for much longer so Katarina does not get bursted herself. And that wasn't the case for Moritz.
Definitely what seemed to be the issue here in both cases, the frontline not being up to standard, and especially against someone like the Malzahar and the Kog'Maw, you get punished extra hard for lacking in frontline because both of them will ramp up as the fight goes on and end up destroying the board. And so the 3-costs have done super well, the 2-costs have done super poorly, and we also have the 2 fast 9ers, despite some pretty good positions, end up barely getting 3rd and 4th. So what happened here, Peter?
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's like I kind of wanted to bring this up as a general sort of point for the whole day, and in fact the whole weekend overall. For these players, we had some really good boards, but ultimately ended up losing out a lot of HP overall. In terms of where I'm going to put the question, I guess, pass the question across to you, David, with the if players are going for fast 9 versus playing for fast 8 perhaps, or reroll, kind of what they're when they would be doing that in various different tournament positions.
I think you just have to have the spot to play for Fast 9. Both Og and White Jungler had them. Og from a huge win streak into this sacrifice HP stage 4 into an even bigger spike on stage 5. And White Jungler more from just a very high value board that will kill a lot of units, win a lot of fights, but still you're not expending too much with slamming from 2-1 especially. I think that was a big part of it. The one big asterisk and why these players went 3rd or 4th instead of 1st or 2nd is because 3-cost reroll when it hits, especially when it has conditions that elevate it even further, can definitely fight toe-to-toe with a completely capped out 5-cost board, and that was the case here. And these are very big asterisk 3-cost rerolls, right? Double Trouble, Miles Nico hitting everything, and in the case of Tartman, having a Kog'Maw 3 with Artifact, which is the insane setup you want with Kog'Maw for example. I think it's just not really the standard 3-cost rerolls, so it's not surprising to me that these two boards end up 1st and 2nd.
Definitely not. And the part about the special conditions being required for 3-cost, I think are super important, and that's what set them apart from 2-cost rerolls. Because Janna and Katarina, you can not have the setup early on and just kind of roll for it on stage 3 and try to spike really hard, try to stop the fast 9ers from win streaking by having rolled and hit a super strong board. But both players failed to do that with Katarina and Janna. Peopleglad lost the first 9 rounds of the game, which is definitely where you do not want to be when you're playing Janna, but no frontline items mean that he did not have a way to slow down the enemy boards and give time to that Executioner Spat Janna to do the damage that he needed to interrupt the win streaks, slow down the economy of White Jungler and Og, because both of them were riding right on the edge of how much money you need to go fast 9 and be able to hit your board to then stabilize, and they just had enough. And if someone from earlier in the game had interrupted their win streak, it would have been much dicier for them. They would have had to play for level 8 and not 9.
I want to bring up Wet Jungler in particular in that kind of instance there, because I was really fascinated by the board that he was bringing in, using Gnar, using Juggernauts early on, and seemingly just playing the strongest board he could possibly play while spending the minimal amount of money.
It's just a high value approach. When you have, there's certain 1 and 2 costs in this set that do really well in stage 2 and stage 3. Gnar with Kahuna Huna is one of those units. We talked before with Golden Edge Gnar, where if you had Golden Edge Gnar and you were win streaking, you had guaranteed to be top 4 because you would have so much gold and also HP to then sack stage 4 as you do with Crystal Gambit we saw from Og. So it was just a comfortable position from White Jungler, and like Kenobi said, the players who were supposed to stop this free tempo from the 2 fast 9 players could not do their job for other reasons. The case of Moritz and the case of Peopleglad with the 2-cost rerolls. Travis kind of put in that next gear a little bit too late when it comes to the end of stage 3, start of stage 4. And Ogden and White Jungler were entering stage 4 with so much HP that it was inevitable they'll be able to go 9 and cap their boards around all of their upgraded 2 stars, and it's why they guaranteed a top 4. Could have been a 1st or 2nd, like I said before. I think the 3-cost rerolls, the spots were too strong for Og and White Jungler to do any better.
All right, then, Kenobi, looking into the rest of the day, of course, with your particular experience with playing in the scene, particularly for our players who maybe didn't have that first game go so well, when you're playing this competition, know you've got 3 days, you've got to avoid getting into the bottom 8. How would you kind of, would you change anything after one bad game, or just treat it as as something which you can just say, it's not enough of a difference to make a change to my overall strategy?
I think the first game is just a good warm-up, and I don't believe the players will be changing their strategy straight away. I don't believe we'll see meta evolutions yet as well. I'm expecting tomorrow to be a little bit different from today after players see what the others have brought to the table and how they want to adapt them. I think the first game going poorly for Peopleglad and Moritz is not going to impact them, and they're going to be playing with the same mindset and trying to find a way to win streak as well as they and find the spots that Og and White Jungler managed to find, or the niche conditions that allow them to have some super-powered reroll compositions that can stand up to the fast 9s that will be coming in mostly every game.
All right, guys, it looks like we've got one of our games running a little bit longer from the first round, so we will just step out for a second and leave you with a little bit of extra information about one of the players from that game, Tartman. We'll be back in around a minute's time to pick things up again.
I'm Tatman. I'm coming from Paris, and I'm 33 years old. I discovered TFT when it got launched with my brother and some friends. And I enjoy it since the beginning. There are good things and bad things about this new system. I really like the fact that even if you finish dead last like I did, you grab a little money, because in my opinion, that's the way you can make the scene more professional. I think like every player works a lot, even if we finish dead last, we train. So that's one of the really good things about the circuit. In my opinion, my main goal of the season was like just to stay in the TPC, because it's important to be in. But my main objective of the end of the year is Paris. I'm from Paris. I want to be good at this tournament. So if I have to go dead last at regionals and I'm winning Paris, like I seen right now. A shout out to my study group. Obviously, it's kind of sad that we lost Jelusa from Tier 1, but I'm sure that he will come back, because he is one of the best players in the world. So he's definitely one of the 32 best players in EMEA, and we're back fast. And shout out to Mios, obviously, my team that has been supporting me for more than 2 years now, and I'm really glad to be part of this organization that treats us really well, and way better than most other teams.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are waiting on our finalized results from round one. But of course, while we're waiting for things to get picked up again, Kenobi, of course, we heard a little bit about there about Tarman. Another French player, I'd love to hear some more from your perspective, especially Lires, who was also playing that previous lobby. Didn't have the game go perfectly well, but still nearly got top 4.
Yeah, so he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, with the fast 9 players applying a lot of pressure early on and then capping out really high, and the 3 cost 3 rollers hitting their conditions and then being able to spike really hard. And with the 2-star Varus coming in on 4-3, he was able to stabilize for a little while, even hit a very early Brom 2-star, but that wasn't enough, and the Varus was lacking in the secondary carry. The Brom 2 was not able to come online with the items quickly enough, and the Jinx was not upgraded for the rest of the game, and so ends up with just a shy little top 5, which is something that's a little bit unfortunate, especially because aura farming has such incredible potential for high rolls. Something like the Seraphine, the Brom, the Lee Sin would be incredible. Even the Twisted Fate or the Zyra can lead to some incredibly powerful games, and Varus being a little bit like a lukewarm pick. You're not too mad about it, but it's definitely not one of the better ones.
No, not at all. But David, we have received an update from our admins that the standings are ready, which means that all the results from round 1 are done. Let's see who is in the danger zone starting off the day.
Some of our strongest competitors, like Likoko, starting off with an 8th. If there's anyone that can come back from an 8th place in the very first game, I think it is Likoko. Reminder, the bottom 8 players after 6 games will be cut off, so players like Likoko, players like Coinid, like Dalisom and Raiko and Kubikson have to bounce back after this first game.
Oh, Kenobi, looking at the top of the table, though, you've got to be pretty happy. I mean, we knew that, of course, there's a ton of French players playing here today, but they're also amongst the ones doing the very best as well.
Yeah, Voltaic starting off very strong, wanting to have a repeat of his win last time, and showing up real big. But also the 3 players from the Mios team also scoring a 2nd place is absolutely hilarious, and I hope they can keep matching their scores for the extra flavor added there.
All right, David, let's get into Lobby 2, or the Game 2, Round 2 overall, and put us into the hands of Makes and ZQ once more.
Welcome back, friends. It's Game 2. It's time. We have a Trash welcoming us to the Akali encounter. And I love to see that Revan starts off strong, just silencing the doubters that his invite was unright, just making it to the final week, starting off strong. Love to see it.
Absolutely. He's obviously one of the players with the biggest following in all of TFT. So honestly, I'm quite excited that he's back to making TFT a priority. But I think we need to talk a little bit more about our encounter here, because of course, with what we saw in that previous game, with players finding these unique spots, something like loot subscription, even if you find a unique spot, it might just be that gets toppled over by whatever is being dragged up from our encounter.
Yeah, the last kind of game was extremely premium towards the rerolls, especially the free cost that cap high on top of their conditionals they met, due to the fact they had one set of tank items and one set of the backlane items, for the most part. And because of that, other players couldn't really go through that, where normally if there is a higher resources game, Crab Rave, Loot Sub, Scuttle, where you can itemize 2 carries, 2 tanks, it changes a bit because rerolls do not hit usually like 2 carries, 2 front lanes. Unlike the Fast 9 comps where you can just itemize like Leona, you can itemize Braum, like Seraphine TF, and we've seen the players angle for that reason to Crystal Gambit, to get those extra resources in form of items, in form of power, to be able to itemize those extra carries. But even though that was the case for Agla's game, he barely top 4 that game of the strong opener.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll need to see what players find themselves here. For that first augment, it is going to be golden augments across the board for our players. I personally want to look out for Motive and Yobidashi, the players that went 8 and 7 in that previous game, because of course we do have a bigger selection of games today. We're going to be having 6 games, and then only at the very end, the bottom 8 are going to be cut off.
I want balls. Golden balls. No, Motive, no.
Nope.
My soul. That was
There.
That was potential comeback material. Yeah. All right.
I want to say that a lot of our players took really long to select here, so a lot of hopping between boards, see if maybe somebody picks something that is directional for them here right out of the gates. And Raiko, actually one of the players that does, so we'll need to check in on the worth the wait that was picked up there, as well as Yobidashi, who I just mentioned, picking up that Wandering Trainer.
Yeah, Revan going for the Stars Are Born looks like potential crew. Are you a fan of crew?
Oh, I love crew. Crew doesn't love me back, but I love crew.
Do you press often those units, or you just hit the units but can't hit TF to final cap?
So I can't hit anything, which is why crew really doesn't love me. So I tried it a lot early on, but it's just this set was not going in my favor. We do have an update, though, from Raiko, who actually have worth the wait Malphite. So between Raiko and Revan, it's a little bit of a problem right now.
Yeah, we've seen just Revan finding 5th Malphite. If he chooses to buy it, he might be changing the direction if he scouted, if he noticed the Malphite, and he did buy Malphite. I think he sold the other Malphites though, because he should be on 5. So I think he sold the other 2, he bought the Malphite too, and he's just gonna tempo on the back of it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be a Janna game.
Yeah, I could see a Janna game. I'm a little bit traumatized, because of the previous game where the Janna really wasn't working out. But like we mentioned, it was mostly due to the lack of missing frontline items. So I wouldn't write off that comp just based on the sample size of one game. I'm inclined to still believe in the possible potential of that Janna.
Absolutely. And the name more iconic start, calculated loss, full open. You have Crystal Gambit, doesn't matter. I'm gonna just full sell. I don't care about your loss streak. I'll grief you. And yeah, Tomino will be going very rich. Going into probably some sort of reroll, either 2 or 3 cost. Because if you open into the stage 4, it can be very bad result for you. Even if you hit everything, there might be that one high roller in the lobby that will just take you down when you are 1 or 2 HP left only.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll need to check back in with Tomino once we are actually a little bit more advanced. In the meantime, we can quickly talk about Experian, going for a nice and easy, strong early start here with Patient. Is just going to play around the possible potential of his frontline here, has pack tactics as well. So it's just going to be chilling for a little while. I do want to mention Experian as one of the players that is kind of, to me, always the identity of EMEA TFT, because he was there at the very start, did really well. Then for a while he disappeared. And now for a couple of sets, he's been back at the higher echelon of EMEA TFT. So really, really cool to see that development from our players. Similar player, of course, Dasic or Double 61, where they are before it all started. So they're icons in their own right.
Absolutely. And we see a bunch of the players open for Tink, given that Tomina is have full sold, will be definitely coming ahead, but a double scoreboard scrapper, if he does face... Oh, he won one round already. He might have already faced Tomino earlier. So if he loses the streak with scoreboard scrapper, or there is no extra reduce coming from the either cracks or loot sub, it might be criminal. And yeah, he faced already Tomino, and I believe that was a round 1, because we can see that he's no longer in his matchmaking. So it was probably the best round to face it,
yeah,
to be fair, because it doesn't cut you a streak.
Exactly. If you are going to be facing a full open player at any given point, you'd rather it be the very first one. But there's another player that's looking for a loss streak, and you can see in Revan's face, he is not happy right now going up against his board, cursing that his team is too strong, and he's going to get a win here. So that loss streak is going to be snapped. Good news for Double. Bad news for Revan, and we're going to be seeing how it works out. I do want to mention that a player like Double is just so comfortable on something like Scoreboard Scrapper, is very comfortable on always going onto very low HP and then pivot. That is the traditional way to play for Double 61, so I'm excited for what we're going to be served later on.
Yeah, Double likes to just go fast 8, play the strongest fast 8 type of comp there is, and go from there. However, from Revan, he opted to slam GS. He could have griefed his board slightly, but like he was looking at the Tomino, and he's like, if I get Tomino, I'm winning anyway. And maybe he didn't look into Double, given how high HP he was, and he wasn't on the full streak, but he could have definitely griefed his board against him and maintained that loss streak, which would put Double in a very bad spot, but it's not quite the case.
Yeah, it's not quite the case. So let's quickly talk about our Wandering Trainer, because we did get a glimpse of it earlier on. That Dashi had a bad start to the day, 8th place. I mentioned it earlier already. And now with that Wandering Trainer, we're seeing an interesting, combination unfold with the Star Guardian and the Wrath. Do you think that's maybe something that's going to lead him down the route of mages, with the Star Guardian being an extra emblem on this comp?
It's not the best angle probably to take. I would be surprised if he just doesn't play some sort of Jinx, maybe TF or Varus angle. But interestingly enough, he lost the streak to Motive. I think it was based on the positioning, because the dummy death fed an item to the rel, which was actually Sunfire, provided anti-heal, provided extra front lane, which resulted into barely not killing her and ramping up the kills, allowing Motive to just maintain that win streak. If with a bit better positioning, I could see Yobidashi winning that fight. But then Raiko picks up that Malphite free eventually from the Worth the Wait.
Yeah, so that is what we were talking about earlier. Very much locked into that direction there. But Revan also playing around that crew, has the stars available on the Shen. Is he going to be tempted enough to pick it up, or is he looking for the pivot option? I think with Worth the Wait Malphite in play, you just have to cut your losses. You just have to try and find a new avenue. And I think Revan agrees with that.
Yeah, it looks like Revan just went for some sort of tempo. Like he still holds on the 2 cost. Based on the slams, has an open spot. I actually don't know. I don't think it's Janna with those items. I don't think it's Katarina with those items. Honestly,
we need to wait and see what it's going to be. For now, I think being open is a good thing, just in general. You just need to make sure that you are not in a position where everybody else has found their direction and then you're out of options. But we're going to be getting another set of golden augments. So this is our 5th golden augment of the day here, despite it not being Golden Gala this time around. What are players going to find?
Ooh, we see that Spot ended up being as a +1 crystal for Tomino. Finding already 5 crystal, gets the 10 Ash. If he gets on level 8 Zyra, this could snowball so hard for him.
Yeah, that's a scary perspective for everybody else in that lobby. I think we're going to be seeing the power of this board come together.
Ooh, gets a bow. Sorry to
wow.
interrupt you. That's another Kraken for Tomino. And probably ends up slamming like blue buff and just keeps open BF rod for the Zyra eventually. This is a crazy pickup. Oh, wait. He went for the... Interesting. So opts for the front lane item instead, and just to get a bit more front there, and goes for the second GS. Usually a bit unusual. Normally you see the multiple Kraken stacking.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too, because he had the items for sure. You're seeing a little bit of, I don't want to call it a mirror match, but we're seeing some similar units on the opposite side there for Yubidashi as well. I'm curious on what the thought process was here for Tomino. Just saying, okay, with all of the items that I have right now, my frontline is looking too scarce, so I'd rather have that Giant Slayer over the Kraken just to enable myself to have the adaptive. Has to be the thought process, but it's definitely interesting.
Double goes for that crystal as well. Has the full set of the offensive items. Zyra will be definitely well sought out unit in this lobby. Picking up the second extremely strong combat argument. If Double finds himself an Ashe and Zyra, he might be looking like our win-out player. But there might be an issue. We see already 2 players holding back on the Ashe. Daisy finds the triple item already Kale with the solid econ behind his belt.
Yeah, that's really, really good for Dasik. Of course, with the potential of all these crystal players in the lobby, you're maybe getting a little bit scared to the power scaling of that Kale. So I'm curious how it's going to look later on. But it's definitely a comp that has crawled up into more popularity recently, and he is going to be able to slice through the enemy board, like you're mentioning. Good econ, good HP from here on out, I think, is going to build out a nice little win streak. Granted, nothing goes wrong. We're going to go into Carousel and see another Ashe for Crystal players available for pickup.
With the BF on top of that, I'm pretty sure Double goes for that right away, and there is no defense coming from the Revan. Even though he could have used extra offensive items, he chooses not to deny. I think that could be potentially a mistake. Crippling, like when you have three-way contested players, for now, on the Crystal, denying one of them Ashe when they are still missing one could be big. And now he gains the holder for those offensive items that Volibear was sitting on.
I agree with that. I think you probably needed to deny that Ashe, and I'm surprised that's not what happened. But maybe Revan seeing his own HP and his own econ and says, okay, I would love to deny you guys, but I need to look out for myself, was already a little bit griefed on having the Stars Are Born early on, being shared with the Worth the Wait from another player. So maybe caught a little bit between a rock and a tough place there for Revan.
Yeah, we see much of players being on phone because of the loot sub, dropping the spot. Some of them going for Star Guardian, some of them going for Crystal Gambit, some of them got even a phone out of it. So there will be a bit more damage coming out. Given that there is more units, the game should be a bit faster. Some of the players playing Lost Streak, so taking a bit more damage than they would usually do early on, and then spiking off on the stage 4, where they will be doing a bit more damage, assuming they hit. And Tomino keeps scoring on those cash outs, so and finished already on the calculated loss and pivoted into the win streak instead.
Yeah, everybody in this lobby seems to be looking for Ashe, so the players that are not find themselves in a better situation. We're looking at Soul Fighter Jinx here for Experion. A little bit of a cook, but I kind of love it.
This is gonna, like, if he finds early Soul Fighter on like 4-1 roll down, if he gets strong, I know, there is no shot he can cash out. Like, I was like living for a second in the universe where he giga high rolls like a Gwen, Samira to set, and then he just wins out. He has Spirit Link, which is pretty good for the Soul Fighter scaling.
He also has 50 gold, is currently leading the lobby in HP as well. I think if anybody's in a position to maybe pull this off, it's for sure experience. So we're going to need to take a look at this win streak and how it continues for him now that he has found additional power in the backline there. You can see the crew just exploding on the side of Raiko. That Sivir holding strong with 1 HP is not going to be there for much longer, but does have to rise, so is going to be happy on that front. But I'm not sure we're too happy with the state of our crew members as of right now for Raiko.
Yeah, while on the note of the Experion, so far, taking into consideration last week, now looking at the current angle, I've been very impressed by his line recognition on the forecast specifically. It was absolutely outstanding, looking at the spots where he was making them successful, while looking at 4 different players taking similar line and failing. And it was not a case of like 1-2 games. We've witnessed like 4 of those type of games. So looking at him, how he'll manage to change his board on the stage 4 if he hits, if he doesn't hit, if he's gonna look into something like Volibear carry instead.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, our players are starting to roll down on level 8 to try and find their forecast. And the forecast that everybody else in this lobby wants seems to be Ashe. There's a couple of them already out of the pool. So if somebody is going to be able to lock the other players out by finding that Ashe too, that's going to be the biggest storyline that we're looking for right here. Tomino sitting on a pair, but 2 other players are on that line as well. And Double hasn't rolled too far, so it's chilling.
He wants to cash out another double down, but this is the issue last weekend players had. Whoever rolled last was not looking too good, and Double, because of the cash out, is full greeding.
He is, but nobody else hit the Ashe 3, right? So possibly it's going to go in his favor. We'll have to wait and see. Another set of augments, last one coming up right now. What are players going to get here as he has that cash out and golden augments coming in? We're seeing a lot of gold on the board.
Spirit Link with those augments. This is criminal. If he hits, this is gonna be a Thanos of the lobby.
Oh. Okay, that was Ashe 2 on the side of Revan, but doesn't pick it up. Says, I'm just holding these ashes to mess with everybody else. You can see also hasn't picked up his cash out yet, so is still arranging the rest of the board and then is going to grab it. Whereas Double, like you mentioned, now fully rolled down. No Ashe 2 though.
I mean, this looks green for Double, and also Revan, a bit slow on the transition, still 50 gold. Items not picked up from the cash out. Teleports out, the orbs are left over. On the other side of the Double, has itemized his units, but there is a Poppy too that is pretty gigantic.
That's okay. Yeah, she is pretty huge despite being tiny for sure. And I don't think there's anything that Ashe 1 can do against her. Maybe.
Never mind.
Wrong. All
Cleans out.
right. Revan actually taking the loss here. Double hanging in there due to having all that additional power from the augments. So strong. Now Revan back against the wall. What are you going to do here?
This is rough. Like you are looking at the double econ arguments. There is a bunch of components sitting here still on the bench. No upgrades. Decided not to pick up a Ashe 2, which could be rather weird. Given like when you get offered Ashe 2, you pick it up. You just get an Udyr.
I needed to take that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was tough.
I'm advocate for like. We're in the meta of TFT where you need to put units into planner and pretty much lock in, but you need to roll down all your gold. Like if you are skipping an Ashe and you are not rolling all your gold, this is not the right play.
Did you see the orb fly away there? He was not able to grab it in the flight path, but at least found that Jinx too. So maybe saving grace here, maybe potential to take down the board that Experian has hit. We're definitely seeing some of what you predicted come true on the opposite side there, Alan. Set 2 has been hit. There is a Samira in play, and they're all coming for that Jinx. And with that, Revan having a first place in game number 1. equalizes the score in this lobby and is going to be eliminated here in game 2.
It just averages his results out perfectly fine. So we see the similar case for Xperion as Double, just focusing on getting a second and third argument being a raw combat, where Double didn't look too strong, but he absolutely smashed Revan just due to the power of the arguments. If Double hits, he will be the menace of the lobby.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Yobidashi didn't go for that Seraphine just now, because of course we know he has that Star Guardian emblem and a Star Guardian board assembled as well, but instead left it open for Motive Crab, who's also on that same line.
Absolutely, we're looking at the Daisy, very, very potent win streak of that Kale, pretty much being a super early hit, being able to push level 6, level 7 early. Now just wants to get to level 9. Not sure if it's a win-out type of the board. If he hits 6 Wraith, I believe it's the biggest cap for now. But some players still opt to go for the 6 Juggernaut, and they do not pivot into the more damage route. But that route usually ends up missing out on the enough damage.
Absolutely right. We did see maybe the reason why Yobidashi made the decision that I was just talking about. He was able to find that Jinx too based on the additional copy he got from that carousel. So definitely a power spike there. And we're going to be taking a look at Motive, who wins against Raiko. Raiko is still looking to assemble all colors of the crew. Is going to take him a little while longer based on where we are right now. But I would love to see Yobidashi's board. Maybe we can hop on over there, take a look, because, yep, we do have Cassandra too, as well as Jhin in the backline there. For a second, I was like, is that Varus? But no Varus yet.
But surprising, like, given how contested was Jinx, I'm not sure if Revan have seen it. Maybe he scouted and he's like, oh, Jinx won't be taken. But like, if you look at the Yobidashi's dummy, if you look at there was one more Star Guardian emblem, you have to know those players will be playing for Jinx. And you're throwing yourself as a third player to go for the Jinx too. Not picking up that Ashe, again, another just the doubt and something, some food for thought for the later in terms of line selection. And then for Yobidashi, having that Gather Force, having that adaptive skin, so pretty much everything in play. The only issue might be just the augment power. He hit all the units, and now the question is it good enough?
Torino laughing as he sees his board decimated across the field from Yobidashi. And honestly, if I were to choose one word for that entire lobby, it would be griefing. There's just so many players finding themselves on the same lines, which is surprising in a lobby that has loot subscription to me, because often you get something like that spatula that enables you to have a little bit more of an open way to navigate the lobby, or even stuff like artifacts can often get players in different directions. But let's talk a little bit about Tomino, who is one of the players that's griefing on the line of Crystal Gambit, as we had 4 players looking for that comp.
Well, Tomino being ahead on the econ, finding that streak on the stage 3 and being able to secure some of the wins and cash out with Crystal Gambit, he's the one not being able to hit Ashe until now. Double got ahead of him, manages to hit before Tomino, but ends up hitting himself, getting all the front lane, getting extra front lane items, missing out a bit on the damage, I would say. This comp really would love to hit Zyra for that extra damage output. And on the augment side, you have the item collector, but is it really enough? If you look at the double side, it looks like a paper type of the board.
It does. And you know what I keep thinking about, Alan? I keep thinking about the double Giant Slayer over the Kraken slam. It just won't leave my brain. I'm not sure that was, in the end, the best decision. But we're going to need to watch as Tomino goes up against Motive. One of the players who's on the other comp we've been seeing in this lobby, which is Star Guardian, has found that Jinx too, has found that Seraphine as well. And you can just see the sheer power of a friendship crumble apart as the Cassandra finds that Jinx in a close win there for Tomino.
Tomino found that Mana Zane cash out eventually. Now he just needs to find the Zyra. Gets the cash out on the Janna upgrade. Will be a bit handy for now. no Brown to make the use of the Mana Zane. Will end up probably on the Janna just for now. Meanwhile, Yobidashi losing out still. Double maintaining his win, especially after getting that Ashe 2, getting the extra red buff, extra attack speed on that Ashe. But like, look, like I just cannot get over those arguments.
Yeah, it's crazy. I quickly want to mention that the two players who haven't found themselves in between contests are just kind of chilling. Dasik with the Kale reroll on top there, and Raiko in currently 4th place on the back of crew, despite hitting a lot of the crew units very late. But let's have a look at how Double's board deals with those Star Guardians. And actually, the Seraphine is going to take out the Ashe. Now, a lot of power has been lost for Double. Zyra is not going to be able to clutch this one out for him, and Tomino actually does get eliminated here. So another chance for Double to find some units if he would still be missing some, but it's just not a lot that he shared with Tomino that came back into the pool.
So here the positioning might be a bit weird. Like if he would angle to put Janna a bit towards the Zyra to bait out the bomb there, that would prevent Ashe from dying. And also another very important thing for Double is getting to the top 4 of HP to get the extra spike from the scoreboard scrapper. He's still scaling the damage, but he needs to get that extra HP on his board, especially for the Ashe who just got boinked pretty much by the Seraphine too with just a TG.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Now, on the opposite side, there is Samira. She can find her way into backlines pretty easily, so that is going to be a big factor. But Cassante clutches out, high fives the Ashe as he takes her down in a team tag motion. Double hangs in there. Like you mentioned, still getting the benefit from the scoreboard scrapper on the damage amp, but would very much like a little bit of HP. And that allows us to take a look across the board. And Motive, after that pickup from Seraphine in the first carousel, we saw her now sitting on a Seraphine 2, very powerful unit with that Thieves' Gloves.
I'm really curious now if the Daisy, after getting to level 9, if he's find the board stabilization. He lost 2 fights when he was on his way to 9, obviously missing that extra final scaling on the Kale. And curious if that board can handle in such a powerful lobby with so many resources. And Yobidashi finding Brown 2 on 8.
That is a big pickup as well. And honestly, I'm so surprised that this is the comp he found himself into, because we, of course, saw that Star Guardian pickup early on. We saw the potential of maybe going down that route, but then that was contested. Crystal also contested. So Yobidashi just kind of, navigating between the grief and the contest from the rest of the players. But him and Double are both on 1 life. If they find a loss here, it's going to be Elimination Station. So they need to avoid that at all costs. On the right-hand side, it's looking pretty good for the Rafts on the back of that Jinx. Takes out the Seraphine. Frontline is gone.
Yeah, but there's so much power. There is still Ziggs ramping up with 200 almost stacks, but barely Ashe clutches up. That was
Both
so
of them
close.
hanging in there on their last life, equalizing that lobby. Raiko and Experian now are going to be joining them on that 1 life stationary. Experian going to level 9. I was expecting some rolls, but he doesn't have any gold to work with, truly.
Absolutely. Double looks for that 1 more win to get into the top 4 for that HP. Meanwhile, Raiko got himself into quite a cupboard with the Ziggs and TF on the top of that crew, getting not a very lucky TG, facing Daisy, who is on the win streak now with that Shadow Clone Kale. Will it be enough to beat 5 crew that hit?
That is a good
so much
question.
Damage.
The Kale is still standing strong in that back corner there. And we are, of course, only sitting on 1 Twisted Fate. That might just be what does him in for Raiko. Is going to take a loss, but enough to survive on a single digit. Left-hand side, Double going up against Motive.
The inaudible will pull on the Jinx actually made her get the damage from the Jinx, where Jinx was very close to getting another cast off. That was so pivotal for him, and getting eventually to the top 4 means that he gets another big power spike.
Yabidashi out in 6th tier, so that is going to be a little bit of an unfortunate tournament start. Had an 8th place in that very first game, now as 6th. We'll need to turn it around from here on out, or it might be looking rough at the end of the day. But for the rest of our players, we're going to get another little update on our additional loot that they can get from these PvE rounds. If you're Experian, what are you even looking for? How is the Gwen situation? Yeah,
Well, looks like the spatula
chilling.
will be another one, and getting all the upgrades. I don't think we're quite at the prismatic cash out, given that he has been winning on and off, even though he hit a pretty early 8 Soul Fighter. Keeps getting a bit more front lane, itemizes the Volibear with the Soul Fighter. Cool to see Daisy cap around the 6 Wraith and end up beating really potent boards.
All right, so right-hand side, Raiko just found that Twisted 2. That was a big part of this board, being unable to clutch up wins previously, but goes up against Experian, who has built out a massive board for himself as well. Is not going to be good enough. Experian eliminated by Raiko, and on the left-hand side, Double is fighting for survival, but is going to be unable to, will be eliminated as well. Minus HP will factor into this, and Double taking a 5th with Experian taking a 4th.
You can see the raw power of the Wraith. You got outcapped by 6 Wraith, even though you had a triple combat, you had itemized all the carries, you got multiple cash outs through the Crystal Gambit, and that still wasn't enough to beat the Kale reroll. That did cap with the Varus 2 though.
I love how Dasik has just been chilling. He found that Kale super early. He has built out the Aatrox as main tank as well. He's 1 copy away from the Lee Sin, has lots of HP to make that happen still. And everyone else in the lobby is just kind of like, where is my HP? Raiko on 1, Motive on 10. Dasik could even get a double elimination in if he were to fight both of those boards, but that's not going to be the case. Raiko takes down Motive here, and it is going to be a 2-horse race as Dasik also finds a win against a Ghost copy.
Once again, 2 euro comps at 1 and 2. Is this gonna be the name of today? That like the reroll angles are just so much more potent that you want to default them, and if you don't have a spot, you just try to play from whatever strongest angle you have.
Interestingly enough, it's different rerolls, right? Game 1, we saw the 3-cost rerolls kind of shine, 2 costs falling short. This game, we saw the 1-cost rerolls really come together. And of course, there could be an argument for Crew just being an everything reroll. I'm okay with making that the ruling here, but something to be said about both of these players finding these spots just from the get-go, like you're mentioning, getting that direction. And now it is between what looks like David and Goliath, Raiko, on 1 HP. Can he turn it around? Can he serve Dasik a loss against this Kale comp board, as the Kale definitely is not targeting that Twisted Fate for now, but we'll find him in the end, and that's going to be all she wrote. Dasik, first place in game number 2.
Absolutely, with just the sheer difference between the arguments, where Raiko having like tons of stats, worth the wait, the arguments being just not very potent for the late game, but getting him as far as top 2, you cannot be sad about it. Meanwhile, Daisy, an absolute masterclass, just a classic reroll, then stabilize, getting a win streak, and then Saka throughout the stage 4 to get to 9, and then just to not lose a single round from there.
Well, let's hear it from our analyst who had been watching this game attentively, because there was a lot to unravel here. So take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Uncle Alan and the Makes Arena. Panda, Kenobi, we've now seen, as we've mentioned on the cast itself again, another reroll competition really coming to the fore here, and really, I think, shattering people's expectations. Of course, I think just given how well it went in that game, what do you think, Panda, particularly in this game, because we were talking about conditions before, this was the right environment for the 1-cost reroll to really thrive?
I think one cost reroll in general really wants to spike in stage 3 and then win streak all of stage 3 for it to really do well, especially in the case of Kale, the moment you hit kill 3 and are able to go 6 for that first big spike. And in the case of Crew, of course, it's difficult when there's a lot of 2-cost reroll in the lobby because they tend to spike a little bit later, but they spike harder and you end up losing a lot of rounds in stage 3 that you need to win to preserve your HP at that point because you end up falling off usually in stage 4 or stage 5. And for Raiko, I think he just had a really, really insane spot, to be honest. Obviously worth the wait, Build-A-Bud. Playing into Crew, you get so much more value from the trait that we kind of saw how strong he was for all of stage 3 especially.
For sure, and also worth noting that Raiko did not go for the 4-star Malphite and used the extra copies just for extra econ, allowing him to hit a little bit faster as well, get to that 3-star Ziggs and the 2-star Twisted Fate, which is so rare in Crew games, but made a huge difference in here. And so we've talked about these 2 rerolls. We need to talk about what happened with the Ashe contest this game, because I called it on while we were watching the game on 3-2. Tomino has an incredible shop with Ashe, with the Swain here after on the back of getting the spatula from loot subscription, and despite all of that, it just didn't work. It wasn't enough. So what do we have to draw from as a conclusion for this game?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about conditions, then it definitely felt like it was perhaps something of a one-off there, but I actually wanted to bring it to specifically talking about the winner of that last lobby, Day6, since we get a chance to talk about him at the top of the show. Panda, could you give us a little bit more background for anyone who might be coming to the stream for the first time?
On Day6 as a player, you mean?
Yes.
Well, he's an OG. There's not many of them, but he goes all the way back to set 1. He's made it to attack round before. He's just an absolute legend of the scene who had a very rocky pro circuits, had to play from play-ins, had to fight his way through the entirety of regional, is now in a good position, obviously being in week 2, but also off of this very good start and this win here as well. I think halfway through the sets, there was a lot of doubts around Day6 and what level of play he was offering in terms of his results. They were very, very poor for what is expected of him, but he really bounced back near the end of the set, and it's the most important part, so it's maybe what matters and counts the most.
Yeah, for sure. He's had some historically controversial takes on some metas and a different kind of playstyle, which is something that's always fascinating because he's worked alone most of the time, just like someone like Voltariux, and that has led to him having a playstyle that is definitely unique. But in that game, he navigated it so smoothly, because usually he'd want to play around a vertical race to cap out his board on level 9, the 6 race, adding so much burst damage. But with so many Ashe players and Jinx players all contesting 2-star K'Sante, it was definitely not possible. So he played the long game and played for the 6th Juggernaut frontline, which is a little bit outdated, but still very effective. And then when they were out and he had the economy to rebuild the board, he went for a 4th race, kind of an in-between, and it completely shattered the lobby's hopes of taking the top 1 from him.
Well, David, we've got our standings ready, so no delay on this one. We are jumping straight into the results of how everything's been developing so far. You did point out before, of course, for our players towards the bottom, they needed to turn it around quickly. And so far, we're seeing a few players that hasn't really been the case as of yet.
And the real dangerous position of the players like Horoax, like Papaglad, who have had back-to-back games where they end up 7th or 8th. This is obviously terrible in terms of trying to not end up in the bottom 8 positions after the first 6 games and get cut off from the competition. But also from a mental standpoint, you have to think, is it low roll? Is it variance? Or am I doing something wrong? Do I have a very incorrect meta read or game plan proposition for these first 6 games today? So definitely a lot of soul searching and meta searching for some of the players on this page to try and bounce back in the point tally and not end up in the bottom 8 positions after the 6 games today.
Well, Kenobi, let's help ourselves across to page 1. Of course, points will be carrying through across the first 2 days, so the players doing well right now are going to continue to do well, and Travis is doing the best.
Yeah, and if he looks just over his shoulder, he will see an army of Frenchmen ready to tackle him, but for now, double first for him puts him just a tiny bit ahead of the rest of the pack, so he's got to be feeling pretty well here. And it's the hope for Poland for the crown, another crown after Cubixon, is resting on his shoulder for now. Although it's still day 1, there's still a lot of time for players to shake things up and turn things around for those that are in the bottom of the standings.
And I'm curious what he played in that game too. We saw obviously the Nico Malzahar double trouble tech. I think a very cool and new tech in the meta. But Travis was known for winning Battle Academy Cup, the first cup of TPC this set, off of Varus Fast 9. I think he's played it 5 times this set. He has an 80% win rate, not top 4 win rate with the comp. So there's something that he definitely has mastered about making it to Fast 9. It was Gnar Golden Edge in the past. I wonder if he played a Fast 9 game in game 2, and if we see more of that from Travis, because if he's dominated that game plan as well, I think he could be one of the definite menaces of this tournament.
And what makes this all the more surprising as well is he's one of our players who doesn't need to try hard this tournament at all. He's already qualified through to Crown. I mean, this is the first time for Travis to be going to Crown at all. What a thing it would be for him on that first big occasion to be trying to challenge for the regional title as well.
Well, you don't get to where he has been by taking it easy once you've already made it pretty far. You just go all the way, and that's just what we would expect from him. There's no way he's going to be slacking off and taking it easy. Might be playing with less stress and less pressure than usual, which is in fact a pretty huge buff, being able to play in a liberated way and to really go for all the edge plays that he can to give him an edge over the competition.
All right, so guys, bear in mind where we are in the competition now. We mentioned at the end of Game 6 we see our eliminations. At the end of Round 2 is when we will do our reseeding. So David, for the players who have had the rough start to the competition, it only gets tougher from here on out. The snake seeding means they get put in lobbies with some of the highest performing players in the tournament, from this point forward for the rest of the day. So if they're going to get any of those kind of points to claw themselves back up the table, they're going to have to do it from players who've been having a much stronger start to the day than them.
Yep, start of the tournament, I think for everyone's game plan should have been on the play it safe side, play it for comfort, play it for the lines that I know well. At this point, if you're lower in the standing, I think it's time to start taking way bigger risks in terms of augment selection, in terms of line selection, in terms of maybe playing like we saw from Revan, going for forward thinking, or double, or Tomino going for Calculaus or Scoreboard Scrapper. These augments that, if all goes as planned, you have a very high chance of coming out first or second in the lobby, but there's a chance for an 8th as well.
Yeah, and talking about Revan, I want to bring it back to him because you've mentioned that he's had a stellar performance this set, despite coming back from such a long time ago, his last performance. And in this particular game, he hit a wall in the sense that this set you need to be so quick when you have to do these 100 gold plus transitions, because the power-ups add so much that you need to do, adding, removing, and then with the Crystal Gambit cash out, with his augment, another one, he wasn't able to do all those things even in 2 rounds, and that led to him just kind of crashing out and ended up 8th very, very early in the game, much earlier. So you gotta think that he needs to pick it up and be able to execute these transitions, and the players that can do these in 1 round will have such a massive edge over everyone else.
I will say, I think a big part of that failure was that his game plan seemed to be playing for crew with Stars Reborn.
Yeah.
Then he saw that there was a worth the wait Malphite player, and I think it's one of the worst experiences in high-level TFT when you have a clear game plan, you've made decisions, itemization decisions, and just tempo decisions around that game plan, and all of a sudden you know for a fact that that game plan has vanished, you can no longer go down that route, and he gambled into forward thinking and hoped for the best, I think from a pretty mediocre position. So that, I think that also was part of the stress and pressure of him executing that one-turn transition.
Well, speaking of stress and pressure, we're getting into Game 3, so after this we'll be halfway through Day 1 of Week 2. You can see in this lobby, Clamu, Opal, both of them looking very good. But down the bottom, Coinage, we were piloting at the beginning of the show, and Crescent, who was a real star in the play-ins, both really struggling so far.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a rough couple of games, but 4 games remaining, everything can change. Meanwhile, we load up on Ari's Beach episode, which is honestly one of my favorite maps, and I want to know what you guys think. Every time I see it, I'm just so happy because I just get to bounce the ball around for a while. It just makes me smile. It's just a silly little map.
I hate it. Particularly, I had a feeling you might dislike it, which is honestly, as a pirate, David, I'm very disappointed.
I'm only a pirate today. The rest of the sets, I have not been a pirate. And a lot of players enjoy putting the beach ball on my bench so I can't see my units properly. And I have to go walk up to it and push it away.
Our psychological warfare is unleashed. We can see on the left-hand side our standings of our tournament overall, just for a further little bit of reference. As noted before, we only got the single player so far in Travis who's remained completely undefeated. So for our players looking to stay out of the bottom 8, it's still all to play for. Again, we'll be keeping our eyes closely on Coinid and Crescent's performance here without any wild encounters to play out, just the potential influence of the beach ball psychologically.
The key thing for this current meta, for Stage 1 in particular, going to be the 1-cost unit holds, but also if any players luck into, as we see here, the Lulu for a potential Kog'Maw or Smolder gain, depending on the items you have, the Malzahar lines as well, and the 2-cost rerolls, Katarina in particular. There's a lot of posturing in TFT. You have a Katarina, you slam your fruit, it's over 9,000, it's, max Arcana, and you kind of signal to us the lobby, hey, this is my spot. This is what Vomaneth is doing here. And the rest of the lobby has to decide, do I want to contest or do I allow this player to play Katarina uncontested? That's the big question, especially with these items, right? Kenobi, you have already the Edge of Night Slam.
Yeah, definitely a very solid start for Vomaneth. We're going to have to see another gold augment. Definitely seems to be the trend for today. And we're going to see what he goes for. The replication has the potential to give him something pretty good. No augments that he desires, rolls everything, and takes a while to decide here. I think he's pretty unhappy about the choices and might have to just swap game plans unless we get the Rakan now. As you can see, the thorn-plated armor, a very good indicator that you're gonna be able to stack a huge Malphite that will be your carry in stage 3 and allow a crew to start dealing a lot of damage once you hit the 3-star Malphite.
Yeah, with the extra armor that's coming in, it's going to be great as well. Looking over on the right-hand side, that we can see some interesting variation choices. A lot of our players going for these early item augments. We see a few departing from that Coinid, going for slamming to push up power further, and Opal going for the too much value, the infinite reroll technique. We'll see what he's going to reroll with that.
Paul seems to also be open to Katarina. So the moment he saw the spot was less than ideal or unplayable for Vomaneth, as you mentioned, Kenobi, with the Bramble pickup and not really the clear direction for it. Opal is now open to that same line. He has half a component for Nashers. He has half a component for Edge of Night as well. So we'll see if he ends up committing to it. He's holding the Battle Academia units on the bench here as well. And if it's uncontested, I think it's one of the stronger reroll comps in the meta right now. So if a player has a spot for it, I have to imagine they will take it from a good econ position like this one.
I'm so unsurprised that you find Katarina to be one of the best compositions in the meta. It's so on brand for you, Panda. Always been a fan of these 2-cost assassin compositions.
Huh?
I remember. In these olden days.
You remember?
You have to let it go, Kenobi. We're almost in set 16. The future is now.
The future is
We're
now.
all about holding on to grudges for the rest of our natural lives. Riker also going for something a little bit interesting here. We got the Death Defiance coming in, and it looks to be the strongest board early on. Of course, we saw in our previous game, Dacit getting some good mileage out of the Kale line. It looks like early on, Raiko's got some good hits in.
Interesting. One of the spots I want to highlight is Motive with the early Jhin 2. I believe he got 3 Jhins in the first blue box that they had on stage 1 and instantly picked up the collector for it. And if I've seen spots that scream fast 9, but this one is even more impressive than most. Already slammed the Hand of Justice, which is a good indicator that he wants to be itemizing for a Lee Sin already. One of the good items there.
You can also stay open to a Soul Fighter line if he gets the natural upgrade, either from Carousel or just from his shop somewhere in stage 3, with Samira being a good gold collector holder as well as Volibear potentially slotting in, especially if he plays it from high tempo, right? Where maybe off his second augment he doesn't have the resources to go 9, but still wants to have a big spike on stage 4.
I will keep on scouting around and see what else is in store for us here. Kanobu does find access to the early monster trainer to lay claim to that line. I think we did have Crescent, of course, the players who this lobby is very important for, also picking up Worth the Wait, which I believe was Lucian. We've certainly seen that has some possibility with Drift Duo later on, if you can find all the pieces.
Another possibility for this Lucian is a line that has been slowly rising back up. Still, I'm not going to say that it's become popular once again, but there's the potential to play around Sorcerers as a line now that Mech has been taken down a peg. But it seems like the Drift Duo is what the players prefer out of this Worth the Wait or Build-A-Bud Lucian so far.
I wanted to mention the same thing. We saw this exact line from Kubikson in game 1. It didn't go quite as he planned, despite having a pretty good setup for it. I wonder as well if we get to see the Sork line. It was unplayable last patch because obviously a lot of the burst damage and the chain damage from Sorks at the 6-piece was not really good against mech, where you have this Giga unit that's not really dying anytime soon. But also all the Karmas were removed from the pool. It was literally impossible to play Karma as your main game plan when there's 4 other players buying Karmas and making it very difficult for you to stabilize. I'm curious as well, Kenobi, if players are open to the potential of playing into the vertical Sork instead of just mech.
Yeah, and speaking of comps that have been on the rise, we have yet to see someone play a Prodigy game with Yuumi as the main carry. So this is always something to keep an eye out for strong, top 2, 3, 4 positions when you're not rich enough to go for a fast 9, but you get a strong early game. Don't think we're going to see one this game based off of the starts that the players have, but I'll be keeping an eye out for the cat later on in the day.
No, absolutely. Well, I mean, in this game, we've got ourselves some pretty aggressive early starts. As we mentioned before, David, there are a lot of players picking up these early items, extra choices to make their board immediately stronger. Motive and Raiko both looking very good with their push through so far. Motive, of course, mentioned with the gym board from before. Raiko with this very interesting kind of grab bag of just strongest board, slamming items in early.
I'm very curious what he ends up going into with Dust Defiance. I don't think it's really an artifact that to me screams as if it is perfect for one specific unit. I think it's more of a tempo artifact that can fit okay into many different options. I'm really curious. He's holding a Jace. I don't think he'll be going into the Jace Caitlyn line despite having a tier open for a potential blue buff. So I'm curious to see what he ends up locking in for stage 3 and 4.
I think this is one of these patented Raiko fast 9 position. He's a player that has been very famous for always forcing fast 9 whenever there's just a remote possibility that he can get there. He's been very, very good at it historically, even to the point of excess. And this Death Defiance into Slam, the Giant Slayer on the Viego, trying to win streak here, screams that kind of signal to me. But unfortunately, Motive just way too strong for him, and Raiko ends up losing one round in stage 2, hurting his economy quite a lot. And Vomendef won the final round of stage 2, which is going to hurt his economy as well.
Yes, everyone not getting quite what they would have wanted here. Remember, of course, we are on the beach ball encounter, so we won't be, likely not to get too many surprises going forwards.
I do want to bring up for Vomendef. He really popped off last set as his first major breakout, I would say, in his career in TFT, making it to Tech Run as well. And that was mostly off of playing a one-cost reroll as almost an OTP with Street Demon Bruisers with Mundo and Seraphine and Zyra. So curious to see how he does with this crew line, considering it's also a one-cost reroll, but a bit differently with how it spikes in terms of the econ and the rolls, the extra rolls you get once you hit your first 3-star.
Well, I mean, it kind of puts me back in the mind of players like Zyko we saw before, who would have a really, really strong angle on a particular style of play, and when they got the chance to play it, he would absolutely make the most of it. Vomendef right now on 8 points, so an average start to things, but I mean, we know that this board can go absolutely bonkers given enough room.
Yeah, but he needs to hit the first one-cost 3-star for crew to start generating resources. Once he does hit the mouth fight or the severe, the game will go much smoother for him, because while rolling, he will just keep accruing XP, which is going to be so important. But so far, a little bit far off, and having won that previous round means he will not be generating as much economy, and we'll be looking for something to prop him a little bit for stage 3. Something maybe like a missed connection would be pretty good. Low power, yet moving him much further along his reroll.
Well, Paul seems locked on to Katarina for now. Blink attack, maybe not fully locked on considering it is blink attack. I'm not sure if he really values it higher than other non-scaling power-up, considering he did not have either over 9,000 or max Arcana from stage 2 onwards. Does still have Proof Mover open, so at least for now, I think it's okay considering he's on a loose streak. We'll see once he does roll and spike if he commits to a different power-up altogether.
All right, second golden augment coming in. Do you want to take a second to recognize what we just saw from Tartman on the other side? The double Kraken being locked in. We know where that one tends to go long term with some really ludicrous strength of the Ash boards. I kind of wanted to bring up with you guys as well, because I know that at least for a while, I don't know if this is still the case for our players here, that, seeing the Fury break coming in as a tech to allow for the Ashe boards to go pretty crazy. Is that still a thing, or have people moved on from that already?
I am not sure. I've been keeping an eye out for it as soon as it's been, shared on social and online overall. But I think most players think it's mostly bait and that there's just better things to do, and having a good power-up on something like the Cassante 2-star is more reliable than using the Fury break gimmick, which requires you to have the KL die instantly and adopt awkward positioning as well.
Talking about awkward, not positioning, but itemization, no Hodge for now at the very least, so we'll have some problems once the Edge of Night procs in terms of staying alive without any Omnivamp. Especially also not coming from her power-up as well with just the Keen Eye for the Magic Pen.
Yeah, it's good. Yes, it's good enough for now, but you're right. It seems like it's very volatile later on, particularly when Katarina can put herself in position to get bursted down multiple times in a fight. Checking in on the status of the game overall, though, Clamu has moved into pole position. Nobody is undefeated so far, and heavy is the crown, making sure this Smolder hits very hard.
A cool augment that has been rising in popularity, especially with the Bastions or some of the rerolls with the scaling AD carries. It's been very popular on Kog'Maws, Xayahs, and might be just going straight up on a Jinx as well. It's just a cool augment, and with Akali losing in priority throughout the set, there's not that much backline reach now, so you're usually not too much at risk for this augment.
Tartman now on the loss streak, has doubled down. I think there's no one really here to stop him. Opal low on HP, but starting to spike now after having rolled for his Katarina upgrade. So should have a pretty easy time here getting the full cash out. Early pickup on the Jinx as well is going to be pretty big for killing units with Pyromaniac in particular. We'll see what this carousel has in store for Opal and Tartman in particular. Ooh, well, Jinx pair.
Second Jinx. I don't believe that's what he's angling for, but it's definitely a possibility here. Even with the double Kraken, you can definitely play around the Jinx there and manage to maybe propel yourself very far ahead. Also, to note, Koinid also angling for an Ashe, also has a Jinx on his board right now.
I think you can probably play into hyperactive Jinx, for example, with double Kraken. Especially if you find a Jinx 2 for free, I think you're completely fine to pivot off of the Ashe game plan and into Star Guardians from the setup.
Well, talk to me a little bit about how we would compare, the Jinx and the Ashe together. Since from what you're saying, it sounds like the itemization is pretty similar, and perhaps the spots are somewhat similar to. Are they, interchangeable as we might be seeing from Tartman here, or are you really just hoping that you can be able to find an Ashe later on?
Well, if you ask me, I have a very, very biased opinion on this. I'm a huge fan of playing around the Star Guardians, and I think Jinx is just a fantastic unit, has much better potential than Ashe, but I do know what my own biases are, so maybe Panda can, temper this with his own opinion as well.
I think the items are quite different. I think for Jinx, it's definitely more of an AD caster, whereas Ashe is obviously more of an auto-attacker in terms of the builds. Like I mentioned, I think if you tailor your power-up and you change your game plan slightly to it, adapt to the items you've already built, I think it can be okay with Hyperactive in particular. Especially from a very high tempo spot where you cash out, you're able to go 8 and you have a Jinx 2, Poppy 2. But if he finds a singular Ashe, probably he goes back to the game plan. If Jinx is uncontested though, if we see Coined not going into Star Guardians and sticking to Ashe as we're seeing here, then it's, I think, a line to at least be open to, especially if you take into account the different power-ups you can pick for Jinx that I think really can play around different builds despite them not being optimal. They're still playable.
Ooh, corner carry picked up. What do you think about it? What do you think about corner carry for the Ashe counterfeit?
I mean, as I was saying, we're not in as much danger anymore of getting sniped out by the kind of backline threats as we were previously. So I don't know. I mean, I've certainly been trying. I was trying to persuade you that the idea of corner carrying your frontline units, corner carrying your backline into your frontline was a good idea before. But I think you corrected me that it's going to be a much more risky idea than perhaps it's worthwhile.
For sure. All right, back to Motive. After a very long win streak, we're now on the Crystal Gambit, meaning we're going to be sacrificing most of stage 4. We're going to be going for 6 rounds of Crystal. Slotting it in 3-6 is exactly when you want it, because while he's still being strong, he can win the first few rounds here, no problem. There's no issue there. And when it comes to stage 4, after 4-2, when he decides to double down, that's when he will not be winning any rounds anyway.
Well, David, since we've got a little bit of time with PB coming up, I'd kind of like to expand out on that topic. So my understanding is that at this point, if you are ahead on HP and you can afford to drop some rounds, you get the Crystal Gambit in later on, you're pretty much always hoping to do that, right?
In most cases, if you're trying to go fast 9, if you're trying to play from a very high tempo and find a way to eventually become the strongest player in the lobby in stage 5 and 6, you have to sacrifice tempo in some position, the point where you greed out. In most cases, you want to do that in stage 4. So if you're sacrificing tempo anyway, why not get something out of it? Why not exchange your HP for even more value, kind of a win more position? And this is exactly what it means to essentially slot in Crystal Gambit in stage 4 and then come out very far ahead of the lobby in terms of resources. We saw the exact same game plan from Og. And maybe that lobby was a little bit different with how hard the 3-cost reroll spiked eventually in stage 5 and 6. But the idea is that you get to level 9 with way more than enough gold and items and resources, or even a fawn, to guarantee you top 4 and maybe even play for the win.
Yeah, especially because when you're in stage 4, you get extra points on your Crystal Gambit compared to earlier in the game. Stage 2, it's 15 base. Stage 3, it's a little bit more. And on stage 4, it goes all the way up, and you get to, but just with 6 rounds, you can go up to 250 or 300, like we've seen Og do in the first game, which is really key in giving you a ton of value. And Opal was already level 7 with the 3-star Katarina, so that's very early.
Well, this is sort of the topic I wanted to bring up from some of our previous lobbies. We saw, lobbies where just the 2-cost rerolls doing well, the 1-cost rerolls doing well, just the 3-cost rerolls doing well. In this case here, we've got the Katarina in play, as well as the Smolder and such. So I'm really curious to see how those all play into the overall kind of temperature of the lobby with our 3 gold augments.
4-2 augment round coming up. We'll see what Paul ends up going for here. He has to really consider to change items like Katarina, eventually move some of them to the Yuumi, or just keep this exact build and play for a much burstier variation of Katarina reroll compared to what we saw from Moritz in game 1. Looking now at Raiko, he has slotted in the Volibear as a holder for Death Defiance, and he is rolling heavily on A, is committing to what we kind of talked about a little bit earlier in the game, which is potentially Mentor Mech instead of Soul Fighter with a Volibear as a main carry instead of going to Fast 9. I think he just didn't really find himself in a position to do so in terms of his econ.
Yeah, exactly. When you try to go for Fast 9 and you don't find the win streak that you need or the extra resources, you have to find out a way to stabilize on 8 and then cap out on 9 much later on in the game. Really like the 4 Mentor pivot. I think it's a pretty good board that he's managed to get online. Unfortunately for him, missing out on the J4, having to make do with the Yone, which is an insane sentence to say just as I'm saying it, only having to satisfy himself with the most important unit from the previous week. Is just going to be a stopgap measure for him.
Yeah, I think it makes all the sense in the world, particularly a point like this where some of our players are in major peril, to be sort of taking their L's where they can and acknowledging where their position is in the lobby overall. As we carry on, we see Crescent keeps himself up at the top of the table, Clamu in the middle, riding the Lustry.
Okay, Vomit Death is one of the scary places to be at if you're playing crew, low on HP, still level 6, very immensely far away from Ziggs 3, and you're maybe hoping, do I find a Twisted Fate on this upcoming carousel to save me from the peril that I'm currently in?
Yeah, in the meantime, Clemu pivoting onto the Star Guardian board, much more usual than usual. Not going for the Gather Force because he already has 2 sources of AD with the Crown and the Kraken Slayer. He's going to be getting enough AD, so he's going to rely on the 3rd cast, doing a lot more damage thanks to that extra boost to clear out the rest of the board. But something that I don't like about Super Mega is that, he didn't even get to the 3rd cast, which is a little bit awkward. Comes in a little bit late, but so far so good. Able to stabilize on through 0 gold though.
Oh, there is a savior on the carousel for Bowman Death. He is on the right side. It's going to line up perfectly to where he is on the position. So Destiny has graced him with maybe the win condition, or at least the condition he needed to not go 8th.
Yeah, so maybe a condition. But you're right. We're looking at his board on the bottom right. You can see there Yeah, the 1-star Ziggs in the mix, no 3-star Shen either. It's a long journey for Vomandeth, who again is only on a sort of middling performance so far. Topman, Motive, Vomandeth, and to a lesser extent Coinator are all looking to gather a lot of points so they can. We can see on the right-hand side, of course, right now, Crescent, Coinator, Motive, they're all looking pretty good so far, and they need that big win.
Yeah, that lobby looks to be kind of low power for stage 4. Lots of players being on true 0 gold without upgrading full cost units across the board. Clemu and Tartman in similar positions here with the Star Guardians. And I think Crescent might be going onto a fast 9 position. I'm seeing that the Lucian 3 is not on the board despite it being his worth the wait, and the items have been moved to a 1-star Ari. So I'm very curious to see what's going on there. We'll take a look right after, but overall, low power lobby. The crew is pretty far behind. The Star Guardians are on 1-star forecast carries, and the only one that's pretty far ahead actually is Opal with that Karina 3 with the 2-star Yumi as well. It's going to be looking pretty fine in this lobby and going to be applying a lot of pressure.
The Jinx mirror in the end comes down to a 1v1 showdown, but it's going to be the loss there for Crown. A little bit too heavy for Jinx to hold, it seems like, throughout that fight. Looking now at Crescent, the board, as you mentioned, yeah, it's going to be a fast 9. He's close already to making it almost pre-leveled, so going to have around 60 or 70 gold to work with on 5-1.
Well, I mean, it does make sense. Again, Moses' tournament position, he's on very, very sort of lower end of points here with just 4, almost as low as anybody in the tournament at all. So he really, really needs that first place. And if Vomandeth goes down in this round, that's one step better for Crescent, as we will be going up against the worth the wait board in the not quite fully transition as of yet, but might be still strong enough to give Vomandeth a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, not too worrying here. We're starting to hit a lot more for Vomandeth. The next step is going to be quite far away though, so we are praying for some good rewards from Twisted Fate in the coming round and some easy next fights for him to survive a little bit longer and maybe get there, but it's looking to be an uphill battle for sure.
It's really tragic because at this point, I think if you're Vomandeth, you're only really hoping, hey, can I get a 7th? Can I get a 6th? A 5th maybe? But there's a big gap in HP, right? You lost a lot of HP in stage 4. The rest of the players stabilized. Because it is so even from first place at 52 to last place at 24, it means that there isn't this huge gap between the top 4 and the bottom 4. And Vomandeth is alone on an island of despair, where I think he's not really going to come back to this game despite the TF.
Gosh, David, your time at sea has made you into a poet. But yeah, we've got lots of really big changes for our players as of the midpoint of the tournament, which this is just coming up on. This is game 3 overall, so our players will really get a clear idea of whether or not they're going to be out in day 1 here or not.
Yeah, and both players rolling on the fast 9. Once again, the Juggernauts versus the Bastion is going to be the story here, but crucially, both of them have quite a lot of HP to work with still, so they have time to do this transition. But Crescent already having hit just a ton, just missing that singular Brome, but the Seraphine 2-star is online, 2-star Leona's there. We've got everything that we need here to be stable and maybe look at something like a level 10 rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this pool is absolutely crazy. I think, David, it took me a while to realize the whole sort of theory behind the Bastion 6. The Seraphine, even without the whole Star Guardian setup, or at least without a deep Star Guardian setup, still benefiting from all those defensive stats to make her Friendship Bomb still have like an absolute truck with Mage as well. I mean, it's going to be tight this round. Unfortunately, the ball gets split up, but otherwise, it's been looking very good.
Yeah, usually in TFT, having a lot of a stats has diminishing returns, but for Seraphine, that's not kind of not really the case. A lot of any stat is going to be good, so wherever you're able to use that to Seraphine's advantage is a big deal. Talking about advantages for Raiko, one of the bigger problems is the fact that a few players seem to be contesting Volibear as a secondary carry. It made it a little bit difficult for him to stabilize and hit. I like the idea. Death Defiant with Blood Raid, I think great synergy. Mentor Mech, much more relevant this patch, I would say, compared to last patch with Mech units being gone because of the Mighty Mech players, and also Volibear being stuck on the Mighty Mech and having a really bad matchup, but not quite working out. The father and son meeting up here, and Raiko might be the loser when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, father and son, but there's the daughter in the back, and she's gonna be spitting some huge bombs, and the one-star volleyball will just get cleaved in twain instantly, and Raiko is probably looking at the final fight. It's a face-off against both carries, but Raiko is going to be going down the double blue buff rise, not cutting it, so from an early attempt at win streaking, Raiko could not manage to salvage the game in the end and ends up with a 7th place.
And it's worth mentioning as well, Vermideth going down in the previous round with the crew aboard, it just never really came together. But looking for our players still alive, Motive and Crescent especially, they desperately need to hit through to that top 4, but they've got so little HP to do it with.
And Motive is scaling with the TF rewards, of course, but going to be a while until it's really impactful in terms of potential artifacts coming out. As well as having just that 1-star TF as your main carry, or was your main carry, is not going to be ideal when everyone else has started to spike in a huge way in the stage 5.
Yeah, and something that's missing crucially on Motive's board is he doesn't have any way to shred through armor and magic resist, and it's going to be exceptionally crucial coming up against the 6th Bastion from Crescent. Fight for potential elimination here. Both of them could be going down, whoever wins. But the Seraphine is going to send out the first ultimate friendship bomb, and the second one is going to come in, and that's going to be the end of Motive here. Brom throws him out the window and scoring him an extra HP on the way with in the form of that power.
Well, I mean, yeah, you saw it just wasn't even a little bit close, and especially having the Brom to pick up the pieces after the bomb drops. So amazing news from Crescent from Russia. Came in for our playing stage and really impressed us overall. It's his first time back in regionals for over 2 years, but he's still going to punch through to the top 4. Clamu is his main barrier there with one of the Jinx boards.
The Soul Fighter +1 here, not too interesting for any of our competitors. Opal, last pick, highest HP total, has now switched to Crimson Veil on his Katarina. And really interesting game from Opal. He's stabilized, he's been switching his power-ups, hasn't been playing a scaling Katarina, hasn't been playing Hodge either, playing for full burst, maybe understanding that the matchups overall in this lobby would allow him to burst through front lines quicker and not play for a longer fight with Omnivamp on Katarina instead. And I think a big part of this is Yuumi obviously coming in as a secondary carry with the Gunblade slotted in and really taking over where Katarina maybe dropped the ball a bit from stage 4 onwards.
Yeah, he definitely managed to find the right balance between playing all around Katarina and finding a secondary carry when you cannot stack her with extra stats. But is that going to be enough to take down the Seraphine? Seraphine with double Shojin is going to be casting very quickly, and the TF as well is going to be adding a lot of damage. But the Katarina has the potential to be safe from the ultimate friendship bomb if she goes out of it. She doesn't even proc the Edge of Night on the first cast, drops the aggro, she's still there. Can she take down the rest of the board quickly enough? The Seraphine is gearing up for another cast, but Katarina is going to be very, very
no, Katarina, be careful.
No! Oh, she's fine, she's fine. She gets him down to his final life.
Wow.
It's hard for Katarina to dodge.
Wild.
To dodge the bomb, considering how big it is. She would have to get like very far out of the way.
No, it was all planned. It was all planned. She went out of the way once. I mean, it feels like if there was ever going to be a solution to having a friendship bomb dropped on you repeatedly, that she found that one there. But as we look at the rest of the lobby, we're waiting to see if Crescent losing that last round seems like his top 4 journey may be even less likely than it was previously, unless this Seraphine can pull out something greater. We have got the Twisted Fate in place. With Seraphine fully itemized, only the Zyra left to itemize on the backline. So Crescent still has a chance.
And I think one of the reasons why Katarina is so good is that she is great at evading some of these legendaries on the fast line board. She can dodge out of the way of the ultimate friendship bomb and even reach into the backline, just like this Volibear is currently doing. Might be spelling the doom of Crescent here. The Twisted Fate is going to be the only carry remaining. Meanwhile, the Jinx is still stacking up in the backline, and the Volibear with the is going to be taking down Crescent. And once again, the Fast Nines, despite setting up properly, get taken out by some of the forecast compositions. And I'm going to say I'm the big winner here because we get 2 Jinxes in the top 4.
Well, David, let's talk a bit about kind of why this is happening then. If we assume the Fast 9 was going to be the answer, we end up with so many, just a single reroll, apart from the crew board, one potentially going first, one potentially going 8th, but otherwise being flooded with forecasts. What do you think is the biggest contributing factor?
I think it's just really strong tempo from someone like Tartman, for example, finding Jinx pair on stage 3. Just really strong item augments on 3-2 with Heavy's the Crown for Clemu and the Pyromaniac. It's a great fit for Jinx for Tartman as well. Jinx and Star Guardians are all about spiking on stage 4, stabilizing, riding that tempo wave into an eventual level 9, and then having a second chance to cap out. So if there aren't many players contesting your power in that stage 4 area, you definitely thrive a lot. We saw Bowman Death completely losing out on his chance to spike with the crew. Maybe Opal was the only one really fighting against these Star Guardian players at that point in the game. So they had a very easy game to make it to stage 5 and 6 this strong and this healthy.
Yeah, for sure. And I love that both of them have setups that are a little bit different. Well, in the end, ends up having most of the same champions, but the items are differing quite a bit. And where the power has been invested also a little bit different. So it's very cool to see both of them going for the Kraken. And it just means that for the rest of competitions, people have to be keeping an eye out for both Ashe and Jinx, as they are both quite interchangeable and allow you to potentially shut down the fast 9s before they reach critical mass.
Yeah, certainly if we've got the case, as is in this lobby here, the players really just exerting the influence as a group. Does remind me of previous metas where we were seeing so many reroll players coming in that they really dictated the pace.
Shout out to Coined as well. He is our only Russian player, usually playing at the top ranks in EMEA and TFT. He usually cosplays as a German player because he's close to that community. But in this lobby, he's cosplaying as a French player for that all France top 4, dominating this lobby, and Coined is just happy to be along for the ride.
Yes.
They're very happy based on his tournament position. 6 points for Coined at all. See how well the Austrian does long term, because it's looking like our forecast derby is kicking off at speed. We can see how powerful our Ashe is once she's got stacked up. I think she might be able to tear through the rest of the board. It goes one-on-one, but the corner carries not enough. Tartman takes a hit but doesn't quite fall.
In the end, finally, after Clemu goes down in 4th position, the 2-star Poppy is now here for Tartman. You have to believe that if he had it for the previous round, he might have been able to beat out Coined. It was very, very close. And in the end, the Jinx not able to find the Varus or maybe the 2-star Brome, who would allow the composition to finalize its true potential. No Seraphines as well, even though she's in shop, there's not enough gold for that. So it's going to be most likely the end of the road. Although the matchup against Katarina for Jinx is pretty much in favor of Jinx because of how quickly she can explode Katarina's board. And with no Unstoppable to reach the backline, it's likely to happen. Let's see how it goes. Can the Volibear survive long enough is also one of the important questions here.
We'll see if the Katarina can slide onto that Jinx at any point throughout this fight, but the extra damage from Pyromaniac really helps, as you mentioned, Kenobi, in bursting down that Katarina the moment she gets retargeted. And Volibear resetting as well just adds so much extra DPS we're seeing here. I think Opal, he'll be happy with the top 3. I think he's definitely the weakest player out of these 3. It's only about if he can outplace Tartman in this position. Coined is the only player that's really scaling further and further into the late game thanks to the Crystal Gamma cash outs. So I have to imagine he's locked in for a first place now that he's made it this far.
All right, could be a last carousel. HP total starting to drop dramatically. Tartman down to just single life for Pal, and Coined on 2 lives. I do want to touch back, as hopefully we'll be staying on that board again just to see it happening. Stay on this board. Can you guys talk to me a little bit about the positioning against the Katarina? Because it felt like in that round, the Katarina never even got close to the Jinx.
Without Unstoppable, it's much harder with this positioning where you don't have anything next to the Katarina or the Jinx to serve as a bridge for Katarina to come onto her. And the bigger thing is just the fact that you really want resets, right, on both the Jinx and the Volibear. They aim for the same kind of fight with the takedowns, kind of essentially giving them a lot more DPS overall, with Volibear getting resets and with Serious Slam in particular as well. So we're seeing Jinx and Volibear on that same vertical line, trying to push a hole through either the left or the right side of the board and have a huge chain reaction of kills where eventually you end up winning the fights off of it.
All right, we've got the Seraphine in place. So maybe you were calling for from before. We've got 2 Seraphines in shop. If Tartman can survive against what I believe is the Ghost board, he'll be able to bring that up to 2-star immediately. And it looks like that's on the cards. We'll keep our eye on the right-hand side to see who else is taking the hit. I think, yes, we've held on to all 3 players with only Opal on the 2 lives.
Yeah, Opal surviving, but Tartman hitting one of the key points of the late game. That Seraphine with just blue buff and Archangel has incredible potential, especially the potential to maybe snipe that Ashe instead of being a true front to back, even moving the Serious Slam, because in that matchup, it's going to be all about Seraphine's ability to reach out to Ashe before Jinx, because as you can see, both backline kind of reach each other at the same time, and it's just a race, but Seraphine just bypasses all of that and can definitely flip the matchup on its head.
I think the late aggro drop from Cassante also made it so that the Ashe was immediately targeted and Cassante was left alive. So just a little bit unfortunate that matchup positioning. We'll see. Now with Cassante getting the aggro right at the start of the fight, that'll be completely different. So this is much more in favor of Coined here, with both the Volibear and Jix being stuck on the Cassante and then on his Rebirth as well once he comes back from this ult. Taking so much of the aggro, and now the Jinx being targeted instead. So completely different play of the fight there, with both of the carries being taken down early for Tartman.
That's going to be a definitive loss for Tartman there, as Opal stays in against the Ghost board. So a loss to remaining players again for Coined, much as it would have been for Crescent before. This is going to be a hugely meaningful, at least top 2 on 6 points overall for Opal. He's very happy with however it goes for Coined. This is a path back into the tournament.
Yeah, a huge break for Coiny, and especially he's using the Fury break, but on the Xante, so double dipping into having a solid frontline and not playing any kind of trash unit like the Kale, and still trying to power up the Ashe even more, even though it takes a long while for the Xante to go down. But he's the first Crystal Gambit that manages to reach that threshold of impossible, like the inevitability. He's got a couple mana Zanes there. All his units are itemized. It's gotten to a point where it's completely crazy, and I have my doubts as to whether Opal can clutch it out here.
I think few players in this set have ever utilized more different power-ups on their main carry as Opal has in this game with his Katarina. He's now on Dark Amulet for Katarina. Change itemization again, depending on the matchups that he was facing now when it was down to these last 3 fights that have been going on for a while now. Gunblade now on Katarina, giving her more survivability, and gonna have the GS, JG, and the Morello on the Yuumi. So we'll see if this Katarina can sneak onto the Ashe somehow, but she seems very safe on the top right corner.
Does delete the backline at quite some speed and uses the skills. That's
corner carry?
Carry is clutch, and Katarina gets deleted. Coined from Austria.
Wait.
We can't see him on the camera right now, but we're down to the wire. It's the slowest, but it's not good enough.
Oh, you can see the shout.
First.
Yeah, Opal yells out, very, very happy, finding, and honestly, this is the way power-ups were meant to be used. This is them at their best. The corner carry to try and give a little bit of survivability to the Ashe, and the Dark Amulet also on the Katarina to adapt to this one matchup. And honestly, incredible. It was just for a single run, but incredible showcase in 1v1 mastery for both of them.
And I think a lot of players or viewers had questions around, can Katarina work without her scaling, without Max Arcana, without over 9,000? Opal, I think, showcased a masterclass of understanding the matchups he had with the game, how he had to adapt his game plan and his board and his carry to those matchups and to the stage that he was fighting in throughout this entire game. So really, really impressive game from Opal here.
All right, guys, that does officially bring us to the halfway point of day 1. So we need to go check in with our analysts to see how everything's lying and get ready for the second half of the day.
Absolutely, guys. And honestly, I feel like this game was a good chance to do just that, because Alan, we got a beach ball encounter, meaning there were no transformative encounters in this game, and with gold augments all across the board, that allowed us to take a close look at how the meta is actually looking like. And honestly, Kata on top is something I'm not upset with.
Before I jump into the grand picture of the game and what was happening in the lobby, I want to break down what happened in that final fight and what happened before the fight. Both of the players changed their power-ups, and Coinit was looking for something better than the Fury. He went for the corner carry, which was really big, but in the fight, the main griefer was actually Jarvan. He jumped away when there was a second cast of Katarina going off, jumping forward, making Ashe, even though she was 3 hexes away from Katarina, make her target target her instead, proccing that early corner, which was pretty much unoptimal for the Coinit because she could clutch up in that different corner much better. So pretty much crazy outcome for the Opal because Coinit was so much more capped given all the cash outs he received throughout the game for the Crystal Gambit. But moving on, as a general picture, we see that Fast 9 comps are not doing so well in comparison to Fast 8 because on one side you see there is Econ, there is Gold, and players that hit Fast 9 boards, and then on the other one you see Combat, you see Items, you see Jinx, you see Ashe, and they are so far superior.
They are. And honestly, it kind of makes sense, right? If you are looking for those Fast 9 comps, then throughout the transition of the games, other people are always going to hit. Well, first we have the 1-cost rerollers that are going to hit, that are going to serve you bigger losses. Then we have the 2-cost rerollers, the 3-cost rerollers, the Fast 8 players. And at the end of the day, you're just there like, oh yeah, I arrived at Fast 9, but I don't have anything to show for it because everybody else already has such a big gap on me in terms of HP and resources. And honestly, I feel like that might just be the storyline that we're going to be seeing all throughout this weekend. I personally was a little bit sad to see the crew reroll end up with an 8th place, taking a loss as early as 5-2, where we did see Vomendeth get eliminated, wasn't able to transform into that Twisted Fate 2, which had to be the biggest part of that puzzle there.
Vomendeth, besides getting spoon-fed the TF from Carousel just as a save, it wasn't quite enough. And in general, what we've seen, that like if you're going 9, if you're capping on 9, you need to have something that goes for you until then. If it's either, we've seen before, Kayle as a main carry, and then you add up another carry in form of Varus, or if it's going for the Jinx and the secondary carry Seraphine, as this game it was for the Tartaman, or for Opal, going for the just a reroll of the Katarina, very early hit, being able to tempo out into the Yuumi, which is uncontested, makes it very easy to hit, and just playing the duo carry. So going Fast 9 and just relying on the 5 costs, not quite enough. It was much better last patch due to the mech being much more dominant, the TF having much more time, Seraphine giving you more value. Not quite a case anymore. The Jinx boards, Ashe boards are a bit faster, they are more concentrated on the damage, and this TF, the Seraphine, is not good enough for that.
That's absolutely right. Is there any comp? I mean, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of crew, we've been seeing a lot of kata, we've been seeing our good share of even mentor Janna. Is there a comp that you had on your bingo board coming into this tournament that we haven't seen yet while we take a look at our standings?
Not as much as not showing up, but not performing well. We've seen a Rise show up from Raiko this game, but it didn't quite hit the mark because of the volley 1, the positioning, the unideal items. I really want to see the mentor Volibear pop off because I know it can, but it needs a correct setup. I don't think you should be angling this from the losing perspective and without the good items.
Yeah, that's a great point. We're going to be seeing whether or not it can show up and perform, but at the very top of our leaderboard, Travis Cat Meow Meow, as we love to call him, still sits very comfortably
what a performance.
First and a second place. In a field of Tacticians, this one is absolutely a threat to everybody else. But we, of course, have to mention the players that are currently at the bottom end. We're at our halfway checkpoint, as Counterfeit just mentioned earlier. And with that, players that currently find themselves on the lower end of points, like HorrorX, need to find salvation, need to turn it around. So we're going to be looking whether or not they can find those possibilities as our game number 4 is going to come up just shortly.
So precisely in this lobby, we'll be keeping our close eye on the players such as HorrorX, Dalesam, or Lyres, given they are on the lower side of the bracket. So we might see the shift in the playstyle there, going into the riskier side. Now the question is, what is the riskier side? Is it going for some specific reroll? Is it going for the strongest forecast? Is it going for the Ashe? Well, we'll have to find out. Casters, bring us in.
Thank you very much, Alan. It's time to move into the second half of the day. As we were saying on the desk, risks abound, particularly for our players, HorrorX and Dalesam, on the lowest points in the lobby, as we will be starting ourselves off with a little bit of extra help with our OneCast friends here again with Impetuous Panda and Kenobi. Guys, kind of what's your overall feeling on the day so far?
I'll have to see how this game shakes out to really have a good understanding of the positions players are in and what they have to do for the final 2 games of the tournament to try and, again, avoid that bottom 8 position and to get cut from their aspirations and dreams in this day 1. OneCast coming in here for all of our players. I'm curious to see if we see maybe more kill reroll possibilities in this game, as well as the crew, which we've seen twice already today. Definitely a bit of a sour taste in the mouth after that game from Bowman Death that we saw last game.
Yeah, well, crucially, no Kales, no Zax, no Sivers, and no Malphite on the starting OneCast 2 start. So I doubt that it will be happening because of that, but it could have been definitely a possibility here. The thing is, with such a wide spread of points in the lobby due to the snake seeding, we're going to see some very different approaches. The players that are solidly set up already should be aiming to keep doing solid performances, not take too big of risks, but for HoroX and Dalesom, as you mentioned, not only do they need to take risks to stay in the competition, but the points are not reset tomorrow. So they need to take even bigger risks if they want to aim for surviving another set of cutoffs.
It's certainly going to be putting the pressure on to know that in the best case scenario, you're going to be trying to stay ahead of elimination for the rest of the competition. But that's the only path that's left open, as God Augments will open us up. Coco with a chance to farm some aura.
Coco also, I would say, in a pretty bad position point-wise compared to what he's probably expecting. So maybe he'd also be open to more risk. As you mentioned, Kenobi, some players need points to stay alive. Some players need points looking at the bigger picture of what's going to happen after 12 games. Can I still make final lobby from this position 3 games in with only 11 points? So we'll see if Coco goes for something like aura farming here, which I think will be his pickup, potentially, in terms of trying to hit a big spike. But no, going to go for the safer option with replication instead.
Your replication and what I hit in this 2-star Gnar, going to be able to get some crazy things in play. The Bastion emblem here for Tomino means we get a potential for maybe that a comeback for Kog'Maw and Yasuo. That duo goes so well with the Bastions, but if he snowballs hard enough, might be going for something even better. And I'm also spying a Crystal Gambit emblem from experience, so maybe another Ashe that will try to shine, even though it's so far not been very convincing apart for them for that previous game.
Yes, and it felt like it was definitely helped by a lot of other players saying, as you said before in that game, David, a lot of similar lines chosen by a lot of similar people. Lyris as well, bringing out the double trouble. We certainly know that that's been a spell to bring across something a little bit more unusual before.
And this will be maybe the confirmation of the tech if he is going to play into that Malzahar Nico line we saw. It looks like it's not the case for now, but doesn't really scream Jin to me if he's building Shojin, and that was the de facto line you were playing with Double Trouble last patch or the last few patches with Mundo Jin.
Definitely interesting game that to keep an eye out on with the Shojin line, because it's not even one of the best items for Malzahar as well, and Double Trouble leaves you some room for maybe compositions that are a little bit out there and might also be just used for tempo for a while and will decide what to do later on. It's interesting to see him keeping the Sivers as well. Might be looking for something there.
Experian with a chance to really go wild in this lobby with the Crystal Gambit emblem. Of course, you know, with the chance to get 5 and maybe 7 in later on, you can see the Experience making sure he is playing pretty strong to make most use of those kill cash outs later.
Actually, comical, I remember, I think Lidetz was the first TPC player to play a Double Trouble game on broadcast this set on the very first Battle Academia Cup, and it was with fanservice Rakan. But I think that's definitely not going to be the game plan in this game now, all the way at the end of the set.
Yeah, definitely not going for some archaeology and digging up old dead compositions. These bones should be staying at
necromancy.
Best. Yeah, it's more necromancy than archaeology, you're right. And in the meantime, Dalesom going for Stars Are Born and using it for tempo with the board that's looking rock solid so far.
This is interesting we're talking about Dalesom being as a player who's in the lower points position overall, just trying to get in as much early tempo as he can. Could you talk to us a little bit? I know we sort of mentioned Dalesom a little bit before, but I'd love to hear if you've got any more to tell us about him and kind of where he is in the tournament right now.
pretty poor, right? 9 points, not the best start. I think he started off with an 8th or 7th, I believe, in the first game, so not where he wants to be. That is a player who's done really well on ladder throughout many, many sets. He used to compete in other titles before TFT, but never has been able to translate that to really big tournament success. Maybe a good, day 3 in a cup or so, but never really popping off in the big tournaments. So people thought he was like kind of a bit of a choker in big situations when there's a lot of pressure. This set, I think, has been different. I think he did really well in week 1. I think he's had a really good prep with Revan, of course, as well. But we'll see how he can bounce back mentally if he maybe rethinks his meta read and his game plan coming these last 3 games.
I think in TFT, it's a little bit rough to say that if someone has never won a final, they're a choker. I think it should be put the other way around, because it's when you're managing to win, you should be considered a closer, and everyone else should not have, this negative image, because, well, statistically, only one player will be winning every tournament out of 8 players in the final lobby. So if you go and stick to that image, you might be stuck in some pretty rough situations. But here, Coliseum definitely looking like one of the Yuumi games that I was talking about earlier with this start, no?
It looks like it. I think this is a blast from obviously the start of the set, where this is one of the strongest stage 2 openers, and you would very comfortably play it into Yuumi and be very happy. Of course, things have changed with Yuumi and her power level and her kit overall in terms of how much she scales in stage 4. So we'll see if Coliseum considers his game plan at all.
And all perfect. I was just having a look at what he was getting onto. This is a little bit from what we saw from Wet Jungler from before. Not the golden edge Gnar, but still using Gnar as the centerpiece carry, just to have a strong board and push you up through the early game. So far, all looking pretty decent. Krakenslayer, of course, slammed in. We've expanded our idea beyond it being just Ashe, potentially into Jinx as well. But with patient study, he's going to get there faster.
Now, I have to ask, what the hell is going on in Lyres' board? Why do we have 2 2-star Sivirs? What is he cooking? Is he going to keep them? That would be out there. For sure, he's probably using what he got so far. Yeah, we see the first Malzahar coming in. It's probably going to move back to this board and using the Sivirs to try and save HP, even though it's not been successful so far with 3 losses in a row. Right, Kinsus. And
this is definitely not a Yuumi game, I would say.
And we're back to fast 9.
We've done some kept momentum so far. He's up against Coco in this round, David, who is the other win-streaking player. So we'll see if the Stars are Born are enough to overcome the item advantage from replication.
And maybe it was a Yuumi game, but he understands he's on a 4-win streak. He wants to slam items for tempo, and he just had to slam the Rage Blade in this case. And if it's a 5-win streak, I think it's a correct slam. I think there are obviously avenues to make use of his Rage Blade in stage 4 and 5.
30.
Although they are not AP lines, obviously.
Oh, he just made 30 with the double proc from Midas Touch this round. He's so rich. Incredible position from him. And you can see that he's already holding on to the Crystal Gambits on his bench and looking to slot them as soon as his power starts to dip a little bit and he loses his win streak. He will be slotting the crystals to swap one resource generating engine for another and just keep his power level as high as it can be to rack up these points.
I wonder if we could take a look down at HorrorX, who's currently in the lowest position at the moment, because he has been hanging around for a little while with what looks to be a Bastion board being put together. I mean, very much like D'Alessandro, I suppose doubly so, really. Horror needs really the first place out of this lobby to not be really tunneling towards being one of the first eliminated from week 1. From day 1 of week 2.
Interesting to see what Gobo or Horo decides to go for, considering his spot is very non-committal for now, but is slamming the Kraken here, is slamming the Sterax. Horo has had a very bad start to the day. This is a player who in set 13 into the Arcane was just 1 point off of making final lobby and potentially fighting for his first chance at playing attack round as well. That was a devastating loss for him back then. So definitely not the start that he was expecting and what could have been considered kind of a comeback regionals here in set 15.
Yeah, this is looking like maybe either the Ashe that we've seen so far or the Jinx, but it's looking to be played from a loss streak without extra resources being generated aside from the gold from this training dummy, but that's not going to be a lot. We're not very rich on the side of Horo. He's going to have a really hard time stabilizing when it comes to stage 4. He's going to be on a very low HP, and if anyone else has a high roll, will be very powerful for him.
Really strong hit here for Gobo with a Blazing Soul potential or the Blood Rage I'm going to mention for this Katarina reroll line. We'll see how hard he can spike here, or if he's even playing Katarina. Just give over the Rakan. Or did he buy it? Maybe he bought it. I was just
he bought it.
Okay.
He's buying them now, at least. I mean, you're right. The Blood Rage, especially with the Hemorrhage as well in place. I mean, if you're talking about before, Hemorrhage needing a little bit more time to work with and not having the scaling power, picking up a little bit more punch out of the augment certainly doesn't go awry.
Oh my god, is that the third Jinx he's seen? That's unfortunate. He's no way he can pivot to that. That's 4 Katarinas, down to 20 gold. He's gonna have to... Wow, that's... Well, that's a 2-star Kog'Maw. Sorry, it lost my... completely shut down my train of thinking, seeing 3 Kog'Maws and a 4th one in shop on level 6 here. A 4 experience, looking to stabilize a little bit and maybe play towards something like the Malzahar, but instead finds the Kog'Maw and starts racking in these rewards from the 5 Crystal Gambit here. A very, very good stabilization from here. And oh my, that's dirty. The Xante here is just beautiful.
And experience someone who we saw was very comfortable playing into this 5CG win streak game plan. In the very last game of play-ins with everything on the line, he ended to an Ashe on 3-1, playing into 5CG and using it as a perfect way to tempo his way, I believe, into a win or definitely a top 4, definitely a good result from that final game and a position in day 2 of regionals last weekend. So he's now again playing for that same line, rolling, I imagine, into that Kog'Maw or finding it naturally, but having a damage dealer that can help you get a lot of kills in stage 3 while having the 5CG in. So if he's able to ride that wave of tempo, he's going to be a very, very scary player coming to stage 4.
Oh, for sure, managing to get the items to fit to the circumstances. We check in with Tamino on 17 points right now, playing in his second competitive year. We do see at least, some pieces here of the Xayah Bastion board, though it doesn't look like that's necessarily what's online for a long time. We certainly don't have the backline item set we'd like otherwise, but even without that, with the Bastion emblem on the tower defense dummy, we're seeing the board's doing pretty darn well and keeps hold of its streak.
Yeah, and fun fact with that Bastion emblem, it now gives out AD and AP based on armor and MR, so that tower defense is actually gonna hit, not like a lot, but decently, especially in the early game. It's gonna be a sizable amount of damage, and that Yasuo is gonna push it a little bit over the edge and allow Tomino to find a very comfortable win streak here on 93 HP with a very expensive board, so he needs that win streak to stay afloat if he wants to have enough economy for the rest of the game.
Okay, Kenobi, what you're trying to tell me is that dummy will win a 1v1 at some point in this?
Yeah, definitely. Is
that confirmed?
Happen, yeah. It is confirmed.
All right.
It's the dummy meta incoming. All right, let's take stock of where we are then, coming to the midpoint of stage 3. Remember, again, we got players in dramatically different situations from each other. Horax, the lowest points and the lowest HP as well. Tamino up at the top, one of our high points players, looking to rock and roll their way through the lobby. The rest with the Double Trouble board looks to be that we are moving more towards the Malzahar board finally, but it's taken a little while to get here.
That was a rough roll down to watch. Oh my, that's definitely not what he wanted to find. He's out of money, even worse than Travis in the previous game, and there were a lot more 3-cost rewolves to go along to help him hit later on in the game. This is looking like Lyris is gonna have to find a way to come back into the game, because right now he also had raining gold, so extra income, and it's not amounting to much right now.
You will be getting some more gold throughout the rest of this game every round, so maybe that'll change things. I think Travis is in a similar position, not too far off. I mentioned it being a problem for Double Trouble with 3-cost reroll because you are forced to roll so deep to try and find not just 3 but 4 copies of your 3-cost unit, and we're seeing the after effects of this, right? Where are you going to be able to recover your econ in time? Are you going to be able to find the eventual 3 stars that really give you the big spike in stage 4 and 5?
Yeah, a little bit of refining going on that board. We check in with Org. So we've gone from patient study to slamming. I mean, Kenobi, we were talking a little bit in our first weekend about trying to double down on the economy augments. In this case, doubling down on the XP.
Yeah, definitely one of the Fast 9 angles, but missing the final Crystal Gambit, only has 2, so he can't slot it in right now, meaning that's going to be very rough for him. He's already down to 55 HP, so yes, he has double Econ Augment, but it might be pretty hard for him to actually get to level 9, whereas Likoko, with just a single Econ Augment, but a lot more HP to play with, might be a lot stronger and able to get to level 9 with enough HP to stabilize.
There's the golden edge now we were talking about before. With the items, particularly to enable it to attack very quickly. I believe we were at 4 or 5 gold getting pumped out there pretty regularly. I mean, David, in terms of the how much of an acceleration it is to have this kind of spot here with a Gnar, the Grince's Rage Blade with the red buff as well. How much faster are you getting to 8, 9 than other boards would be?
Obviously much slower than when it was not capped in terms of not working now in PvE rounds. Now it's a really big difference in terms of how fast you can get there. I think if you feel like you're strong enough and you have a really good tempo lead, it's still kind of a win more situation where you're just greeting it out and saying, I can sacrifice combat power for my power up and just play for max speed instead. I do think without prismatic econ starts, you have to either really win streak stage 2 and 3 or have double econ augments or something like Golden Edge helping you to make it to 9 in a comfortable position to not have to donkey roll for your final few upgrades in stage 5. So it's going to be curious to compare the spots from Likoko and from Og. There's a 20 HP disparity right now between both players, but a similar game plan.
A similar game plan is also for Heroics and Experian here with the 5 Crystal Gambits, just a difference in who the backline carry is going to be. Unfortunately, this is looking like a nice skeleton of a board, but skeleton is all it's going to remain if we don't find any kind of upgrades. And that's exactly when we need the upgrades to start stacking up the 5 Crystal Gambit, especially because we have double Econ Augment, so no combat power coming from here, and whoops. Never mind that Anima Visage there. A little bit of a misclick here happens. And trying to find something for the Lee Sin. Going for the Ultra Stance to hit that 4 Juggernaut mark. Pretty rare to see that, but pretty cool.
Yeah, a little bit more tankiness. I suppose at this point, especially when you're working with almost no money, you're not guaranteed to get to the next level anytime soon. I think we're seeing a little bit more item rearranging in the next round to come, but right now, Horror's board looks like it is just good enough. I think finding the early Lee Sin is absolutely massive, and it's getting the job done.
He's so close to a lot of spikes, though, as well, so we'll see if Horo can maybe hit them throughout these next few rounds.
Yeah, and Experian had a very, very strong 3-2 position, but it's looking much rougher now, only on a 2-star Ari and trying to play a Crystal Gambit Ari, which was already a little bit worse than the Malzar in the previous patch. And I don't think it will have become much better. Meanwhile, Og has found the crystals and is going to be going for that level max.
Yeah, we were comparing the positions from Likoko and Og. I think they're no longer comparable. Og has decided to roll down heavily on 8s. Has not found the Ash, so he's on 4 Crystal Gambit as well. It's Tesla coil value. You're getting a little bit extra from the TG here, but without the Ash, I'm a little bit scared for this position for Og, to be honest.
Yes, it's some immediate power out of the Organ, but you're right, it feels like it's something of a concession, especially now down to no money at all. I mean, the patient study slamming, it's only going to be a moderate amount of XP trickling in. As Dallas over on the other side, another player who needs the big win. He is gone for the extra power. He has an Ash of his own. He's got a Zyra of his own as well. And the dancers in the backline means that this is a scary-looking Spanish board, and it rips through Org.
What's really interesting is to see all these players opting to contest each other for the Crystal Gambit line, and Stage 4 is so weak overall, with mostly 4-cost 1-stars across the board, and it's kind of surprising seeing the players refusing to go something like the Star Guardian, especially when it's uncontested. And here, the Jinx was clearly a placeholder for the desired Ash, and you have to wonder if it's the right decision going for this 3- or 4-way contest on the Crystal Gambit. Because if you don't hit hard enough at the beginning of Stage 4, you're not going to reach that inevitability threshold of all the resources you could get, and that we've seen in the previous game.
Meanwhile, Tomino, the Giga Chad, has a Yasuo 3 on his board, uncontested, ready to rock up and win every fight in Stage 4. 93 HP and a 9 win. He must be feeling very good considering how the rest of this lobby has shaken out. He's going to have very easy coasting throughout this stage and the next. I think partly to your point, Kenobi, there was a lot of uncertain spots in stage 2 and 3 in terms of itemization and where players were going with their lines. I think maybe if the spots were a bit more clear, we wouldn't have had this 4-way contest on the Ash board.
However, I'm trying to take stock of the situation, looking at all the balls here. Goboster losing all of his rounds as opposed to Opal in the previous game. Not finding the extra upgrades. We can see here the Jace with the Yuumi items, but Yuumi has not been found despite all of these forecasts having been pulled out of the pool. It's looking like Goboster is down to his potential 9 HP, his last life. If he doesn't get the Yuumi really soon, he's going to be going down.
Well, yeah, Goboster coming into this one on 20 points, the leader of this particular lobby. It would be pretty shocking to see him go out here, especially, of course, with him being the Magic and Mayhem regional champion for EMEA. So a lot of expectations are in place from here. We'll be slamming in everything he can, doing that last bit of refining. But, I mean, Org and Horo are potential targets for elimination before Gobo goes out, but I do not know how much further he can go than that.
It's really a shame for Og. He seemed to be in an okay position at the start of stage 3, but missing on the Ash entirely and seeing how the rest of this lobby turned out really is not helping his case coming into this end of stage 4. And everyone's being taxed by Tomino, right? His board is just so far ahead of tempo off of the duplicator pickup on 4-2, being able to kind of jump ahead of the rest of the lobby, especially considering the contests. That it's going to be really hard. Maybe only Horo can beat him here, considering how much he sacked early on to make it to this board.
Yeah, it's so. I'm trying to figure out which players are going to make it out. Horo looks like he's the one with the best spots for Crystal Gambit, right? He's got the 2-star Ash, the 2-star Visante, as well as the Lee Sin, so he's strong right now, going to be farming out. And Og, despite the 2 econ augments, stuck on level 8 here, and with just an itemization that is much rougher, no upgrades here. It's probably singing his one song. It's going to be trying to survive one more round, maybe get one more round of rewards to try and stabilize, but it's looking a little bit unlikely. And in the meantime, Goboster are pretty strong, and it's going to be the battle for last place here. The Katarina against the 1-star Ash. Can she get there in the end?
It's a long journey to get all the way across the board. We did see before that if she found the targeting, she would teleport. But I think in this case, the Edge of Night getting proc. The front line, though, devolves immediately. And that will be a big hit and our first elimination.
I think, like you mentioned, Kenobi, I think there definitely was a window to try and pivot into Jinx or Star Garden, considering it's not being played at all in this lobby. Even if that means either forging the Rage Blade or just trying to accept an optimal itemization for Jinx as a main carry.
Yeah, it's definitely not like the Rage Blade is a horrible item for Jinx as well. It's not as good as a Shojin would be, but she still does a sizable amount of damage with the auto attacks, and the fights take a while, and with Gather Force, you get value out of the scaling. So I think it's a missed opportunity here, and maybe a little too narrow-minded when it comes to playing around that Crystal Gambit line. It looks like it's valued exceptionally highly by the players, but maybe tomorrow it's going to be important for them to realize that if everybody is putting so much value on it, it becomes worse, because playing it contested is not the play.
No, as we've seen repeatedly now, it's slowing you down dramatically. But perhaps, David, as you were saying before, that it's right that the major changes in mentality really only come between the days. Just because right now you're in the thick of it, worrying most about your position and just getting through these games with as many points as you can. To be making those kind of changes at this point could be dangerous, but for Dallasum, things aren't looking dangerous at all. Up on the top, Goboster, though, and Horo still remain in the danger zone.
We'll see what Lides can do here. As we predicted, still far behind when it comes to executing his game plan in terms of the 3 stars, because he was just so far. One, we saw his roll down on 3-5, dipping under 10 gold at level 7. For that first initial spike for this board to stabilize. It looks like it's just too late for Lides, down to his last life now, and facing some boards that are going to be very scary now that we come into stage 5 and we see roll downs come through, especially for Lekoko coming up now on 5-2.
Indeed, here's the first 3-star. Might be enough time for him to stabilize and get to the Malzahar, but it's going to be So close. And Horo goes to 9.
Ooh.
And now has a 2-star Lee Sin next round if he survives, which is a hard sell.
The Coco also went 9 here.
So Horo finds 2-star Lee Sin. The rest on 1 life. The Kobo on 1 life. Horo on 1 life. Surely not all of them make it out of this round.
Going to be Lakoko versus Tomino here. We'll see if the Volibear and Samira can break through the right side here, and Volibear can start wrapping and getting a ton of resets. If the Volibear can wrap on, it'd be huge. It's just Samira, but Volibear does go onto Cogball. Can the Volibear win with the Gunblade up against this Yasuo? Gonna be a close fight in the end, but I think Volibear should be able to do it. There's not enough burst coming out from this Yasuo just yet.
Yeah, Volibear doing the rhythm to We Will Rock You on this Yasuo's face, definitely taking him down. Both the range carries dying a little bit early in this fight, and in the meantime, Experian on this 3-cost reroll version of Crystal Gambit, which I think is a very nice adaptation to all this contest, being able to try and roll. Unfortunately for him, just like Lires, just not quite hitting.
Lyris is officially out of there. The Double Trouble Mazhar Ramos board never really found its feet the way we would have liked, but so low HP across the table. Checking with Horo on the left-hand side. The Lee Sin itemization has been fixed. All of the carries on the right-hand side of the board, David.
We'll see what Lee Sin will be able to do once the Ashe is helping out onto the targets here. There's just so much to chew through. The Volibear has been taken down. The stun comes in at the perfect time there from the Tankzilla. And now it's just a Samira left alive. She won't be able to do enough. Looks like Horo X came out as a big winner when it comes to the Crystal Gambit line.
For sure. And now with the 2-star Lee Sin, the Mana Zane on the Braum, he might be able to get to a second life if Braum earns enough poros for him in the course of the next few rounds. And that duelist emblem of the carousel might be very, very important for him, allowing him to maybe add in another duelist if he wishes instead of that Braum, or just add the duelist on the Zyra, which is very, very powerful. The plant benefiting from the attack speed as well, if he puts it in the front line, in the back line instead.
Speaking of duels, we've got a duel elimination. Gobista, Experian, both out in bottom 4, which is, of course, huge for our players who are looking to try and make up the most ground in the competition. Horex, as you see here, the biggest example of that, just 5 points so far in the first 3 games. This top 4 by itself is a huge step forwards.
And really clutch play from Horo X. His spots looked very uncertain when we saw his board on stage 3, especially considering from his position. I thought he was kind of mental boomed and checked out, but he clutched up on his roll down. He found a way to beat out all these other Crystal Gambit players on the contest and has now stabilized very hard here. He is still on 1 life, so fight RNG might punish him at some point in this stage, but for now he looks very, very strong and continually is getting stronger and stronger off the Crystal Gambit cash outs as well.
And the Yasuo takes another fist to the face. Definitely seems to be a team for this late game for Tomino. From a very, very strong early game point, he's now not winning any kind of round anymore, not finding the Kog'Maw 3-star, opting to move forward into the game, not allowing him to cap as high as he could. And the Yasuo is now not enough to clutch these kind of fights and gets into trouble a little bit too much from all this AoE.
Yes, he definitely feels like he's great as a secondary, but we'll see if Dallasam can hold out against the Crystal Gambit board on the other side of things. I mean, right now we've got Ashes on both sides, but as you mentioned before, David, having the duelist emblem coming in as well has so much itemized backline. Surely it's enough.
Listen, I think the spike is just much bigger for now for X. Dallasam is obviously greeting out. I think he knows he's trying to first. He wants to fight for this Cassante. He still needs TF2. I wonder if he even changes power up from Cassante or from the Jarvan to the TF once he hits TF2. Duelist Emblem TF with Shadow Clone is really insane because you get the on-hit effect from the Duelist Emblem on both of them. So it's a really strong synergy. We'll see if... Yeah, I just want to see what Dalasam's final board looks like as he gets a little bit more gold to hit all his upgrades.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Duelist Emblem on the Shadow Clone gets its damage reduced now. It has been changed, right, earlier in the set.
Okay.
Because it was too powerful with all the interactions with the artifacts and the Duelist Emblem and the things like that. I'm pretty sure the clone does not benefit from the full extra true damage anymore, so he might not be looking for that. Might be looking for something like Noxious Trap though, because he's still on the Corrosive on the J4 due to lacking in armor reduction items. So definitely a possibility to power up the TF still.
I just want to take in everyone's HP. So we've got 3 players on 20s, 1 on just a single life, and that's HoroX from China representing the UK. A UK student over here, as David mentioned before. He started to establish himself, he's got close to the top. He's up against some extremely good players. We'll see if Horo's got enough to take on the mighty Coco.
Big battle on that right side. These are all players that need to bounce back. They've made it to the top 4, Dalisom and Lekoko and HoroX as well, so they're part of the way there, but they all want to fight for the win to really come back in points. Lekoko's Samira Volibear board seems like it's a little bit too much to handle for HoroX there. The resets are huge. The Braum is doing so much at 2-star as well, and Domino also looking to be strong enough, so Dalisom on his last life.
Yeah, trying to clutch any kind of point is so crucial for Dalisom with 9. And so HoroX only getting top 4 is not good enough for him. He's still in huge trouble for the last couple of games. Gonna have to look for the first places if he wants to claw his way back out of the bottom 4, bottom 8 placements, sorry. And make it to day 2 and then have a potential for day 3.
I mean, he's certainly round the edge of the blade for quite a long time through this game, just barely holding on. See if Dalisom on the right-hand side can continue to do so up against the Samira Luchador board. You can see that the Ash is at least staying out of trouble for a good amount of time. Volibear does take out half the carries on the left-hand side. The Ash barely survives on the right. It's going to be down to the wire, and I think Dalisom has just about got it for this round.
Lekoko's doing such a good job of targeting the weak sides of most of these boards and trying to break through with his positioning every single one of these fights. With a Volibear, we saw immediately jumping onto the TF, but Dalisom had a strong enough right side that was not yet attacked by that volley, by that Jinx, to win the fight in the end.
I love the use of one of the new power-ups on Braum as well. The Snacks time combined with the Shojin means the Braum is going to be outputting so much damage. And if you take a look, Braum has a very unique interaction with the Shojin. Right after he throws a unit, he adds another extra auto attack that adds up the mana from Shojin, allowing him to repeat casts really quickly. Excellent itemization out of Lekoko and in trying to win out here thanks to that powerful legendary.
We're seeing now Dalisom again. He's trying to defend both sides, not allowing any weak side breakthrough onto his TF like we just saw in the last fight.
All the way down to the wire then, gentlemen. Again, we're past the halfway point of the lobby. Every point's going to matter. As was mentioned before, points carry over from days 1 to 2, but so a difference of a placement here, even for our players who are doing a little bit better, can be making all the difference. But Dalisom and Coco, 9 points, 11 points each. It's every single difference that counts, as we do see another elimination coming in.
Dalisom gets taken out by the Yasuo from Tomino in the final 1v1 between Yasuo and J4. Honestly, surprising that both Dalisom and Horo only end up with 3rd and 4th. And it shows that even when you hit the kind of nuts position for the Crystal Gambit, it ends up not being a guaranteed win. And so maybe the players have to really reconsider their priorities coming in for tomorrow after seeing how the meta shapes up. The Crystal Gambit seems like a huge risk, and the reward does not seem up to snuff when it comes to these late game fights.
And I really like the game from Lekoko. I think so many times today already, and especially last week, we saw players who were not in a position to go Fast 9 and play for just a full-on legendary board fall short and go 7th or 8th in the process. Lekoko, I think, realized where he was at economy-wise and opted to play around 4 costs like Samira and Volibear instead, and then eventually make it to 9, but not center entirely around a Fast 9 game plan, and it really has paid off for him.
Yeah, we've seen an Edgelord Luchador board is not on my bingo card for today at all. It's doing remarkably well. You can see while the Seraphim Bomb will take a chunk out of things, I think actually with the 5 Edgelord in place, it's good enough for Coco. And Kenobi, we've simply got a second to talk about it. You don't want to recognize Coco as being one of the most dominant players here in EMEA. He's qualified through to the crown before just by sheer volume of his performances across the regular season.
Yeah, and once again shows off an excellent read on his position, starting from the very beginning of the game. On 2-1, you mentioned not trying to greed for a fast 9 too early and playing for bold strength, and it ends up paying off really huge dividends down the line. That Braum is just sending enemies left and right, and he's non-stop casting, probably doing upwards of 10,000 damage for each fight.
And Tamino, realizing that 3-cost reroll with Yasuo was going to be a great idea, considering that we had Lires holding so many 3-costs, we had so many Swains being held by the Crystal Gambit players, as well as the Arya Nico from experience. So really good understanding to stay way ahead of tempo and have so much extra HP to work with coming to the late game. Even if he ends up losing this fight to Lekoko, who is maybe a little bit stronger at this point in stage 6, a top 2 is a great place to be in with just this pretty standard Yasuo board with a +1 on the dummy.
And there he does it, Coco managing to get the first place against Tamino. Honestly, you guys, a great clash to see at the top there, with Tamino being in only his second competitive year overall against a massive veteran like Coco, be able to take him to the end of the round. A really brawled, and of course for Coco in particular, that was a big recovery round as well. He only came in with 11 points, hasn't had the best start, but showed us exactly what he's capable of.
And I will say, I think for both of these players, sometimes you look at the top 2 and you say, oh, these guys played well, but they high rolled a little bit as well. I think both of these players just played really well. They executed their game plans perfectly. They really understood what it was they needed to do to top this lobby and to outplace all the contesters on Ashe as well. But let's hear what the analyst desk with Makes and Alan have to say about this game 4.
Thank you so much, Panda. Thank you so much, guys, for this game. Although, Alan, you know, we started this day off with a little bit of conversation around hate and love watching, and I have some complaints I would like to share with the class, because this is what, the 4th game we've seen a full gold lobby, and like the 4th game where we've seen more than 2 people contest on the same line. What's going on?
Ooh, that looked like a 5-way contested dash, and to the point where some of them had to pivot here. I'm looking at the Experion, pivot into the Ari carry successfully, going 5th from that spot when he picks up 2-1 the Crystal Gambit, happily going for the line, and then like we look at the 4-2, wow, where is Ashe? There is no more Ashe in the pool, and pretty handful of the players going for there. I believe Coco had even a spot to play it, but opted to play Samira instead, to the great success. Samira great at ducking those balls from the Seraphine, as we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, unless you are getting served an Ashe 2 on a silver plate, you should just be looking for other options. With how crazily players are prioritizing this lane, I'm very curious how the stats are going to change players' perceptions for tomorrow, because of course they're going to see the play rate on the Crystal and the Ashe, and I think that might just do something with them to try and find other comps a little bit more often. I was sad to see Lires not being able to transfer that double trouble into a board that was actually able to claw away some wins there, but of course without the Malzahar 2, the Malzahar 3, that's always going to be a tough battle.
I mean, Lires roll down at 3-5 was so sad to watch. He was sitting at 2 Malzahar, 2 Ramus, and 10 gold to his name. This is not the game we've seen from Travis, who hit comfortably all of his upgrades, not for count of the unit, but like upgrades, and still was sitting at 20. So like you see the good comparison between hitting and not hitting in terms of result.
Yeah, absolutely. That is always a big part of TFT, as we know, of course. But personally, I think it's time. I think Twitch chat should join forces with us to you know, caster curse, chat curse, all of our players to try and make a prismatic lobby happen. I mean, at this point, I'd even take silvers, even though I wouldn't normally, but I just want something else. I want players to experience a different version of TFT, I think.
I'll be generous. I'll go with the Scuttle, triple prismatic, chaos.
No. Oh
yes.
no.
Yes.
Don't. Oh my lord. Okay, we'll have to see if that actually becomes true. But I want to give another shout out to Horo X. I know Counterfeit was already mentioning that throughout the day, and even though he was one of the players that was contesting Crystal, being saved by the bell there, picking up the ash from the carousel with the duelist bet nonetheless. But still, a fourth place after having such a tragic start into the day is always something I feel like we should be commanding, we should be giving credit to, and that is where the story is going to sit for the next two games, as well as players are finding themselves in that elimination bracket. Keep in mind, only the bottom 8 players are going to be cut for competition for tomorrow, so that is going to be where we will keep our eyes and where players will maybe have more of a desperation play at hand to try and go for those first or 8th comps and winouts.
I mean, so far we've seen Ash reaching the play rate of the mech from last week, and I am pretty certain it's not as good as the mech was. And even the players that hit, we've seen Heroics hitting even 3 duelist emblems on top of the upgrades, and that was merely a 4th. It was losing to like Yasuo, Seraphine type of the board. You have to reevaluate your line strength at this point.
Yeah, players love it when you message them and you tell them, hey, Crystal Ash is actually not that good. Just do that, chat. But while you're on it, we're going to take a look at our standings, because after game number 4, here are the players you need to wish for to turn it around. Actually, some big names in that segment. They're Dasik, Gang, finding themselves on the lower rankings of our table.
Yeah, and reminder, 8 of the bottom players do not make it throughout today. We are gonna be having 24 players tomorrow. So Moritz, Yobidashi, they need to start getting some points. Otherwise, they're not gonna make it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But 2 more games could be the changing point, could be where they turn it around. And of course, our field is as stacked as ever. And despite Travis finally taking a lower placement with a 6th place here in game number 4, he's still absolutely dominating the lobby. I do want to mention Wet Jungler sneaking his way into the top 8, though, on the back of 2 first. You love to see it.
I love to see double Polish flag in the top 8. That's what I can get behind. Good, successful practice. Yeah.
Yeah, the caster bias is definitely going strong for both of us. Of course, we would be amiss not to mention the whole row of French players.
Like 10 of them, literally.
Half of the players, generally. For sure, they're always going to be there. I think at this point, there's no question about that. But
I mean, when half of the competition is French, like, what are you expecting? Like, half of them will be on the first and second page.
That's true. That's true. You'll love to see it, though. I think a lot of them have players
more
that
Polish.
we're just very happy to see. Yes, Alan, even you. I'm going to speak for us both. But we do have 2 more games. So, chat, if you would join me, just I'll do Plink and chat if we can caster chat curse fusion symbiosis this lobby into not being a triple gold lobby. I would very much like that. I think that's what we're looking for here today before game number 5, Alan. Am I right?
Prismatic, number 1, augment, number 2, number 3. You know what? Let's bring a 4th one somehow. I don't know how. Let's get 4th prismatic arguments. Why not? On me.
Listen, the thing is, you guys don't realize we're actually like counter cursing it. We're gonna get a full silver lobby now. So
no. You want silver? I want prismatic. What's between?
No, we're not getting gold. I swear, if we're getting gold, I'm just gonna leave. They can't make me stay for
quick jump, man.
5.
We can get maybe spicy encounter. Which encounter would you love to see? Like, you can pick once throughout 3 days.
For sure.
Crab Rave.
Yeah.
And just mayhem like 3 players on the stage 5.
Exactly.
That's my kind of vibe.
I think that's something I'd be looking for personally. We are getting.
I want more
lobbies.
beach.
You want more beach? Oh no, no, Alan, no. We haven't even
Okay.
seen anybody break their beach ball.
Look, we've seen already Lutzap. We've had the beach. We've had God knows what. But we didn't have the prismatics. And if I am gonna wish for something that already occurred, then Mort will be like, okay, you can have the prismatic because the beach was already there. Like, I'll give you the other part. However, we're looking at the players and the game 5. Here, so the big player, we'll see if we will go for some Hail Mary play, is obviously Moritz, sitting at merely 8 points.
Yeah, he is not in the best spot, but there's somebody here that's going to join us as we Caster, Curse, Jinx, Chat, Fusion this lobby, because Kenobi is going to be back for us with this game. And we're getting our augments earlier, at least, Kenobi. Was that your doing?
Yes, that's a triple prismatic in stage 2, mind you.
Didn't they disable triple on stage 2? Can you still get it? I thought it's like you can get like double stage 2 and 1 stage 3. I think it was like the best, let's call it the best outcome.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see. We'll see what rolls around.
Pretty sure you can still get 2-1, 2-2, 2-3 augments.
Really? Okay, I'm down.
You've sown the seeds of doubt in my mind, and with all the challenges, it's a possibility. But let's look at the first boxes here. A Smolder for Bensak in a really this camera seems to be in some sort of issues.
Nah, that's just how he looks. It's just that's normal. No, of course, that is sorting itself out. Players are starting to pick up their first units, and I'm seeing a unit I love seeing because D-Cup is actually on a Katarina already together with an Ezreal. Could this be another Kata reroll game? I would be happy to see it.
Players at this point are just praying to see more Crystal Gambit units, as we've seen throughout the day. There is nothing wrong with just seeing multiple golden orbs. I think the players at this point are just addicted to cash outs. They just want to pick up those orbs. They want to extra juice.
I'm not going to be the one blaming them for loving the feelings of repeated cash outs every round. You know, definitely is an incredible feeling. But yeah, it's been performing pretty rough.
Aww.
And well, triple on stage 2.
Okay, we got it. You called it. Good job, Kenobi.
You cursed the wrong thing. We didn't want gold augments. Kenobi, what's up?
I'm doing my best. Sorry, the ways of the force are tricky.
Ooh, scoreboard scrapper maybe for. I don't know, but there was like a Zinzao pair.
Pretty sure he didn't pick up his in pair.
Oh, yeah, he did sell at the last second there. Yeah. Knuckle Dusters, but does he have a single Vi? Oh my god! Scoreboard Scrapper into Zinzao 2. Hello.
Yep.
We are actually seeing a lot of very interesting augment choices out of this gold selection. We have Double Trouble in here. We have a Twilight Assault being picked up by Moritz. Ging picking up Heavy as the Crown as early as this. Maybe players are getting ready for the chaos that is 3 augments stage 2.
Okay, Kenobi, what are the craziest augment pairings we can expect from triple augment on stage 2, given we already see Double Trouble and Shen?
Well, for every player that has picked an Econ augment, getting another, like, if we get a prismatic Econ and they double dip starting from stage 2, the level 9s are going to be coming in so quickly that all the players playing on the back foot, like the Scoreboard Scrapper, will be in huge trouble. But there are so many combinations of augments that scale off of each other, and if you get them early enough, it's completely crazy. Like, you could get your Bastion emblem here for Moritz, or maybe Heavy is the Crown would be absolutely crazy for him as well.
I could see it. I'd be down for that. I'm a little bit worried with Heavy as the Crown. Alan, we were talking about this earlier already when I believe it was Clamu who picked it up in one of the previous games. With Katarina, I mean, yeah, we're out of the Akali, but with Katarina being something players like to pick up in the current meta, I'm always stressed out when I see Heavy as the Crown in these lobbies.
I mean, Shen is pretty potent. He's resilient with the Bastion, and if you throw at him some sustain, he can take Katarina down by himself. I have faith.
The thing is, if Katarina killed the Shen, the round's pretty much over anyway.
Yeah.
We're just saving like
Fair.
10 to 15 seconds for the time it takes to clean up.
All right.
Ooh,
I'm-
that's pretty good. Silvers for the component buffet for the Shen, that's probably one of the best outcomes you could hope for. But not getting a rod, just getting an extra bow. Probably got the double Rage Blade angle with like some QSS. Or the GS Rage Blade QSS, I would assume.
Yes. Silver Destiny picked up on Ging, so going for a little bit of RNG there. Trying to squeeze out a few extra resources as well.
Double Finding Patience is
right?
virtue.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh?
So
Ah.
Huh.
crown, here we are. So Ging picked up that Heavy is the Crown basically instantly. I think on the back of having that 2-star Callista, I believe he had that really early on. And so he's just trying to really scale into, early power.
And we're getting into a very interesting situation here for Ging, because if there was not somebody playing Shen reroll, I'm pretty sure Chaotic Mutation, Heavies, the Crown, Ginzus with Bastions and Zaya would be completely disgusting. Because Chaotic Evolution, for people who don't know, because it's a pretty rare augment to see, every time you star up a unit, it gets some extra stats, and when you 3-star a unit, it gets a total of 4 extra stats, and that is semi-tailored, just like over 9,000, so it can amount to something like 40 AD on someone like Zaya, or a ton of HP for tanks or resistances as well, so it's very, very powerful. But with the Shen being there, is he able to do that, or will he have to improvise and just use it as a way to power his 2-stars?
What about Jace Caitlyn? And you just reforge Rage Blade later.
We haven't seen that in a while.
He already picked up a Jace, and like, oh,
there it is.
Nice. Good job, Twitch chat. I'm proud of you. Good job, Alan.
Oh, hold up. Hard commit is kinda interesting, but I don't think he'll go for it. Oh, Caretaker Chosen with so little downside, getting it at as late as 2-5, pretty much mitigated downside within like 3 runs. That's definitely interesting.
So if you are on Chaotic Mutation, right?
Oh my god! It does.
Come on.
It would have worked. Doesn't work.
Didn't pick it. Aw, Ging!
Build a bug.
Okay, he's just gonna use as eco. You're just gonna the Golden Destiny and just ignore the Chaotic
my god.
Evolution. Oh,
Chaotic Destiny into Buried Treasure is nasty.
wow. With the
This lobby is full of
with the
surprises.
wow, with
Yep.
the double trouble, getting a double econ. One of them silver, was second one being Destiny into the items. If double doesn't top 4, okay, he could just miss roll down. To be fair, can you even miss roll down with
Yeah, that's
patience
pretty
and Gold Destiny?
It's gonna be super hard to miss this roll down. He's gonna be much richer than the previous iterations we've seen of this board, but we'll have to see. He's gonna take his time, slowly scale up with the extra components, and it's all gonna be spent by the time he gets to 3-5 when he wants to scale up. So things lined up perfectly for Double 61 to have a crazy good game.
All right, let's just take a pause real quick, because of course there's a lot that just happened in this lobby, and I think we need to sort through it with all of these augments that have just appeared for all of our players. Let's just go one by one. We're going to take a look at Bensek here, who's currently playing once again around the Crystal Gambit, something that we've seen a lot of throughout this game, but he is definitely just trying to go into the potential of leveling up and then being able to find that Ash maybe earlier than everybody else, although Rageblade Ash?
So I want to touch, that's one thing, but I want to touch on the Decop spot who has scoreboard into level up, which on paper looks very good. But we already seen what's happening today if you don't have combat arguments or item arguments. Even if he hits level 9, even if he 2-stars literally all his board that he can put in the planner, if he has only like 2 sets of items, it's very likely it's gonna not be able to outcap the other boards because we have some crazy stuff. We see component buffet with Lucky TG. We have Pandora box with Lucky TG. We have insane double travel setup.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It's going to be down to the wire for Decop to stabilize, but if he manages to stay alive just for long enough for his Cobalt Scrapper to bring his entire team up to unbreakable levels of damage, it might be enough, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. Also, I want to point out, you're going to see him do something that looks kind of strange, which is he's going to bench and replace his units on the board every round. That's because Cobalt Scrapper has a little bit of an issue of having 1 round delay, and you're missing 1 round of stats after every player combat, and you have to do that manipulation to get all the benefits, which he's going to try.
It's fine.
And do.
You have to be aware of all the techs, as we call it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good tip for anybody who's watching who is maybe not familiar with it, as long as this set continues, or of course hoping now that will eventually be fixed. But our observer's pointing something out, which I think we can definitely call to, because we're getting 2 players on the top with a 5-win streak and 2 players on the bottom with a 5-loss streak. They haven't met yet. We're on 3-1. That is a lot of resources that are now being injected into the lobby on top of the already crazy augments that we have going for us.
Look at double items. Kenobi, could you get more hand-picked items?
Well, I'm a huge fan of the Nashor's Tooth, but no, this is pretty incredible, and this is going to lead to such incredible build-up for double 61. But he interrupts the Ging's win streak with the double Janna here, which is crucial in slowing down some of the players at the top of this lobby. And we mentioned how important it is for them to get stopped in their tracks if you don't want them to get away with the game and just rush 9 and completely crush you.
I want to touch upon the Zyko spot. We haven't seen him quite yet. He picked up expected the unexpectedness. I like to call it expected bottoming, because we see econ into econ, and if your dices are not particularly too crazy, it can be another econ. And triple econ in this lobby, I like the idea of going Crystal Gambit, because it can reduce you with the items, and that's exactly what you might need. Maybe even some 4-cost 3-star.
Yeah, crucially for Moritz, he's 3-1 cash out from the dice, where double duplicator, which is exactly what he wants with his Shiny Roar.
Yeah, definitely something we'll need to keep in mind for Moritz. Of course, it's also a question of how he's going to progress on his Shens, whereas Zico can just kind of chill. So 2 of these...
He's level 746.
Yeah, 2 of these players really looking for different outs, despite having that unexpectedness coming in here for both of them.
He just doubled down without changing his board, while on 2-win streak.
He's chilling.
I think he's faced the players that will also be doubling down. We've seen just before he was facing off against another Crystal Gambit, so he might just be fine and facing off only players that are playing the strongest board, which is honestly a lot of players in this lobby with all the lucky gloves that we're getting and all the overall power that has been displayed with the triple augment stage 2.
Checking in with Dalasum here, is currently on a little bit of a Prodigy Star Guardian moment. Like we mentioned earlier, does have that Pandora's into TG, so a lot of potential to just farm infinite items. Already 2 TGs on the board for him here. We saw in the previous round, he was a little bit greedy towards the end of that game, so I'm kind of hoping that it pays out for him this time around, but we're going to be seeing him take a win against Teacup, at least for now, as we move into the carousel and get a nice little overview at how our lobby is standing right now.
We're really worried for Decop. Like, the lobby will be pretty much pushing the level 7, level 8, even as soon as 3-5. So that's another like extra 1 or even 2 points of damage every round. And it will be disabling him from clearing extra units, saving some HP. So he might end up at like even at 1 HP at 4-1 if it goes south.
Yeah, and finding units like the Braum as early as he could to help him, give him an extra life is going to be so key in order for him to survive long enough to reach the point where the scoreboard scrapper just carries him through the rest of the game. But yeah, you're right to mention that the accelerated tempo of the lobby is going to cost him 1 or 2 HP here and there, and that's going to add up tremendously, putting a lot of pressure on him to stabilize earlier.
Circling back to the Ashe, Kenobi, do you think like triple Kraken would be ideal set of the items for Ashe if you want to make it as successful as you can?
I think triple Kraken has to be wrong in the way that you're probably better off with one multiplicative item like a Giant Slayer or maybe an Infinity Edge to add some of that extra multiplier, because she gets a ton of raw stats from the Krakens, but TFT is a multiplication game, not an addition game overall.
Oh, that was very beautifully said. I like that, Kenobi. But in the meantime, we did see Double actually rolling quite a bit to try and round out this double trouble board. Is on 2 Smolders, 2 Malzahar, so Malzahar 2, Smolder 2, as well as an additional copy both on the cannon and the Smolder for now. So starting to take shape here, but digged pretty deep for it.
I love his use of the Smolder for now and not switching it to the Rammus too early to have some extra damage and be able to save some rounds here. He's very healthy with 72, despite waiting basically for the entire early game before doing anything. So huge props to him for finding this way to maximize his board potential without riffing his economy there.
Exactly what I wanted to also mention, and also he was sitting on TF. If he finds like another TF potentially from the carousel, this could be crazy. He already has a free set item for the Malza and sitting on another offensive component. So double trouble TF potentially?
Yeah, I mean, that would be crazy if you're able to put it together. Definitely a lot of potential just coming from that TF, as well as the Smolder. I think that's really cool to see. But Smolder is popular right now across our boards. We're seeing a Smolder 2 for Dykeup currently holding items. Same story on the other side for Bensek, as players are posturing to try and roll down and maybe find that Ashe for them in the next couple of stages. I quickly want to shout out our players that are not on Ashe, so maybe let's take a look at Ging, because we were talking about the sport early on with the potential that he has and the fact that he's unable to go in specific directions, so pretty cool to see him now find his footing.
Indeed, pretty cool. Here the Radiant item is picked up by Bensak, already having rolled a little bit to try and find the crucial Ashe, picks up a Radiant GS, so not going to try and just spam Kraken Slayer as it's been touted. Being aware of what the numbers mean, Mason. Sorry, that was an old reference. But can he find a single Ashe? Because so far he's down pretty low on gold, has to pick up a Jinx. No Ashe yet. The Lee Sin's ignored completely. A second one there.
Wow.
Hey, wait. Oh no, he's just playing Jinx. Sorry.
Well, the Battle of Ashe has been decided because Zico just found an Ashe 2 first player to do so in this lobby. That signals bad news to everyone else in this lobby that was looking for it. As we hop on over to Moritz, I think for just a second, we saw at least a second Shen 2 over there. We're going to be taking a look at Dalasom now battling for that win streak here. 62 gold, very, very healthy.
That's a very furious Ari right there. Maybe we'll see some BT slam on top of those Krakens. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is Double sitting around that Malzahar board ready, pretty much going through like a batter of the Dale board.
Yeah, and the Malzahar is looking very stable, and Double having picked up a TF on 3-5 means he has the potential to get to some of these pretty crazy rewards from TF on the back end of that stage 4. Once he reaches the 5+ caches, he could get some extra components, just a ton of gold or extra rerolls that he didn't need, but he's going to be welcoming gladly. And in the meantime, Ging has reached level 9 and is rolling down, but it's so far looking like a lot of unupgraded units.
Yeah, so we are stage 4-2, I think is the good news here to already have those legendaries. Bad news is everybody else is incredibly rich and there's prismatic augments in this game, so this isn't actually as good as it might look on a first glance. Moritz now also hitting that Shen 3 that we're seeing on the top there, as well as the Sin Sao. Other boards are starting to cap out, and with King unable to convert those legendaries into 2 stars at least, that could be tragedy very soon. Needs to hope the next couple of rolls are giving him something here, but this is going to be another loss.
Dykop got so low that he was forced to roll down on level 8 on the level up, which is pretty much the one thing you want to avoid doing. However, we see Volibear being pretty much contested, but hitting that Samira is pretty good. However, I'm curious if he'll opt to Nico the Brown here, or with C greeted for Volibear, or third option, maybe 3 stars. Oh, never mind. That I guess solves...
Yeah, it goes for the Braum, and what's so impactful about it is that once Braum is 2-starred, every win will earn you 2 poros instead of 1, which is 2 extra HP. That's going to be so key for him to survive long enough for the scoreboard scrapper to do its job. In the meantime, Zico looked like he got a 3-star Odier on his way there to the 5 crystals. It's going to be an incredible boost for his frontline, which is usually a little bit hard to stabilize, especially without a 2-star Kisante. And he's going up against Ging, who is level 9, which is actually great news for Zico. That means 1 more unit to cash Crystal Gambit on, which is fantastic for him.
Absolutely is. Twisted Fate 2 on Gang, though, a good pickup, like we're talking about, was looking for these. Still needs more, though. Frontline is still looking pretty scarce, still needs more upgrades, and this carousel could just deliver one of them, as there's the Lee Sin, but Gang unable to be picking that up. Instead, Teacup is going to take that one for himself.
I'm afraid that even if Ging hits, like we already see TF2, if he even gets to Lee 2, like Brown 2 is on the rough side to hit, given how contested it is already and how many copies are taken out. I don't think it will stabilize him. Again, it's a heavy is the crown, sure, but like playing down silver is not a big deal. And then level up, the problem is this fast 9 board we've seen throughout the day. It doesn't cap as high as other like 4-cost boards or reroll boards.
For sure, and talking about capping potentially pretty high, Moritz has hit the 3-star Zinzao, the 3-star Shen. He's looking pretty solid here with the Tankzilla. The items are fantastic. He's also picked up a Twisted Fate here and will be getting some of these rewards, as well as the extra attack speed for the Shen, which is always welcome, making his way to the 6th Bastion, and maybe, if he gets far enough, can cap out with the 2-star Seraphine like we've seen in the previous game with the Yasuo 3.
We're getting a little bit of an update on our double trouble on the opposite side for the man, the myth, and the legend himself, Double. And he is still missing a lot of these upgrades. Getting closer to the Malzahar, needs 3 copies of that. And then pretty far away from that Ramos. I believe he was closer earlier, so I'm not sure if maybe we sold 1 copy, because we definitely had Smolder as a pair. It might have just been Smolder 1 pair. So still ways to go for Double to try and cap out that double trouble board. We're going to take a look at the bottom of our leaderboard, because despite this Udyr 3, Zico has lost that previous round.
Just quickly, Double has 2 Ramus 2 on board, so he's not moved backward there. He's doing just fine with plenty of econ.
One was hiding then. He's a sneaky little fella.
So Dykop still is scaling on the scoreboard scrapper. Will he be looking to jump to the top 4, perhaps on the stage 5 to get the tech HP boost, but still missing on the Volibears? So the thing is, do you even want to roll on this board? Like, you're not rolling for really Lee 2, you're not rolling for Volibear contested, you have Brown 2, you have Samira, you really need to push levels. But like, he's losing, so...
These Samira items are not what he wanted initially, obviously, so he's had to make do. And the Braum is pretty strong and 2-star, 3 items, but he's lacking with someone, an actual tank to protect him. We've seen here, despite the fall luchador, he got bursted down rather quickly by the Ashe, and it's pretty rough as long as you don't have something like the 2-star set to go next to him.
How many Gs would you like to have?
Yes.
Well, all of them. That's what Pandora's is for. Obviously.
Yep.
Although I do want to make a call out here because something a lot of players mistake when they take up golden TGs, their main carry, so the Jinx, not going to be getting that TG. Despite it being tailored items, you still want to have like the perfect items on her if you have the chance to do so, and Pandora's for sure enables that. So that's exactly why you're not seeing a Thief's Gloves being slammed on the Jinx, and instead a full triple item tailoring for that main carry. Often we see it on both the main tank and the main carry, but I think with an abundance of these gloves like we're seeing on Coliseum, we can maybe neglect having perfect items on the main tank.
Rough situation for him missing out on that Jinx too. The only unit he was rolling for, honestly, or maybe that Braum as well, but not getting her is going to be rough. He's lost all 5 previous rounds, so definitely needs something to go right for him, and goes off against D-Cobb, who's fixing his items a little bit and might be close-ish to level 9, but not there yet. So it's a very important round for both of them because they're
Losing the Samira cast!
Oh!
Wait, what? She just steamrolled on the back lane, but will it matter? It might.
It might. Braum is still alive.
Oh, the Braum is shit. Oh, the beast. Oh, Braum kind of saved, but like that Samira cast spooked me out.
It's definitely something that Samira was maybe all tabbed out or something. I don't know. Can we get a check on the Samira? What she was
her inner ear is not working quite right. She's having some problems balancing herself. The ball is coming in, level 9 now for D-Cobb, so he's getting closer. He's just in 6th position right now. If Moritz loses a round, and Travis as well, D-Cobb might be getting to that top 4, and once he's there, who can stop him, really?
Yeah, also swap a bit items, I like it. And now the carousel will be a big spike. Getting the 3rd item was gonna say on Volibear, but now on Samira. Ideally, IE here would be so big. Look at the damage output.
Yeah, damage definitely is there. The TF is trying to ramp up, and it's looking like it's going to be quite close. Gonna come down to the wire. The Braum is spinning, but not enough.
I mean, the crown scaling.
Definitely does a lot. Of course, it is a legendary 2-star. In the meantime, we have to mention that Coliseum unfortunately did get eliminated. All the Thieves' Gloves in the world, not enough if you can't find that Jinx too. So very unfortunate there for him not being able to translate that into power. And now we're seeing a player that was dominating all day today in a rough spot with only a little bit of HP left.
Yeah, despite plenty of Thieves' Gloves, which is very beneficial in this competition. Travis Cat repping the cat herself, Yumi is being there. It looks like it's not quite enough, and that the lobby has gone a little bit further ahead, and he's still stuck on level 8, not able to add the Seraphine to the board to have that crucial killing from the Prodigies.
You can see that the pattern there. The double TG players are rocking 7 and 8 so far, but being able to take down Bensak was the second Jinx player on with that Radiant itemization, just good enough. Pretty good rolls on the TGs, secured him the win there on the back of full upgraded Prodigy board. Just missing out that level 9 with the Seraphine final cap.
We do have D-Cobb being eliminated, though. We were very excited for this board to maybe reach its full potential, but that's not going to be the case this round, as he has taken a 7th place. Zika picking up a strategist emblem here, very interesting, as he is one of the players that are next in line for elimination, so trying to build out that Crystal Gambit board. Had found that Ashe 2 so early, but still needs to translate it into power, as we found ourselves in a very stacked lobby.
Yeah, definitely. The only person who's sitting pretty here at the top is the Double Trouble man himself. Double 61 with the Double Trouble has hit everything and is just crushing everybody right now. The only player who's truly stable and win streaking, while we're getting a
quick emotion check on the players. If everyone are stable, everyone are fine, okay, we can go back to the game.
No, that was an attention check, you see. It was just making sure that chat is actually watching. But here's Travis going up against Ging. Ging with that heavy as a crown TF2 we saw so many games off. And honestly, coming into this day, I kind of expected there to be a little bit more Yuumi throughout the board. So I was excited.
One more cast from Yuumi.
Travis, can she?
Will she get there? There is a cast.
Yes.
Not enough.
Not enough. Takes her down into a 6th place.
And Maurice, despite having hit pretty decently, is on the 6th bastion, has been repping the TF for a long time, is slowly scaling down with that Shen augment, not able to compete with the rest of the board. Zico and Double 61 are way too far ahead, and Maurice has lost 3 out of the last 4 rounds, which is sort of usual for Shen. It scales down quite a bit, but that's a little bit early, and maybe that's because of all the power from the triple early augment has ended up scaling. Zico's board is monstrous right now.
Yeah, that, and when you put it next to the double board, when you have Ging who hit everything on 9, like, Shen is good, but like not that level of good.
Maybe good enough to do something here against Double's board. He's definitely trying, but that Ramos just stands so strong. Bensak on the left-hand side avoids elimination, beats Zyko, but Moritz, tough day for him. Takes another loss, closer than in previous rounds with that 5th place, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to turn it around unless he maybe gets a 1st place in that last game. He finds himself in a tough spot.
I'd love to see here Seraphine final board cup for the Zyko.
What's crazy about Zyko is that I mentioned how monstrous his board is. Everything's upgraded. The OD is 3-star, where we've got an extra strategist emblem, and he lost to Jinx. Granted, it's a pretty solid Jinx setup, but I think at some point you have to realize that Zyko has been farming rewards for a long time now. He should be Giga Capital. He's getting to level 10.
I was going to say, he's still greeting it out a little bit here.
Because he's out of things to upgrade on level 9. And it's still a little bit scary to consider that the fact that Jinx is able to beat out these bots, and maybe the players tomorrow will realize how good the unit is and the setup is in order to be able to beat out these potential fast 9 bots and cap in a much more reliable way as well, because you're stable on 8 with Jinx.
I mean, at some point you maybe have to stop greeding the Crystal Gambit cash outs, just drop to 3 crystals and reach a bit higher breakpoint, because for the pretty much what we've seen so far is just players fail to cap the board while maintaining 5 crystal late game.
Well, gentlemen, we're seeing a potential side-by-side elimination depending on how it goes on the right-hand side. Zico trying to take down the double, trouble, quadruple, double, however we're going to call it, but is not enough, is eliminated by the former global champion. Left-hand side, Ging and Bensek now find themselves on nearly equal HP, and it's going to come down to the wire, but it might just look like Double's going to eliminate them both.
And once again, the Fast 9 and Crystal falling just short of getting better than 3 and 4. The trend is still there.
I mean, to be fair, we mentioned on stage 2 how Double's insane spot was.
Fair.
And like, there was no doubt that this is the top 2 spot. I would argue he's winning out. And like rest of the lobby, unless something really monstrous would happen, he's winning out the lobby.
Well, he's facing off both opponents at the same time, so it might just be the final round as well, as you mentioned. Mates, take us through what's going to happen.
Just a quick double
Very
double
likely.
barrel.
Well, honestly, what a more fitting way to finish this game, but it might not happen. The Ram is on the right-hand side. Okay.
Wait, nope.
Listen,
broke.
I'm trying to maybe turn it around.
And
So is Bensek. And Double, with a double elimination and double trouble, takes this lobby. Was in a position that wasn't actually as great for him either. Found himself in the lower half of the standings. So taking a first place here in true double fashion is just something I think all the fans are going to be really, really excited to see. So very, very awesome. We're, of course, still celebrating Halloween over here. So welcome if you just tuned in. And I am very curious to hear what our casters have to say about this game. So tell me more about the double bubble,
hoil, and trouble. All those spells we're casting upon ourselves as we head towards the tail end of day one in Impetuous Panda. We've almost got all the information our players could possibly ask for heading into the end of day, where, of course, as we've been saying again and again, but it's worth restating, our bottom 8 players will be eliminated. They'll have no further chances. They will not get to go to day 2 at all.
Yeah, it's time to really show up. It's time for the players that need to clutch up and try and fight for their entire set. Really, it all comes down to this last game in terms of fighting for your ambitions of playing for a attack round spot, making it to final lobby, maybe winning your first ever EMEA finals as well. But this is a really interesting lobby. I think every single time you get this Jinx encounter where you get all 3 augments in stage 2, all your game plans are thrown right out the window, Counter.
Absolutely. I mean, we got a nice mix here. We're starting off with gold, going to silver, then prismatics. As was noted during the game, we were seeing a lot of players trying to skew themselves towards the later game to double level up. But ultimately, David, we were seeing from our top 2 there, the item augments were doing very well. We don't look at the lucky gloves, perhaps, but certainly, the buried treasures, the caretakers, working extremely well.
And it was also really interesting to see, I think, the meta cement itself in this game for something like Double Trouble, Nico Malzahar, or Malzahar Rammus in this case. We are seeing it truly become a powerhouse of the meta. I think before today, most people were not aware how strong this comp was. I had heard some whispers, and now I think we have confirmation, especially from this position, right? We talked about missing econ being the problem. I think the both times we saw it today with Lides, with Travis, it was a very scary position where on 3-5, huge roll downs, and you just didn't have the gold to hit your 3 stars on time, at least for Lides. With Patience is a Virtue from Double, I think most of those problems were solved.
Yes, this sort of reminds me very much of the Malzahar heavyweight kind of boards, where you just having that, even just a silver would help you get online that much quicker, makes a huge difference. But I kind of want to open up a bigger question here as we look back through the game. Travis, he's been doing spectacularly across the day, so we know that he's got a very good read on what's going on. But the Prodigy board just did not work there, ending up with a 6th place overall. Is that reflective of Prodigy as a whole, do you think, or was it just this lobby?
I think it was more Prismatic Destiny. There were maybe very few bad hits for Travis in that position, but when you are not planning for Lucky Gloves and you pick up Lucky Gloves, it's usually not a very good augment. Most of the time, you have to do a Lucky Gloves check. Do I have a glove? Can I play for more gloves? Do I have Pandora's like Coliseum did? If so, it's a good augment. If not, it's terrible. It's very binary in that sense. So I think Travis was punished a bit by the randomness of that Prismatic Destiny.
And of course, it's worth noting, because I think we sort of take it for given here in the EMEA scene that everybody knows Double 61 and just how ludicrously good he is a player. But there's going to be plenty of people who don't, who are coming into this one late. Maybe you've never even heard of him before. He's the only EMEA global champion, the only 2-time regional champion. And he did a big chunk of that when he was 16. So for him to still be developing as a player and showing us exactly what he's capable of is amazing to see.
I think a lot of his success on this Double Trouble line is playing it from a position where you're getting value from the augment stage 2-3. I think for both Travis and Lides, we saw them loose streaking and coming into the roll downs very low on already, whereas Double was trying to make usage of that cannon, for example, to try and find value from the augment leading up to those bigger rolldowns, leading up to that transition, which is something that Double does so well. He's so fluid and creative in his play and really understands how to stay relevant and strong in lobby tempo throughout the entirety of the game, no matter what his strategy is.
Congratulations to our 2 French players, Double and Bensack, with a spectacularly done job there. But David, I want to bring the focus actually to Ging, who we mentioned a little bit at the opening of the show, just because he's a player with such a ludicrous amount of history behind him. Really a player who defined Turkish TFT in the early days of the competitive scene, now coming back and making an impact again.
First player in the US to hit 2K LP, I mentioned it earlier.
the show. Just a player that everyone respected so much in the first few sets of TFT, then fell a little bit short from set 10 onwards. In the modern era, he hasn't really popped up as much. He hasn't had the results he was hoping for, doubted himself a lot as a competitor, but I think this is the set he needed to really find confidence in his play and maybe rise up to that same standard. Really, the entire top 4 for this game was actually a blast of the past. Double Ging and Zyko being in the top 4 in set 15 in a game 5 like this one on week 2 of regionals is a great thing to see, as well as Bensak sliding in as a player who I think is one of the most improved players right now across the last 2 sets.
Well, speaking of improvements, the proof is, of course, in the pudding. And let's go chow down on our standings coming in to the last round of play. Remember, again, any player who maintains their position in the bottom 8 will be eliminated here in day 1.
You have to imagine the cutoff will be around 23, 24 points, I have to believe. So, I mean, there's still a lot of ground to be covered here from our players. It's going to get really, really dicey for everyone on this page, actually. Even if Raiko goes 8th here, he could be in big trouble. For players like Horo X, like Moritz, like Pabogat, I think they might be a little bit too far away from where that cutoff might be. Just not really the day they were expecting, I think, coming into this week. Especially for Horo, who seemed to bounce back in game 4 and now has fallen flat yet again with an unfortunate 8th place in game 5.
I do take your larger point that there is a lot, or there's only very little ground between at least the top members of the bottom 8 and the players just above them. So, as I said, it's a great place to be for that final game. We don't know exactly who's be going forward today, but from players who are battling bad news to players who are enjoying the glory, we've got Opal currently ruling the roost, but Wet Jungler as well, one of only a very few two German players total left in the competition, with 3 back-to-back first places after game 3, 4, and 5.
I love to see it. What Jungler is taking it personal this set. It looks like he is maybe going to be the player to rise the most from tier 2, maybe to Tacron. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Maybe even to Tacron final lobby. I would also not be surprised, considering it's the player who's been runner-up before in the international stage back in set 9 Runeterra Reforged. He still got it. He had maybe one small slip-up in the most important set of all, which was set 14, in terms of how important it was for being in the pro circuit this set. And he's not going to make that mistake again. He is back, and I think to stay.
Yeah, so I think runner-up sort of diminishes it a little bit. He was number 2 on the entire planet, because coming out of nowhere, particularly it wasn't like he was a player people would necessarily look at and say, this is going to be the EMEA player who brings it back. But let's jump back in. We'll be seeing Wet Jungler going face-to-face in this last game of week 2, day 1.
Biggest players to look out for in terms of staying alive in the tournament are probably going to be Hypno, Raiko, and Crescent. Those are the players that I think are in the most dire position, but still have a pretty good chance to make it through. Crescent in particular would probably need a pretty explosive 1st or 2nd place to have a safe position to not be among those bottom 8 players that we will be cutting out today before moving on to day 2 tomorrow.
Again, around mid-20s is where we start to feel a little bit safer. We still don't know exactly what is going to be online. Of course, for the rest of our players, the points do still absolutely matter, because they will be used to stay ahead in day 2 of week 2. So we've really got a lot of at odds coming in here. Again, David, from what we saw from before, we're going to get quite possibly a lot of people running head first into each other with their compositions.
Curious to see what Hypno can do in maybe his 2nd real set competing. He used to be a mobile-only player, really popped off in some PBE tournaments in set 14, I believe, then started grinding ladder more and more, playing now on PC, and he's really evolved and grown as a player. Did great in week 1, has a chance to continue fighting to say, hey, I'm here, I deserve to be among the elite players in EMEA as well. We'll see if he can clutch up and do it, maybe move on to day 2 as well after this game 6.
Yeah, so that's quite a place to be in, because we've got the intersection of all these stories. Wet Jungler trying to prove himself. Of course, everybody playing in week 2 has made it onto the TFT Pro circuit for next season already, so that part of the equation is already solved for Wet Jungler. But for, as you said, for players like Hypno who are trying to establish themselves, you do so by trying to do it at the expense of some incredibly decorated players. Of course, we've got to mention, in this lobby, along with Wet Jungler, Kabixon, regional champion, Volta, our current and reigning regional champion as well. You couldn't be in more rarefied air trying to get points.
And I think Likoko especially started off in a pretty dire position after the games and has been slowly clawing back, gaining ground, and hoping to end the game where he thinks he deserves to be. But let's hear from our casters for the final game of day number 1.
And we have great news because it's not a golemic game. It's not going to be what the haters want. We're not going to be cursed by golems. But the chance of a triple prismatic Alan Kenobi is still alive. We could still see it.
I can throw some chaos in. Just an extra fun on the carousel for the players.
That's been,
I don't know if
it's
it's
been
possible.
so long. Yeah, it's still a possibility. I think it's 1 in
1%,
1,000.
I think, right?
Yeah.
I'm down.
0.1. Yep, let's go. 0.1% odds. And what are the odds of another triple gold augment, though?
No, I mean, I'm sure it's triple prismatic now. At least prelude prismatic. Like, come on.
All right, we'll see what it is. We'll see what it is as we move through boards. I just want to reiterate the casters, the players that we need to lock out for Hypno, Raiko, Crescent, the players that are currently in a rough spot but still have the potential to turn it around depending on how it all shakes out. If they place highly here for Crescent, it probably needs to be a first place and a little luck. The other two players will just need a good positioning here to make it, as you can see the standings on the left-hand side once more.
I'm double checking my math, but with Dasik in 25th with 18 points and Horo having 11, I'm afraid this ship has sailed for him. And this is it's playing for extra points, extra reward, which is still pretty important, but not playing for the extra day tomorrow. And so Crescent will be more of the focus. He's the one that's on the chopping block and can still escape it.
Oh,
Silver
hello.
augments to start us off here. At least a little bit of a change. We're watching over Wet Jungler, a player that has been doing fantastically all day here. We're gonna chill, a little caretakers, you know.
Surprisingly, Jungler does not opt for the branching out, given how flexible of a player it is. He would be striking me to the ones that would be picking the branching out, and I think like after the B patch, he will be doing much better this patch than the previous one due to how narrow it was in comparison to this one.
Yeah, finds an early Midas here as well. I was also a little bit surprised by the branching out, but I think in the position that he's in, he's just kind of playing it a little bit safer, maybe, as he knows he doesn't need to worry too much. He's the points leader in this lobby with 24 points, I believe. Or maybe he has even more since the last... Yeah, he has more since the last round. So that is prior to game 5. He had 24, but he's still sitting in the top 8 of the overall playing field. So not in a situation where he needs to go for those flashy, risky plays.
Kahuna for the Raiko on the Gnar, which is, we've seen today, a fast 9 of that. Once it's a 2-star Gnar with like a set of items, it's definitely gonna be strong enough to streak throughout the stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, I have terrible news. Makes the next augment cannot be a prismatic because we have 2 players running augmented power, which means their next augment will be stronger. So might have some better augments for them. And I think maybe 2 prismatics, but it could also be double silver augment.
Oh, silver prismatic. I'm calling it.
Yeah. Possibility here.
We'll see if it comes true. It certainly is a possibility. And we're taking a look at Volta. Cantor was mentioning current EMEA regional champion. Still has a chance to take that title once again. Second time in a row. Would be a first for all of EMEA for it to happen. But if there's anybody that can do it, it's probably Volta Kenobi.
Yeah, definitely one of the, I want to say sleeper players, but it's, at this point, he's not, no, everybody knows how good he is, and he's going to be playing towards the Darius, which is a popular line, but we haven't seen many spots for it so far. With the duplicators, he's going to be able to spike much harder if he finds another Darius as early as possible, or just duplicate it in 3-1 if he's still streaking to apply some extra pressure to the lobby. He also has a Smolder, so honestly, a stellar start for Voltaire. He's going to be applying lots of pressure to his stage 2.
if we look at the players' boards, it looks like half of the lobby opts for the low streak. Maybe not like full open type of, but it's just like no upgrades, no slam, just play the strongest units. And what happens then it's fine. From one of them having good for something, which is just like a superior silver eco argument.
Taking a look at our first carousel, as we are in a crowded carousel lobby, there's going to be more choices for everyone to pick up. It's not going to be a fun though, so we are safe for now.
Safe indeed. Second Darius is already picked up. Crescent will not let Voltarix get his hand on it that easily. And the good thing for players at the top of the lobby in this kind of scenario is that they get access to 3-cost champions, so they don't take an econ hit, and they still have so many options in terms of components. So it's an encounter that kind of rewards the players at the top of the lobby a little bit more than usual. And go ahead.
Crescent having the Max Arcana on the Katarina and it being a Jarvan encounter would lead him to thinking that he will opt for just a Katarina reroll, hitting that scaling power up, which is usually either Max Arcana or the over 9000. Having already Eon in the bank, open Nashor, looks pretty good.
It does, but at the same time, I do have to mention that Kubixen is also holding at least one Katarina on the board, and I think is open to maybe going down that route if more should appear, as we're seeing right now. So between those two players, somebody will need to back off, or they could find themselves in a pretty bad situation. But I think if you are Kubixen, you probably look at Crescent and his setup and you say, okay, you can have it.
Well, the thing is, the crucial thing is that if Crescent goes against Kubixon, Kubixon is going to come out on top in the sense that he will preserve his lost streak and hit Crescent's economy super hard. But yeah, as you mentioned, with the better power-up secured from Crescent, the second Katarina now coming in online, it's looking like Crescent has the edge in terms of the spot quality.
My God.
That's a set.
That's a set, Naruto with Kahuna Huna, 2 items. That will be not very potent board to face for such a powerful one. You would like to have a mightier opponent.
Definition of overkill.
I mean,
you would love to get
I think
Volta.
if you're Hypno, you're not complaining. You're just, okay, I'll take those wins. I don't mind.
I think he would love to face Volta just to end his streak. I'm pretty sure this board is unbeatable for anyone in the lobby right now. It's so much power.
Sure is, and it's going to get even better next level. The 4 Juggernauts are going to come online. If he gets a single frontline item, then I don't know how long it will take for anyone to be able to beat him, but it's not looking like someone in stage 3 is going to be able to shake his position at the top of the lobby.
Second Kraken, and just 3-set item Nar, fast, and just playing to either Jinx, Ashe, or TF. You have so many options with those items. That's why like AD is so solid. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I was saying, sorry, I got stunned. That AD is so solid because you have so many units that can hold precisely like Rage Blade, Kraken type of items.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind for Hypno, a good result in this game is probably enough. We're expecting that cutoff to come in at like 23, 24. He's currently sitting on 21 points, so in a great position to save himself here. We're going to be hopping over to Volta, who I believe just used one of the duplicators he got from his augment just to solidify that Darius and get even stronger power. Both of these boards are scary in their own right.
Yeah, Volta's spot is now terrifying, and he might be able to take down the board from Hypno here, and we're gonna see. And Hypno is still on level 5. No,
the Eon is there, though.
Yeah,
I didn't push that level. I'm surprised. Like Hypno had really good spike going for the Juggernaut, unless he felt comfortable beating Volta regardless, which he does. Oh. Well, no diff. Good call.
Crazy.
But maybe Volta had an opportunity, but he wants to be a little bit greedy because leveling to 7 on 3-5 is pretty important for him, and now he's
quite quitting.
Package. What?
You have already a strong board. I think you are down for quite quitting Econ. You get the completed Anvil. The current package, I like it, but I think it's too delayed.
We'll just have to quickly mention that we have 2 players on Augmented Power here. So both Raiko and Kubixen, we're seeing it on Kubixen already, are able to pick up a prismatic from this gold rotation here. And we were talking about the contest between Crescent and Kubixen. I mean, Crescent locked in as well with his gold augment, but Kubixen just says, you said what? Excuse me?
Crown God Slam?
Where's the gold? It's all gone.
I mean, he has upgrades. Who needs gold? Okay, Crown God Slam played around.
Somebody
that
that
he got
has
the
Huna Nard 2 in his lobby probably needs upgrades and gold.
And Horox showing up with the Kale 3 with 40 in the bank. Not too shabby.
Yeah, no, definitely a good spot for him. He's gonna be waiting just a little bit for that level 6 power spike, waiting for that third item. Might be an Edge of Night angle with the double Katarina in the lobby and a Darius to be able to survive them and being able to take them down. But Horo, despite his HP looking a little bit low, is actually in a pretty good spot here, I think.
So both of our Kata players are sitting on Kata 2. Crescent has an additional copy here. Okay, I would have expected somebody to back out, but they both just fully locked in.
I don't think Crescent is locked in. Like the components, he has half Nashor, but then open Cloak. He's not making probably second Gargoyle. He didn't roll yet. I think Crescent backs off and goes for something else. But then if he goes for something else, he already locked himself with the argument. So now what?
I mean, Yumi is your only option, right? And
Edge
you
of
saw
Night
how Yumi performed before. Well, you can put that Edge of Night on someone else, but I just don't think there are good outs.
Yeah, no, it's definitely looking like a terrible spot for both Kubixen and Crescent here. Definitely scary, and it's kind of surprising to see both of them locking in. But I understand Kubixen's point of view, because getting the Masterwork upgrade, the Radiant Hand of Justice on Katarina is a massive power spike. The impact it has on the champion is completely insane. So I understand it, but it's looking like both will come out losing out of this exchange unless something changes.
Yumi with glove? Potentially.
Does he go for it? He thought about it.
Goes for belt. Has to go for belt. It has to be Natural Slam. If he's playing one item at Katarina at this point, he's not making it to the stage 4.
Good point.
Throughout the stage 4.
A little bit rough dying before stage 4. So
checking in with Raiko for a second there. Is currently utilizing the Crystal Gambit, and somebody that's getting served an Ashe on 3-5 that doesn't actually play around the Crystal Gambit is Horo, who we're seeing right now, having picked up that Duelist Augment.
interesting and pretty rare to see this Duelist Augment. It makes a ton of sense when you consider that Kayla is going to be making great use of that extra AP. Gonna give her a little bit of a steroid there, especially with the Spell Crit and Giant Slayer build that's going to be coming in. These flat stats will be great, and the Kesante having been picked up is also gonna give him a huge power spike heal here with the full race. He's gonna be pretty strong and able to contend a little bit with the Hypno, but still Hypno is a little bit too far ahead. Has picked up wait, is he? No?
Eon procced already, so yeah. The Wraith procced Eon, which actually secured him the fight, because otherwise I think that now would be clutching up there.
Damn.
Yeah, a shocking luster for Hypno, having such a strong early game, but what must come up must come down eventually, I suppose, when you talk about Gnar. I'm kind of glancing towards the bottom of our leaderboard just to see how our two Katarina players are doing. Kubixen has been winning for a little while, but Crescent still at the bottom, continuing to lose. And Lakoko in a similar situation now as he arrives a sub 50 HP.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see what jungler ends up doing.
He's
from
pumping
this.
levels.
Yeah.
So indicates that he's not like he's just gonna be playing some sort of Ash or Jinx board. Maybe just Jinx, Ash, Jax.
He's technically one off of the 3-star Vi, right? If he goes to level 8, he gets
Yeah.
an extra 2, so just one more Vi will give him that 3-star Vi. It's not the most potent of unit to 3-star though. She doesn't scale so well, even with the extra armor and MR for each component on your team. She's a little subpar.
The thing is, jungler doesn't really need to have a win out. He's already sitting at 32 points. All he needs is just a good placement, like top 4, and he's perfectly happy going home today.
Yeah, that's right. He's chilling. So is Lakoko, by the way, who's currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. But we are getting an update on our Katarina Count Crescent, now sitting on 6 copies of that kata. We know Kubikson has at least 3 copies, gets another one from the orb here as he moves through the PvE stage, now 2 off.
Now 2 off. Not the greatest items, but he can definitely do something with that. The Void Staff might be going in, even though that means we're burning
God.
one of the... Yeah, that means we're burning one of the components for the Hand of Justice. And a crucial thing when it comes to this 2-way contested Katarina is that Kubikson lost the final round of stage 3, which means that his already rough economy would not recover properly. He's not going to have a win streak going into stage 4 that will allow him to roll aggressively again and maintain that streak into the late game. So both of them still in very rough waters, and they as they come across each other.
Rakan 1 for Kubikson.
Okay.
Yeah. And Crescent is forced to slam items here. I think they are just holding hands, honestly. This looks like 7-8 for me.
I mean, it depends, right? I think Crescent is a lot closer to being able to maybe to convert that Kata 3 and find her despite the odds being out. Kubikson has only, quote unquote, taken out 4 copies, as we do get Prismatics as final augment here. Great predicted.
Radiant
Alan.
Relic. It has
Radiant
to be Radiant
Touch.
Relic.
Boom.
You have to gamble. You have to. You must. And we don't know what's that.
Talking about gambling, Wet Jungler gets the 3 lucky chests out of the Call to Chaos. One of the recent additions, honestly, one of the better outcomes you can get, especially if he's going to be sacrificing his stage 4.
Blue buff.
He has Radiant
I mean,
Blue buff.
reasonable.
And 2 off Katarina.
Definitely better
1
than...
off, actually.
Yeah. Can he find?
That-
Oh,
God.
man. What a
Okay, buddy.
pop.
He's back.
I love how you see nothing on his face, not a single muscle move, just cold, concentrated, killer vibes as he knows he's about to take down a lot of this lobby with the upgrades he just found. Yeah, you wanted Radiant Hodge, but honestly, Radiant Blue buff still doing a lot, and that Katarina Rakan comp is going to be a force to be reckoned with now as we are in stage 4.
That's absolutely massive for him. He takes the gamble of the Radiant Relic, comes out of the winner when it comes to the Katarina contest, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Kubikson going down for him. And because Crescent also went to level 7, had some pretty good strategist unit on the board. His Radiant Blue buff is honestly pretty damn good on Katarina.
Do you ever consider pivoting into Crimson Veil from the Max Arcana because you want some sustain?
Would be reasonable. It's going to depend on the final matchups, I believe.
Yeah, be surprised if that's a consideration either. I just quickly want to mention that Crescent is one of the players that really need a high finish here. He's sitting on what, like 16 points. He really needs to close out this day with a great performance, and with this board, the chances for that have just risen exponentially.
Look at this bear! He's on crack! Holy!
Cocaine Bear is back, gets taken out by the Kahuna Huna, but Raiko is going to be winning that round. He's not in a pretty good spot as well. It's 22 HP, down with the 5 crystal. We've seen that spot a lot. He might just stay alive for a while and get that top 4. And he's gonna be trying to avoid the issue that the Crystal Gambits have had in the previous games.
Raiko still missing copies of that Ash for now. Is he going to be able to turn fate around as he is utilizing the volley like we just saw as main carry? Definitely helping, but I think you would prefer to also have that Ash on board, 1 copy short as of right now. With this lobby having way less Crystal Gambit players than the previous ones we saw, I think his chances are still decent. We do need to check in on Volta, though, I think. I just saw another little notification there on the top on that Darius that he's been running from the very start as Wet Jungler says, yep, I'll take all of that. Thank you very much.
Still misses on the Vipri, despite having that Caretaker ally and being only 1 off after going to 8.
Yeah, and not the most impressive board. The set is not upgraded, the Volibear is not upgraded either. On the side of Likoko, that Brom sure is upgraded
God.
with Shojin, Blue Buff, and Sterax. He's in a commanding position with the duplicator, I believe, from the Prismatic Augment.
I think this is the second time we see from Coco today Shojin Braum, and like he's just going back to back on the casts. It's been definitely a tech.
It has been. I mean, you just see how many units he just yeets into oblivion, quite literally. It's interesting to see, so long as it's on your own board. If he goes up against you with something like that, I think it's more frustrating. We're going to be taking a look at Horo X, a player that unfortunately mathematically cannot do too much here today, but we're getting another nice showing here on the back of that Kale reroll that we saw a little of in previous games.
It's very close to being level 9. Gonna be taking 1 more round where he's a little bit weak and then rolling down on 9 for that 6th Wraith. He just needs to find a way to stabilize his front line for the stage 5, and he might be able to come out on top. He's gonna go down, I believe, to his final life. Yes,
yeah.
What looks like his final life. He's taking a big loss here, unfortunately. But he's gonna be getting to that level 9 with a tiny but deadly. That Kale is gonna be dishing out some serious damage.
Hopping over to Raiko. Raiko in a position that's actually pretty close. If he were to take an 8th place here, I think that would probably seal his fate. Once again, we're expecting the cutoff to come on at 23-24. So he really needs to claw his way up, get a few more placements on this leaderboard, and we'll need to see if he's able to. Of course, we missed that previous round, so unable to tell whether he had the Ash 2 already, but I would guess that he didn't.
Would hope, actually, that he didn't, because if he did, that's even worse.
That's right. Okay, Volibear has been stopped.
Open still Volibear too.
Well, he wanted to free up the items, and I think also wanted to fit in 5 crystal.
Yeah, the Zyra.
Ask him Zyra too, but like the items. And also that cell on the Volibear enabling rest of the lobby. What about just sucking 1 econ and selling a bit later? I know, like, because there is 2 players looking for Volibear 2 still, and it enabled one of them to hit, which makes you also like potentially going bottom because of that, because of them spiking.
It's a good question. Hypno. Yeah, Hypno, he's going level 9. He's going to be the sole player reaching for a fast 9 board, is what I was about to mention. Everybody's rolled down on 8, basically, meaning a much bloodier lobby much earlier than some of what we've seen. And he's going to be going there right now, I hope, for his sake, because his HP is going to be going down quickly, and the transition is going to be pretty rough to do. And here he is.
The issue is...
Wait, he hasn't pushed?
He doesn't know. He didn't notice. Yeah.
Oh,
Heartbreak,
no.
devastation, been there, done that. Oh, that's tragic.
Couldn't do it, throw the rock first.
Yeah, I know, but in the final game when he needs the points as well.
I mean, yeah, and this is not a fast 9 board. You're opting for.
That is.
I mean, he didn't roll that much. He rolled like
but still,
5 times.
he would have with the back against the wall, any roll at the wrong position is not a roll you want to send. Somebody else, though, has found success in his rolls, and that is Volta. We just saw the pop-up there for that Darius 3 now online for him as the lobby continues to fall apart. Raiko, unable to survive, is going to put him on 23 points. If that is enough, only our final standings are going to be able to tell. It depends on the other lobbies as well. Very, very tough game for him.
I'm sure our analysts will have words on it, but Crystal Ash once again falls short of the expectations. And it's been such a trend today that it's kind of surprising to see the players still committing to it so heavily, despite the constant issues that the composition has had to be able to stabilize too little, too late, and then just falling down once you come across somebody, probably like the Katarina or maybe Voltarix's board, which is cracked and that we haven't seen yet.
Taking a look.
Dixon trying to just cut the losses.
Yeah.
Ooh, find the angle for that.
Oh,
Wait.
Oh, so close.
Poppy being so clutch.
Far.
But
He's
in the
good on
end,
his points, though. I'm pretty sure she's going to be sitting at 27. That's probably going to work out for tomorrow. Of course, not the greatest news on the overall points, and Hypno now also out in 6th place. Very unfortunate game for him. Not only the roles that we just saw, but also some of the other parts just not lining up in his favor. We do have Volta dominating the lobby with that Darius 3 now.
we haven't seen much of the Darius today, and that's because it requires a specific setup to be able to angle towards it. It's a very expensive composition, and because of that, you need to be ahead of the game. But if you look at the setup right now, Trifecta as a prismatic augment is fantastic. The Poppy 2-star as well is there. The items overall very, very tanky, and the Gather Force on the Smolder with 2 mana generation items are going to be doing so much damage. It's honestly just an overwhelming amount of DPS on this composition.
You love to see it if your team Boar does have the power of the Smoldy 3 as well. We're going to be seeing what he can do against the Soul Fighters on the other side. That is Wet Jungler, not Crescent. Overlay.
Oh wow, look at this damage
right
from
now.
Darius.
Wow.
The damage locked in on the Volibear, pretty much one-shotting together, like combining the damage from Darius Chop plus Smolder cast, and it's just so much damage output, like Samira can't do really much into it. And Jungler slowly bleeding to 5th.
Slowly, but Horo also taking a loss on the same round, so still a tiny bit of HP lead for Jungler here. A final 4th place for Jungler would put him way, way ahead of most of the competition for day 2, because remember, points are not getting reset, so every point today matters for tomorrow in terms of lead.
That's right. And as somebody that took that personal is Crescent. I think the biggest story in this lobby here, not backing off of the contest there, says, I really am fighting for everything. Goes up against Horo on the left-hand side. Really important for that Katarina to reach the back line for him to take down that Kale. Is going to get extra support from the Yuumi as well. And there she is. Takes everything apart. Horo will fall here, and Crescent takes yet another win. Right-hand side, though, it's a little bit of a different
Brown taking
story.
a whole family on the spin.
Yep. That's
Braum
double
being the
mana
one-man
generation
circus.
Brown. You get a yeet, and you get a yeet, and everybody gets yeeted.
It's
I mean,
a
that
ballroom
Braum
dancing
cast-
competition for Braum.
That Brown cast
He's
like
choosing off.
6-7 times there.
Yeah, and with the snacks times as well, it's so much CC, so much damage. Also manipulates the board so that it makes a bigger clump for Seraphine, gives access of backline for Jinx, and it adds extra HP as well for Lekoko. So what else do you want? Because right now you can see 6 Boros, that means he's got 22 HP, not 16 in effect.
There's such a joy towards the Brown. Like, I love watching the Brown.
Yeah.
Can we just watch Brown only whole day? Please.
I don't think so. And I do want to point something out. Crescent is not out of the woods yet. If he were to take the third place where he's sitting right now, only put him on 22 points, he really needs, ideally, a first place to solidify his placement here. So he is kind of fighting for everything, whereas Lococo and Volta are pretty much chilling. They're good on points on the overall for them. A second place is still very, very good. And both of their boards are looking terrifying.
Hear me out. I think Crescent needs to roll for unflinching for the Braum matchup. Like, after this, I think you need to roll over Max Arcana. Gives you sustain, gives you CC immune. I don't think he can play the game against that Braum, assuming he can stay alive in this matchup.
Yeah, assuming he can stay alive, because that matchup is not easy at all. But the Katarina is still alive. The Gather Force from the Smolder is not going to be enough. She gets into the backline, beats out Voltarix, and Lococo wins his round as well. So
alright, roll for unflinching. Make me look like a genius now, please.
I mean,
we're not gonna see it.
Arcana is pretty stacked.
But like, can you really deal with the Braum? Like, do you just assume you one-shot it before he gets onto you?
Just don't get grabbed.
Just
somehow.
don't get grabbed.
Well,
he's moving around. He definitely knows that he needs to not be grabbed.
Yeah.
So he's at the very least playing that game, not gonna change the power up, gonna be moving last second, trying to psych out the Braum. Let's see how it ends up. He's fine for now.
I'm on the left-hand side. Katarina will need to do a lot of heavy lifting in this comp, though. She needs to stay away from that Braum. That's step number 1. She needs to find her way into the backline. That's step number 2. And Braum is now taken down. So is Katarina. Very, very close, but it might just be a loss that's close enough for Crescent to survive. And that's exactly it. 1 HP and a dream.
Second place for Crescent, pretty good. 23 points, should be better and increase his odds dramatically of keeping staying in the competition rather. But can he outplay? He's switching out the power-ups, looking for the unstoppable, I believe, to try and make his way into the backline, because he's seen that even if in the previous fight he did not get grabbed at all by the Braum, he still lost the fight despite that. And so he's gonna look for something else to try and get onto the Jinx earlier in the fight.
Last seconds.
Trying only positioning there, doesn't try to go for the unflinching at the end.
Well, he lost without getting grabbed and with the Max Arcana, so I don't really like.
Oh, there is no more removers anyway. Yeah. Oh, didn't get grabbed.
Yeah, but the Braum is still alive. Not gonna get a second grab off with the Katarina.
Yeah, the problem is he grabbed the tank, he grabbed the Rakan, throw it away, made the Katarina grab an aggro and just fall through the Eon and just goes down. The Braum is doing so much work for Coco, winning out.
Yeah, and Coco does just that, wins out, takes the first place here in a situation where he's already chilling. We'll need to wait and see if maybe Crescent is able to sneak on by on tiebreakers, or if the cutoff is really low, 23 might just be enough. I don't know for sure, but what I know for sure is that that was our last game of the day. So very shortly, we'll know everything. And here's our analyst disc to tell you all about this game and how the standings shake out.
Thank you very much, Makes and friends. I'm sorry, I was still knocked by Kenobi and his full commitment to living the Cousin It lifestyle. But Impetuous Panda, we are moments away from finding out who our first eliminations of the second weekend of regionals is going to be. We talked about it a little bit before, but the journey these players have taken to even get to this point, to even be in week 2, was an odyssey in of itself.
And a big shakeup with a B patch, despite only being 2 changes. The meta, I think, has changed quite a bit. I think players were tasked with trying to figure out what the meta would look like for day 1. Some have succeeded. I think others have failed. I think Lococo in particular is a player we have to highlight as someone who has had a very, very good read. I think his idea of playing this fast 8 style with level 9 upside has been succeeding a lot today in terms of, we saw Jinx Volley before, now it's been mostly Jinx and Braum, but playing more around how Star Guardian used to be played during the Star Guardian Cup, which was going 8, rolling down heavily, finding a very strong board, and then going 9 and capping out, and having a very good chance to win out entirely.
Yeah, and it's worth restating in as we take a look at this lobby. just what an absolute brawl this was to the end. We give credit for going up against Coco, but as we mentioned before, we cannot speak about in high enough terms. He's been an absolute demon on the field. The Crescent, again, impressed us in the play-in stage. Last time we saw him in regionals, I believe, was back in Monsters Attack. So for him to be going, again, as we said in previous game, toe-to-toe with some of the big names of the scene speaks very well of him as well.
Toe-to-toe, I think, on a personal level as well with Coop, right? With Crescent and that contest. I think Crescent had a really, really big roll down where he had the Katarina 3 spike, and that really helped him take over the lobby, at least for stage 4 and some of that stage 5 as well. I think Volta, as a player we have to mention, though, Counterfeit, I think he had a really, really cool game, playing for more of a bursty Darius build with the prismatic trifecta as well, having Smolder come in as a secondary carry, and just so many fights in stage 4 and the start of stage 5 that were so explosive with the amount of damage you had on that Darius in particular.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that, because we just haven't been seeing a huge amount of Smolder Darius being played. Talk to me about, how it compares to, say, we've got Seraphine. We've learned to fear her. Massive, damage across the board. Instead, with Smolder and Darius, we've got a lot of very focused damage, where both of them are pretty much single target units, just trying to pick off units one by one.
It's very similar to a Volibear Jinx. You have a melee unit, you have a ranged unit. They're both trying to burst down one side, so positioning matters a lot more. You cannot just position in a very default way and just hope to win fights through your backline DPS and having a very strong front line and eventually winning the DPS race. You instead have to try and focus fire one side, especially for Darius and Volibear, because they function off of resets. They get a lot more damage if they're able to get resets. Last week, with Mighty Mech being around, no one was getting a reset on the mech itself because it's just a little bit too chunky, too big, stands his ground for way too long. But this meta is very different. If you can find a weak side on the front line and get resets through that side, the positioning crumbles for the opponent side of the board, and you also just have way more DPS on Darius himself. So it really is more skill testing for players who can position well in the late game.
It definitely feels like it's mattering a lot with positioning, especially when it comes to units like Lee Sin, who seem to be massively impactful. So you see a little taste of that Darius Smolder board on our board at the moment. I do want to pick up a conversation that was being had on the cast as well, because Kenobi was pretty down on Crystal Gambit as a whole. We're certainly seeing some very variable results from the board, but sometimes it goes off huge. But a lot of the boards, perhaps a little reminiscent of what we saw from Mech last week, a lot of the Crystal Gambits not work out tremendously well.
I think players overcorrect sometimes with meta shifts. It was the best performing and most played comp in APAC as well, regionals, which ended right before our tournament started. I think players definitely had a sneak peek into what the meta might look like off of that. I think it's a line where if you're playing it from the right spot, is very strong because 5CG is a snowballing trait. If you're hard forcing it and you're missing out the snowballing part in stage 3, going into stage 4 especially, you are playing it from a worse position. If you're hard forcing it from a contested spot and a 10 loss streak, and you're trying to then start snowballing in stage 4, when other players have also spiked, you don't have a guarantee of winning most of those rounds without the extra resources, it's not going to always work out. So I think it's a little bit too iffy. I think players, like with Mech last week, are forcing it from places they don't have, they really can't or don't have the spot to be playing it from, and that's why we're seeing some bad results.
I do want to, of course, to pick up on some of the little nuance points as they're just connected to the Crystal Gambit comp, as well as we will be hearing from one of our players in just a second as we come to the end of day one. We did see the Volibear being brought in there as a kind of temporary substitute unit and still finding some decent success. So it seems like our players are still finding some ways to work the nuances of the Crystal Gambit comp and try and turn it into one of those good games.
I mean, you just need kills. It doesn't say you need kills from Ashe, it doesn't say you need kills from Jinx. Any unit that can get kills is good to go. So if you're playing from Tempo and you have the items for it, I think fine fit. The same way we saw so many different 3-cost rerolls working last patch, because as long as you get those kills and you can snowball the rewards and the resources, that's all you need for the comp to succeed. Once you've snowballed, you can then move on to your ideal version of the comp if you need to, but the key is getting the snowballing going, because the early snowballing means more snowballing as the game continues on in stage 4 and 5.
Well, snowballs under a lot of heat turn into tears, and there'll be plenty of tears to come because our final standings for day one are ready at our first eliminations. And oh my gosh, I think we're both unhappy with some of the names down towards the bottom there. But Spanish player, Adela some Horax from the UK. Also, Moritz, one of the only 2 German players left in the competition, also being eliminated. That's a lot of big names being saying goodbye to.
07 indeed. The cutoff was indeed at 23 points, with D-Cub just barely making it out, and we'll be playing in that day too. I think a lot of the players here we saw it playing a lot of Crystal Gambit. I know from Coliseum as well. We saw it from Horo X. Maybe that was part of the problem that we just were talking about throughout this analyst desk in terms of forcing Crystal Gambit from spots that you shouldn't be and not finding success because of it. But players who did find success, French, of course, at the very top yet again, Counterfeit.
Oh yeah, well, Pal ruling the roost, and we've got double Benzak and Lakoko not too far behind, but I'm gratified to see that in our top 8 right now, remembering by the end of tomorrow, our top 8 will be absolutely vital. They're the only ones who get to play in day 3. We've got Wet Jungler, Tamino, and Travis all up there, who are not French players, which, you know, admittedly is still something of a surprise given how many and how high quality of a French competitive scene there is coming in. Plenty more players on the front page here still as well. So we still don't know what it will look like at the end of day 2, but right now we've got a little bit more variety than we could have.
I do believe we have an interview with one of today's competitors ready to go. So let's hear from Tomino and hear what his day has looked like, obviously coming in a 3rd place position. Tomino, you have to be happy with the results so far in these games.
Yeah, hello. I'm not sure happy. I feel like the second game I only bought for could have been slightly better. I turbo missed my roll down, but otherwise I'm very happy.
Well, Tomino, talk to us. Oh, Lord, please, David, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you, Tomino, you had a very good set. The last 2 or 3 sets, you've really been scaling as a player and starting to fight for the title of being an elite player in EMEA. You had a very good start, especially with Star Guardians across this entire set in the pro circuits. How do you feel the meta has been shaken up after the mech B patch? Do you think it's favored you coming into this week?
I'm not sure about favored, but I'm very happy we're not playing on the A patch. I mean, today I played 6 different team comps. I feel like I just try to stay as flexible as possible. I usually pick some uncontested reroll lines if I can't go fast 9.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's worked out very well for you. Just like for a little bit of background for people who are unfamiliar with you, my understanding is this is you're kind of in your 2nd competitive year, and you've only just started kind of playing at the regional levels. But last regionals, you did very well, I believe, coming in 10th overall. So, and you're looking pretty good here in day 1 as well. Do you have you got in mind that this could be your set to go to the crown?
Yeah, last set I went 10th. Like you said, I missed top 8 by 1 point, I'm pretty sure. This set I already in the 2nd TPC. I made the final lobby. I was in check and lost to Marcel by 1 auto attack on Jinx, so I almost made it. And yeah, hopefully I can stay in the top 8 tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And what do you think Tomino has changed for this, differing outcome the last 2 sets where you really, like I said, I think you've really evolved to become a scary player. If you're in the lobby, we already know you have a very high chance of top 4ing, of winning out. You seem to be very comfortable capping on your boards in particular, going into 9 on this set in specific. What do you think has changed for you as a player to suddenly be playing at this level?
I mean, I feel like I was improving each and every set. Even the regionals, this is my 3rd regionals, I made the last 2, and also even in that one regional tourney, I always ended better than the last time. So I feel like just playing more and trying to improve everywhere I can.
Well, perhaps a little bit of a selfish question on my part, because apparently it's going very well on the improvement part. What do you do to be improving at this kind of level this quickly?
I mainly try to watch some good players. Like in the morning, I watch Title and Ironbog play their APAC, and then in the evening now I'm gonna watch the NA tourney as well to soak as much experience from other people as I can.
That makes very much sense.
How's your prep been, Tomino? You're a Slovakian player. You're not part of some of the big countries and big regions where there's these very established communities. Do you have players you prep with? Are you more of a lone wolf? Do you think it's harder to prove yourself as a top player because you're not from France or from Germany or Poland, for example?
I don't think the region makes much of a difference. I was preparing mainly with Petik, who unfortunately got week 1.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, did roll over with him.
Mm-hmm. See.
Well, you mentioned you're going to be watching the Americas taking place just after this one. I mean, in general, you mentioned that watching other regions is a good way to improve. In terms of is there anyone that you would like to you mentioned your prep partner Petik. Is there anyone else you'd like to shout out before we let you go this evening to enjoy a very well earned top finish in day 1?
Shout out to everyone who cheered for me and also all my friends from the NLV friend group, basically.
All right, Tamino, thank you so much. Again, congratulations on an extremely well played day and a great recovery from your game 2. We'll hopefully talk to you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Great to hear from Tamino. I think he's really a player that's been rising a lot, as we saw the last 3 regionals. It's hard for a player to come not making any regional, first regional, and then making it back the next set, and then making it back the third set. I think this really says a lot about his level of play, not just being a fluke, not just being one breakout set where he really gets a nice patch or a patch or a set that fits his playstyle. It's more so constant improvement as a player. And only working with Petik, not having a huge prep group behind him, I think that says a lot in this current era of TFT, especially set 15, with how info dependent or info taxing it is in terms of power-ups and all these weird interactions. Doing it in a small team or doing it almost alone in your prep is even more impressive to me.
Oh, absolutely. And it always makes me smile whenever you see a player in that kind of position saying, how they're going to be watching all these other players to learn from them. And you wonder at one point if they might be a player that others will watch themselves in turn. Certainly based on his performance here in day 1, that possibility does remain open. But for now, David, things are coming to a close here on merely the first day of week 2 of our regional competition. It's been quite the odyssey for our players to even get this far. So if you'd like to continue to join in that journey, you can come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. CET for the round of 24. That's right, our first eliminations are officially in the books. If you'd like to hear more about the conversation going on around the event, of course, as well, then please do check out Compete TFT over on Twitter, on Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, on Facebook and YouTube, Play TFT. And then I'll go and drop these in the chat in a second, or you can use the caster command for our casters today, Alan ZQ, which is Alan ZQ TFT, Impetuous Panda, Makes, who is Makes_, Canifit Cast myself, and Kenobi TFT, who did a fantastic job today and very much committed into the Halloween spirit. But that's all from us today. Again, come back at 3 p.m. CET tomorrow for the second of our 3 days of competition, and we'll see how it all plays out then.